The Last Years of Karl Marx, 1881 to 1883. An Intellectual Biography. Marcello Musto. Translated by Patrick Camiller. Introduction. Perhaps one socialist in 1,000 has ever read any of Marx's economic writings. And of 1,000 anti-Marxists, not even one has read Marx. 1. Marx's final labors and their political relevance today. For more than a decade now, prestigious newspapers and journals with a wide readership have been describing Karl Marx as a far-sighted theorist whose topicality receives constant confirmation. Many authors with progressive views maintain that his ideas continue to be indispensable for anyone who believes it is necessary to build an alternative to capitalism. Almost everywhere, he is now the theme of university courses and international conferences. His writings, reprinted or brought out in new editions, have reappeared on bookshop shelves, and the study of his work, after 20 years or more of neglect, has gathered increasing momentum. The years 2017 and 2018 have brought further intensity to this Marx revival, thanks to many initiatives around the world linked to the 150th anniversary of the publication of Capital and the bicentenary of Marx's birth. 2. Of particular value for an overall reassessment of Marx's oeuvre was the resumed publication, in 1998, of the Marx-Engels Gesamtausgabe, the historical critical edition of the complete works of Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels. 27 more volumes have already appeared, and others are in the course of preparation. These include new versions of some of Marx's works, all the preparatory manuscripts for Capital composed between 1857 and 1881, a complete collection of the correspondence sent and received by Marx and Engels, and approximately 200 notebooks. The latter contain excerpts from his reading and the reflections to which they gave rise. All of this together constitutes the workshop of his critical theory, opening up the complex itinerary he followed and the sources on which he drew in developing his ideas. These priceless materials, many available only in German and therefore confined to small circles of researchers, show us an author very different from the one that numerous critics, or self-styled followers, presented for such a long time. Indeed, the new textual acquisitions in Mega 2 make it possible to say that, of the classics of political, economic, and philosophical thought, Marx is the author whose profile has changed the most in the opening decades of the 21st century. The new political setting, following the implosion of the Soviet Union, has also contributed to this fresh perception. For the end of Marxism-Leninism finally freed Marx's work from the shackles of an ideology light years away from his conception of society. After 1917, to be sure, Marx's writings enjoyed a significant diffusion in geographical zones and social classes from which they had, until then, been absent. But after the first impetus of the Russian Revolution was spent, the later Soviet orthodoxy imposed an inflexible monism that had perverse effects on Marxist theory. In the form of manuals put together at the Marx-Engels-Lenin Institute in Moscow, or Marxist anthologies on various topics, Marx's writings were often dismembered and remixed into sets of quotations designed to serve preordained purposes. It was a practice introduced by the German Social Democrats from the late 19th century. On point 3, one might say that Marx's texts were treated in the same way that the banded Procerusts reserved for his victims. If they were too long, they were amputated; if too short, stretched. In the best of circumstances, it is difficult to combine the requirements of popularization with the need to avoid theoretical impoverishment. But in the Soviet Union, first of Joseph Stalin, then of Nikita Khrushchev and Leonid Brezhnev, things could hardly have been worse for the reception of Marx's work. The dogmatic reduction of Marx's quintessentially critical theory resulted in the unlikeliest paradoxes. The thinker most resolutely opposed to writing recipes for the cookshops of the future was converted into the progenitor of a new social system. The most painstaking thinker, never satisfied with the results he had produced, became the source of a dyed-in-the-wool doctrinarism. The steadfast champion of the materialist conception of history was wrenched more than any other author from his historical context. Even his insistence that the emancipation of the working classes must be conquered by the working classes themselves was locked into an ideology that emphasized the primacy of political vanguards and parties as the forces propelling class consciousness and leading the revolution. The champion of the idea that a shorter working day was the prerequisite for the blossoming of human capacities found himself roped into support for the productivist creed of Stakhanovism. The convinced believer in the abolition of the state was built up into its firmest bulwark. Envisaging like few other thinkers the free development of individuality, he had argued that whereas bourgeois right mask social disparities beneath a merely legal equality, right would have to be unequal rather than equal. 6 Yet the same Marx was now falsely associated with a conception that erased the richness of the collective dimension in a featureless uniformity. Recent research has refuted the various approaches that reduce Marx's conception of communist society to superior development of the productive forces. In particular, it has shown the importance he attached to the ecological question. On repeated occasions, he denounced the fact that expansion of the capitalist mode of production increased not only the theft of workers' labor but also the pillage of natural resources. Another question in which Marx took a close interest was migration. He showed that the forced movement of labor generated by capitalism was a major component of bourgeois exploitation and that the key to fighting this was class solidarity among workers, regardless of their origins or any distinction between local and imported labor. Marx went deeply into many other issues which, though often underestimated, or even ignored, by scholars of his work, are acquiring crucial importance for the political agenda of our times. Among these are individual freedom in the economic and political sphere, gender emancipation, the critique of nationalism, the emancipatory potential of technology, and forms of collective ownership not controlled by the state. Furthermore, Marx undertook thorough investigations of societies outside Europe and expressed himself unambiguously against the ravages of colonialism. It is a mistake to suggest otherwise. Marx criticized thinkers who, while highlighting the destructive consequences of colonialism, used categories peculiar to the European context in their analysis of peripheral areas of the globe. He warned a number of times against those who failed to observe the necessary distinctions between phenomena, and especially after his theoretical advances in the 1870s, he was highly wary of transferring interpretive categories across completely different historical or geographical fields. All this is now clear, despite the skepticism still fashionable in certain academic quarters. Thus, 30 years after the fall of the Berlin Wall, it has become possible to read a Marx very unlike the dogmatic, economistic, and Eurocentric theorist who was paraded around for so long. Of course, one can find in Marx's massive literary bequest a number of statements suggesting that the development of the productive forces is leading to dissolution of the capitalist mode of production. But it would be wrong to attribute to him any idea that the advent of socialism is a historical inevitability. Indeed, for Marx the possibility of transforming society depended on the working class and its capacity, through struggle, to bring about social upheavals that led to the birth of an alternative economic and political system. The new advances achieved in Marxian studies suggest that the exegesis of his work is likely to become more and more refined. In this perspective, the period covered in the present volume and the themes that Marx dealt with during those years offer the contemporary reader plentiful scope for reflection on today's burning questions. For a long time, many Marxists foregrounded the writings of the young Marx, while the manifesto of the Communist Party remained his most widely read and quoted text. In those early writings, however, one finds many ideas that were superseded in his later work. It is above all in Capital and its preliminary drafts, as well as in the researches of his final years, that we find the most precious reflections on the critique of bourgeois society. These represent the last, though not the definitive, conclusions at which Marx arrived. If examined critically in the light of changes in the world since his death, they may still prove highly useful for the task of theorizing an alternative social economic model to capitalism. In 1881 and 1882, Marx made remarkable progress in relation to anthropology, pre-capitalist modes of production, non-Western societies, socialist revolution, and the materialist conception of history. He also closely observed the main events in international politics, as we can see from his letters expressing resolute support for the Irish liberation struggle and the populist movement in Russia, and firm opposition to British colonial oppression in India and Egypt and to French colonialism in Algeria. He was anything but Eurocentric, economistic, or fixated only on class conflict. Marx thought the study of new political conflicts, new themes, and geographical areas to be fundamental for his ongoing critique of the capitalist system. It enabled him to open up to national specificities and to consider the possibility of an approach to communism different from the one he had previously developed. To a forgotten chapter, the late Marx. Marx's ideas have changed the world. Yet despite the affirmation of Marx's theories, turned into dominant ideologies and state doctrines for a considerable part of humankind in the 20th century, there is still no full edition of all his works and manuscripts. The main reason for this lies in the incompleteness of Marx's oeuvre. The works he published amount to less than the total number of projects left unfinished, not to speak of the mountainous knocklass of notes connected with his unending researches. Marx left many more manuscripts than those he sent to the printers. 7 Incompleteness was an inseparable part of his life, the sometimes grinding poverty in which he lived, as well as his constant ill health, added to his daily worries. His rigorous method and merciless self-criticism increased the difficulties of many of his undertakings. His passion for knowledge remained unaltered over time and always drove him on to fresh study. Nevertheless, his ceaseless labors would have the most extraordinary theoretical consequences for the future. 8. In many biographies of Marx, the narrative of the main events in his life has been treated separately from his theoretical achievements. 9 Studies of an academic character have mostly ignored the existential vicissitudes, despite the fact that these considerably influenced the course of his labors. Quite a few authors have lingered over the differences between Marx's early and mature writings without showing a sufficiently thorough knowledge of the latter. Many other studies have based themselves on a misguided division between Marx the philosopher and Marx the economist or Marx the politician. Nearly all the intellectual biographies published to this day have given undue weight to an examination of Marx's youthful writings. For a long time, the difficulty of examining Marx's research in the final years of his life, especially the early 1880s, hampered our knowledge of the important gains he achieved. This is why all biographers devoted so few pages to his activity after the winding up of the International Working Men's Association, in 1872.11. Not by chance, they nearly always used the generic title "The Last Decade" for this part of their work. Wrongly thinking that Marx had given up the idea of completing his work, they failed to look more deeply into what he actually did during that period. But if there was some justification for this in the past, it is hard to understand why the new materials available in Mega 2 and the volume of research on the late Marx since the 1970s have not led to a more significant change in this tendency. 12. The present book aims to fill a gap in the literature on Marx. However, the author is also aware that it is still a partial, incomplete contribution, not only because the volumes of Mega 2 relating to the 1881 to 1883 period have not yet been published in their entirety, but also because Marx's work spans the most diverse spheres of human knowledge, and his synthesis represents a peak difficult to climb. Besides, the need to contain this monograph to a reasonable number of pages made it impossible to analyze all of Marx's writings with the same degree of attention. It has often been necessary to summarize in a few words what should have taken at least a paragraph, or in one page what would have required a section to itself. In particular, the richness and complexity of the ethnological notebooks really demand exhaustive analysis, which will be attempted in a forthcoming work. It is in full awareness of these limitations that the reader is here offered the results of the research conducted up to this point. In 1957, Maximilian Rubel, one of the most authoritative 20th-century interpreters of Marx's work, wrote that a monumental biography had still to be written. 14. It is a judgment that remains valid today, at a distance of more than 60 years. The Mega 2 series has given the lie to all the claims that Marx is a thinker about whom everything has already been written and said. but it would be wrong to argue as do those who overexcitedly hail an unknown Marx after each new text appears for the first time that recent research has turned upside down what was already known about him. There is still so much to learn from Marx. Today it is possible to do this by studying not only what he wrote in his published works but also the questions and doubts contained in his unfinished manuscripts. This consideration is all the more valid for the material dating from the final years of his life. The late Marx is also the most intimate Marx. He did not conceal his frailty in life yet continued to struggle, did not evade doubt but openly confronted it, chose to press on with his research rather than take refuge in self-certitude and lap up the uncritical adulation of the first Marxists. This Marx is one of a very rare, radically subversive breed, quite unlike the 20th century image of a granite sphinx pointing to the future with dogmatic certainty. He beckons to a new generation of researchers and political activists, who are taking up and continuing the struggle to which he, like so many others before and since, devoted his whole existence. Prelude. Struggle. In August 1880, John Swinton, an influential American journalist with progressive views, was on a trip to Europe. While there, he paid a visit to Ramsgate, a small coastal town of Kent, located a few kilometers from the southeastern extremity of England. This journey was made to conduct an interview for The Sun, the newspaper he edited, which at the time was one of the most widely read in the United States, with the man who had become one of the main representatives of the international workers' movement, Karl Marx. Though German by birth, Marx had become stateless, after being banished by the French, Belgian, and Prussian governments when they stifled the revolutionary movements that emerged in their countries between 1848 and 1849. When Marx applied for naturalization in Britain in 1874, his request was denied because a Scotland Yard report labeled him a notorious German agitator and advocate of communistic principles, who had not been loyal to his own king and country too. For more than a decade Marx had been a correspondent for the New York Tribune. In 1867 he had published a major critique of the capitalist mode of production entitled Capital, and for 8 years, beginning in 1864, he had been the guiding figure of the International Working Men's Association. In 1871 his name had featured in the pages of the most widely read European newspapers, when, having defended the Paris Commune in the Civil War in France, the reactionary press had baptized him the Red Terror Dr. III. In summer 1880, Marx was in Ramsgate with his family, under doctor's orders to refrain from work of any kind for and to restore nervous system by doing nothing. 5. His wife's health was worse than his. Jenny von Westphalen was suffering from cancer and her condition had suddenly been aggravated to a degree which menaced to tend to a fatal termination. 6. This was the situation in which Swinton, who had been chief editor at the New York Times throughout the 1860s, got to know Marx and drew a sympathetic, intense, and accurate portrait of him. At a personal level, Swinton described Marx as a massive-headed, generous-featured, courtly, kindly man in his 60s, with bushy masses of long reveling gray hair, who knew not less finely than Victor Hugo the art of being a grandfather. 7. His conversation, so free, so sweeping, so creative, so incisive, so genuine, reminded Swinton of Socrates with its sardonic touches, its gleams of humor, and its sportive merriment. He also noted a man without desire for show or fame, caring nothing for the fanfaronade of life or the pretense of power. 8. However, this was not the only Marx whom Swinton would describe to his readers. The interview that appeared on the front page of The Sun, on September 6, 1880, mainly presented the public face of Marx, one of the most remarkable men of the day, who has played an inscrutable but puissant part in the revolutionary politics of the past 40 years. Swinton wrote of him, "Without haste and without rest, a man of strong, broad, elevated mind, full of far-reaching projects, logical methods, and practical aims, he has stood and yet stands behind more of the earthquakes which have convulsed nations and destroyed thrones, and do now menace and appall crowned heads and established frauds, than any other man in Europe." 9. The discussion with Marx convinced the New York journalist that he found himself in front of a man who was deep in the times, whose hand from the Neva to the Seine, from the Urals to the Pyrenees, at work preparing the way for the advent of the new era. Marx impressed him because of his ability to survey the European world, country after country, indicating the features and the developments and the personages on the surface and under the surface. Marx went on to speak of the political forces and popular movements of the various countries of Europe, the vast current of the spirit of Russia, the motions of the German mind, the action of France, the immobility of England. He spoke hopefully of Russia, philosophically of Germany, cheerfully of France, and somberly of England, referring contemptuously to the atomistic reforms over which the liberals of the British Parliament spend their time. 10. Swinton was also surprised by Marx's knowledge of the United States. He was an attentive observer, and his remarks upon some of the formative and substantive forces of American life were full of suggestiveness. The day passed in a series of lively discussions. In the afternoon, Marx proposed a walk along the shore to the beach to meet his family, which Swinton described as a delightful party, about 10 in all. When evening fell, Marx's sons-in-law Charles Longuet and Paul Lafargue continued to keep the two men company. The talk was of the world, and of man, and of time, and of ideas, as our glasses tinkled over the sea. It was at one of these moments that the American journalist, over the thought of the babblement and rack of the age and the ages, immersing himself in the depth of the talk of the day and the scenes of the evening, ventured to ask the great man in front of him a question touching upon the final law of being. It was then, during a moment of silence, that he interrogated the revolutionist and philosopher with a fateful question, "What is?" Swinton sensed that the mind of Marx had inverted for a moment, while he looked upon the roaring sea in front and the restless multitude upon the beach. Finally, Marx replied in a deep and solemn tone. Struggle, 11. 1. New Research Horizons. 1. The room on Maitland Park Road. A few months after the John Swinton interview, on a January night in 1881, a man with an almost white beard was seated in his room in North London, reading through a pile of books and carefully noting down the most important passages. With great perseverance, he was continuing to carry out his life's purpose, to provide the workers' movement with the theoretical basis to destroy the capitalist mode of production. His physique showed the signs of decades of hard daily work spent reading and writing. On his back and other parts of his body remained scars of the horrific boils that had appeared during the years when he was working on capital. His spirit bore other wounds from a life of hardships and difficulties, mitigated from time to time by satisfaction at the blow he was inflicting on ruling class bigwigs and political rivals in the same camp as his. In winter, he was often tired and debilitated, as the aging process began to limit his habitual energy, and his wife had reason to be increasingly anxious about the state of his health. But he was still Karl Marx. With the same passion as ever, he toiled away for the cause of working-class emancipation. He did it with the same method he had adopted since his early days at university, painstakingly rigorous and intransigently critical. Seated on a wooden armchair, he had slogged all day and far into the night for years. At a modest desk no larger than 3 feet by 2.1, there was scarcely enough room on it for a green-shaded lamp, his sheets of writing paper, and a few books he was working on at the time. He needed nothing else. His study was on the first floor, with a window overlooking the garden. The smell of tobacco vanished after the doctors forbade him to smoke, but the clay pipes from which he had inhaled for so many years were still there to remind him of the sleepless nights he spent taking apart the classics of political economy. An impenetrable row of shelves concealed the walls, housing more books and newspapers than one would have thought possible. His library was not as imposing as that of bourgeois intellectuals of the same stature and certainly greater wealth. In his years of greatest poverty, he had mostly used the resources of the British Museum reading room, but later he had managed to collect nearly 2,000 volumes. 2. The largest section was of books on economics, but there were many classics of political theory, historical studies, and philosophical works mainly from the German tradition. The natural sciences were also well represented. The range of languages matched this variety of disciplines. Books in German made up roughly a third of the total and those in English approximately a quarter, with French titles a little fewer in number. There were also works in other Romance languages such as Italian, but from 1869, when he began to learn Russian in order to study the changes taking place in the Tsarist Empire, books in the Cyrillic alphabet came to occupy a considerable section of their own. But the shelves did not only feature academic texts. An anonymous Chicago Tribune correspondent, who visited the study in 1878, described its contents. A man can generally be judged by the books he reads, and you can form your own conclusions when I tell you a casual glance revealed Shakespeare, Dickens, Thackeray, Moliere, Racine, Montaigne, Bacon, Goethe, Voltaire, Paine, English, American, French, blue books, 3 works political and philosophical in Russian, German, Spanish, Italian, etc. 4. Paul Lafargue gave a similar account of Marx's literary interests and vast knowledge. Recalling his study of which he said that one must know that historic room before one can penetrate into the intimacy of Marx's spiritual life, he wrote. He knew Heine and Goethe by heart and often quoted them in his conversations. He was an assiduous reader of poets in all European languages. Every year he read Aeschylus in the Greek original. He considered him and Shakespeare as the greatest dramatic geniuses humanity ever gave birth to. Dante and Robert Burns ranked among his favorite poets. He was a great reader of novels, his preference being for those of the 18th century, particularly Fielding's Tom Jones. The more modern novelists whom he found most interesting were Paul de Kock, Charles Lever, Alexander Dumas Sr. and Walter Scott, whose Old Mortality he considered a masterpiece. He had a definite preference for stories of adventure and humor. He ranked Cervantes and Balzac above all other novelists. In Don Quixote he saw the epic of dying out chivalry whose virtues were ridiculed and scoffed at in the emerging bourgeois world. He admired Balzac so much that he wished to write a review of his great work La Comédie Humaine as soon as he had finished his book on economics. Marx could read all European languages. He liked to repeat the saying, "A foreign language is a weapon in the struggle of life." He took up the study of Russian. In 6 months he knew it well enough to derive pleasure from reading Russian poets and prose writers, his preference going to Pushkin, Gogol, and Shchedrin. 5. Lafargue also dwelled upon Marx's relationship with his books. They were tools for his mind, not articles of luxury. "They are my slaves and they must serve me as I will," he used to say. He would turn down the corners of the pages, make pencil marks in the margin and underline whole lines. He never wrote on books, but sometimes he could not refrain from an exclamation or question mark when the author went too far. His system of underlining made it easy for him to find any passage he needed in any book. 6. He paid them such heed that he defined himself as a machine, condemned to devour them and, then, throw them, in a changed form, on the dunghill of history. 7. Marx's library also contained his own works, which in the end were not as numerous as the ones he had planned to write but had to leave unfinished because of intense intellectual activity. There were copies of the Holy Family and the Poverty of Philosophy, and certainly no shortage of the Manifesto of the Communist Party written together with Engels and timely published just before the 1848 revolutions, though widely circulated only from the 1870s on. Political texts such as the 18th Brumaire of Louis Bonaparte and his polemical The Story of the Life of Lord Palmerston lay alongside topical booklets such as Revelations concerning the Communist Trial in Cologne and Secret Diplomatic History of the 18th Century, as well as the less noted A Contribution to the Critique of Political Economy and Herr Voigt. Among the writings of which he was proudest were, of course, Capital, which at the time had already been translated into Russian and French, and the most important addresses and resolutions of the International Working Men's Association. Packed away somewhere were also copies of papers and journals he had edited as a young man, the German-French yearbooks, the daily New Rhenish newspaper, whose final issue in May 1849, before the victory of the counter-revolution, was published entirely in red ink, and copies of the monthly New Rhenish newspaper, Political Economic Review from the following year. Other sections of the library contained dozens of notebooks of excerpts and incomplete manuscripts, although most of these were consigned to the loft, which accommodated all the projects he had started at various points in his life but never managed to finish. This mass of texts, some abandoned to the gnawing criticism of the mice, 8 consisted of a large number of scattered notebooks and folios. 9. The papers included what would later become the economic and philosophic manuscripts of 1844 and the German Ideology, 2 of the most widely read and debated theoretical texts in the 20th century. Marx, who never published a single work without repeatedly revising it until he had found the most appropriate form, and who would rather burn his manuscripts than leave them unfinished, 10 would certainly have been surprised and felt negative about the publicity given to them. The largest and most important manuscripts, however, were those related to the preliminary drafts of Capital, stretching, that is, from the Grundrisse, the foundations of the Critique of Political Economy of 1857, 1858 to the final notes he wrote in 1881. Most of the correspondence of Marx and Engels used to be called the Party Archive, but in fact it was kept in Engels's house. In the middle of Marx's crammed study was a leather sofa on which he lay down to rest from time to time. One of his regular rituals of relaxation was to pace around the room. Indeed, according to Lafargue, one can say that he even worked walking in his room, only sitting down for short periods to write what he thought out while walking. Marx, he recalled, also liked to walk up and down while talking, stopping from time to time when the explanation became more animated or the conversation serious. Another regular caller at the time said that he had a habit, when at all interested in the discussion, of walking actively up and down the room, as if he were pacing the deck of a schooner for exercise 11. Another table stood in front of his desk. An occasional visitor would have felt bewildered by the chaos of papers on it, but anyone who knew Marx well was aware that the disorder was only apparent. Everything was really in its intended place so that it was easy for him to lay his hand on the book or notebook he needed. Even during conversations he often paused to show in the book a quotation or figure he had just mentioned. He and his study were one, the books and papers in it were as much under his control as his own limbs. 12. The last item of furnishing was a large chest of drawers. Here he placed photos of people he cherished, such as the comrade Wilhelm Wolff, to whom he dedicated Capital. For a long time, the study also had a bust of Jove and 2 pieces of wall from the house of Gottfried Leibniz, both were presents from his doctor, and for many years dear friend, Ludwig Kugelmann, who gave them to Marx at Christmas 1867 and on his 52nd birthday in 1870, when the house of the greatest German philosopher of the 18th century was demolished in Hanover. Marx and his family lived in a terraced house at 41 Maitland Park Road in North London. They had moved there in 1875, having rented larger and more expensive accommodation at number 1 for the previous 10 years. 13 At the time, the nuclear family consisted of Marx and his wife Jenny, his youngest daughter Eleanor, and Helene de Muth, the devoted governess who had lived with them for nearly 40 years. There were also 3 dogs, of whom Marx was very fond. Toddy, Whiskey, and a third whose name is not known were animals of no particular breed. Indeed, formed important members of the household. 14 Marx had 2 other daughters, Jenny Longuet and Laura Lafargue, but they no longer lived with him after they got married. In 1870, after Engels retired from business and left his Manchester home, he had taken accommodation at 122 Regent's Park Road, not much more than a kilometre from the home of the comrade with whom he had shared the political struggle and the sincerest of friendships since far back in 1844.15. Because of Marx's multiple health problems, all-night labor had for many years absolutely been interdicted by medical advisors. 16 But he tirelessly continued to occupy his days with research, mainly in order to finish Capital, whose Volume 2 had been in preparation ever since Volume I was published in 1867. Marx also critically followed all the main political and economic events of the time, attempting to predict the new scenarios that these might have produced for the emancipation of the working classes. In the end, his encyclopedic mind, guided by insatiable curiosity, drove him on to keep updating his knowledge and to stay abreast of the latest scientific developments. For this reason, in the final years of his life, Marx filled dozens of notebooks with comments and excerpts from numerous volumes on mathematics, physiology, geology, mineralogy, agronomy, chemistry, and physics. In addition to articles from newspapers and journals, he scoured parliamentary records, statistical material, and government reports and publications, as in the case of the Blue Books. The time he devoted to these studies, in a number of languages, was rarely interrupted. Even Engels regretted this. He said that it was only with great difficulty that he managed to persuade him to leave his room 17. Apart from these exceptional cases, Marx left his work only for the usual breaks and appointments. In the late afternoon, he would put on an overcoat and head for nearby Maitland Park, where he liked to stroll with his eldest grandson Johnny Longay, or for the slightly more distant Hampstead Heath, where he spent many happy Sundays with his family. A friend of his youngest daughter, the actress Marion Comyn, succinctly described the scene they often witnessed. Many times, when Eleanor Marx and I were sitting on the rug in front of the drawing-room fire, talking in the twilight, we would hear the front door gently close, and immediately afterwards the doctor's figure, clad in a black cloak and soft felt hat, would pass along by the window, and not return until darkness closed in. 18. Another time of relaxation was the meetings of the so-called Dogberry Club. 19, a name derived from a character in William Shakespeare's Much Ado About Nothing. It involved readings from the Bard's works and dinners prepared for Engels, his closest acquaintances, and friends of Marx's daughters. 20. The sarcasm that Marx used to describe what he felt during these evenings was no less biting than that which he used to dismantle his theoretical adversaries. It is a strange thing that one cannot well live altogether without company, and that when you get it, you try hard to rid yourself of it. 21. The difficulties in the Marx household did not stop them from being open to visitors from various countries, who came to converse face to face with the highly regarded economist and famous revolutionary. The list in 1881 included the Crimean-born economist Nikolai Sieber, the Moscow University professor Nikolai Kablukov, the German journalist and future Reichstag deputy Louis Vierek, the long-standing Social Democrat Friedrich Fritzsche, and the Russian populist Leo Hartmann. Others who frequented Maitland Park Road were Karl Hirsch, a journalist linked to the Social Democratic Party of Germany, Henry Hyndman, who had founded the Democratic Federation in England earlier that year, and Karl Kosky, a young socialist originally from Prague, who came to London to deepen his knowledge of politics through his relations with Marx and Engels, and became one of the influential theorists of the workers' movement. No one in contact with Marx could resist the fascination of his personality or fail to be struck by his physical appearance. The Scottish politician Mount Stuart Elphinstone, who met him at the beginning of 1879, found his gaze rather hard but the whole expression rather pleasant than not, by no means that of a gentleman who is in the habit of eating babies in their cradles, which is I dare say the view which the police takes of him. 22. Edward Bernstein, too, was struck by Marx's humanity and modesty. I had expected to make the acquaintance of a somewhat suppressed, highly excitable old gentleman, and now I found myself in the presence of a very white-haired man whose dark eyes held a friendly smile, and whose speech was full of charity. 23. Kosky recalled that Marx had the dignified look of a patriarch. 24. That he beamed a gentle smile that seemed almost paternal. 25. And that, unlike the always well-dressed Engels, he was indifferent to external forms. 26. Marion Comyn described his temperament well. An extraordinarily forceful and dominating personality. His head was large, covered with longish gray hair that matched a shaggy beard and mustache. The black eyes, though small, were keen, piercing, sarcastic, with glints of humor in them. As an audience he was delightful, never criticizing, always entering into the spirit of any fun that was going, laughing when anything struck him as particularly comic, until the tears ran down his cheeks. The oldest in years, but in spirit as young as any of us. 27. If the Marx household was often bustling, Its mailbox was always bursting with letters from activists and intellectuals that arrived each week from various countries. Their senders hoped to consult the leader of the International Working Men's Association about major political events of the day and asked for his suggestions about particular decisions or courses of action. The background to Marx's days was the grey and rainy English climate. As he wrote to Nikolai Danielson in February 1881, although his health generally improving returned from Ramsgate, the detestable weather, lasting for months, was the reason why he had a perpetual cold and coughing interfering with sleep. 28 Ominously, Jenny was getting worse that winter, and with the return of spring Marx had to call in a new specialist, Brian Donkin, in the hope of finding a cure for his wife. He told his Russian friend Danielson of another depressing event. A French government amnesty in July 1880 allowed the return of hundreds of revolutionaries who had fled abroad to escape the post-commune repression in 1871. Although the news itself could not but hearten Marx, the personal implications were inevitably painful. His eldest daughter Jenny's husband of 10 years, the journalist and communer Charles Longuet, had been offered a post as joint editor of the Justice, the radical daily founded by Georges Clemenceau, and could therefore return with his children to the French capital. The parting caused much sadness to Marx and his wife, since their 3 grandchildren were inexhaustible sources of enjoyment of life. 29. Over the following months, they were constantly aware of their absence, and Marx alternated between feelings of joy and melancholy. He always asked for news of the children in his letters to Jenny. "It's been boring ever since you left without you and Johnny and Hara. And Mr. T, 30 sometimes I hurry across to the window when I hear children's voices which sound like those of our children, momentarily oblivious of the fact that the little chaps are on the other side of the channel." 31. At the end of April, when Jenny gave birth to his 4th grandchild, Marx jokingly congratulated her and wrote that his womankind expected the newcomer to increase the better half of the population. He added, "For my own part I prefer the manly sex for children born at this turning point of history. They have before them the most revolutionary period men had ever to pass through." These considerations, in which political hopes were mingled with preconceptions common to men of his generation, resulted in 2 major concerns. The first, strictly personal, came from regret that he could not help his daughter in Paris, who was now living a life of hardship that reminded him of the one he endured for a long time. In his letter to her, Marx passed on his wife's wishes for all possible good things, but he did not see that wishes were good for anything but glossing over one's powerlessness. His second, political regret was bound up with the realization that he would not live to experience the new and enthusiastic struggles of the international workers' movement. The bad thing now is to be old so as to be only able to foresee instead of seeing. 32. Unfortunately, all the problems kept getting worse. In early June, Marx informed Swinton that his wife's illness was assuming more and more a fatal character. 33. He himself continued to suffer new disorders and had to put up with Turkish baths because of a rheumatic leg. 34. He had also had a nasty sempiternal cold, although it now seemed to be rapidly passing away. He greatly missed his eldest daughter and grandchildren. "There passes no day, when my thoughts are not with you and the lovely children." He sent Johnny a copy of Johann Wolfgang von Goethe's Renard the Fox and inquired whether the poor fellow had somebody to read it for him. 35. The first half of 1881 passed amid these difficulties. 2 new theoretical explorations. In September 1879, Marx collected and read with great interest, in Russian, Communal Land Ownership, The Causes, Course, and Consequences of Its Decline by Maxim Kovalevsky, whom he described as one of his scientific friends. 36. The extracts he compiled were mainly from the parts of it dealing with land ownership in countries under foreign rule. He summarized the various forms in which the Spanish in Latin America, the British in India, and the French in Algeria had regulated possession rights. 37. In considering these 3 geographical areas, Marx's first reflections related to pre-Columbian civilizations. He observed that with the beginning of the Aztec and Inca empires the rural population continued, as before, to own the land in common, but at the same time had to subtract part of its income in the form of payments in kind to its rulers. According to Kovalevsky, this process laid the basis for the development of the latifundia, at the expense of the property interests of those who owned the common land. The dissolution of the common land was only accelerated by the arrival of the Spanish. 38. The terrible consequences of their colonial empire were condemned both by Kovalevsky, the original policy of extermination towards the Redskins, and by Marx, who added, in his own hand, that after the pillaged the gold they found there, the Indians condemned to work in the mines. 39. At the end of the section of extracts, Marx observed that the survival of the rural commune was partly due to the fact that, unlike in the British East Indies, there was no colonial legislation providing for regulations that would give clan members the possibility to sell their land holdings. 40. More than half of Marx's extracts from Kovalevsky were on India under British rule. He paid special attention to parts of the book that reconstructed forms of common land ownership in contemporary India as well as in the Hindu Rajas. Using Kovalevsky's text, he observed that the collective dimension remained alive even after the parcelization introduced by the British. Between these atoms certain connections continue to exist, distantly reminiscent of the earlier communal village landowning groups. 41. Despite their shared hostility to British colonialism, Marx was critical of some aspects of Kovalevsky's historical account that wrongly projected the parameters of the European context onto India. In a series of brief but detailed comments, he reproached him for homogenizing two distinct phenomena. For although the farming out of offices by no means simply feudal, as Rome attests and Commendatio 42 found in India, this did not mean that feudalism in the West European sense of the term developed there. In Marx's view, Kovalevsky left out the important fact that the serfdom essential to feudalism did not exist in India. 43. Moreover, since according to Indian law the ruling power not subject to division among the sons, thereby a great source of European feudalism obstructed. 44. In conclusion, Marx was highly skeptical about the transfer of interpretive categories between completely different historical and geographical contexts. 45. The deeper insights that he gained from Kovalevsky's text were subsequently integrated through his study of other works on Indian history. Finally, with regard to Algeria, Marx did not fail to highlight the importance of common land ownership before the arrival of French settlers, or of the changes that these introduced. From Kovalevsky, he copied down, formation of private land ownership is a necessary condition for all progress in the political and social sphere. Further maintenance of communal property as a form which supports communist tendencies in the mines is dangerous both for the colony and for the homeland. 46. He also extracted the following points from communal land ownership: the causes, course, and consequences of its decline. The distribution of clan holdings is encouraged, even prescribed, first, as means of weakening subjugated tribes which are ever standing under impulsion to revolt; second, as the only way to a further transfer of land ownership from the hands of the natives into those of the colonists. The same policy has been pursued by the French under all regimes. The aim is ever the same: destruction of the indigenous collective property and its transformation into an object of free purchase and sale, and by this means the final passage made easier into the hands of the French colonists. 47. As for the legislation on Algeria proposed by the left Republican Jules Warnier and passed in 1873, Marx endorsed Kovalevsky's claim that its only purpose was expropriation of the soil of the native population by the European colonists and speculators. 48. The effrontery of the French went as far as direct robbery, or conversion into government property. 49. Of all uncultivated land remaining in common for native use. This process was designed to produce another important result: elimination of the danger of resistance by the local population. Again through Kovalevsky's words, Marx noted, "The foundation of private property and the settlement of European colonists among the Arab clans become the most powerful means to accelerate the process of dissolution of the clan unions." The expropriation of the Arabs intended by the law had two purposes: to provide the French as much land as possible, and to tear away the Arabs from their natural bonds to the soil to break the last strength of the clan unions thus being dissolved, and thereby any danger of rebellion. 50. Marx commented that this type of individualization of land ownership had not only secured huge economic benefits for the invaders but also achieved a political aim: to destroy the foundation of this society. 51. Marx's selection of points, as well as the few but forthright words condemning European colonial policies that he added to the extracts from Kovalevsky's text, demonstrate his refusal to believe that either Indian or Algerian society was destined to follow the same course of development as in Europe. 52. Whereas Kovalevsky thought that land ownership would follow the European example as if by a law of nature, passing everywhere from common to private, Marx maintained that collective property could hold out in some cases and that it would certainly not disappear as a result of some historical inevitability. 53. Having examined forms of land ownership in India, through a study of Kovalevsky's work, Marx compiled a series of notes on Indian history, in the period from autumn 1879 to summer 1880. These compendia, covering more than 1,000 years of history, were taken from a number of books, in particular Robert Sewell's Analytic History of India and Mount Stuart Elphinstone's History of India. Marx divided his notes into 4 periods. The first set featured a rather basic chronology, from the Muslim conquest, beginning with the first Arab penetration in 664, to the beginning of the 16th century. A second set covered the Mughal Empire, founded in 1526 by Zahir-ud-Din Muhammad and lasting until 1761. It also contained a very brief survey of foreign invasions of India and a 4-page schema of European merchant activity from 1497 to 1702. From Sewell's book, Marx copied down some specific points on Murshid Quli Khan, the first Nawab of Bengal and architect of a new tax system. Marx described it as a system of unscrupulous extortion and oppression, which created a large surplus the taxes from Bengal that was duly sent to Delhi. 54. According to Quli Khan, it was this revenue that kept the entire Mughal Empire afloat. The third and most substantial set of notes, covering the period from 1725 to 1822, referred to the presence of the British East India Company. Marx did not limit himself here to transcription of the main events, dates, and names, but followed in greater detail the course of historical events, particularly with regard to British rule in India. The fourth and final set of notes was devoted to the Sepoy Revolt of 1857 and the collapse of the British East India Company the following year. In the notes on Indian history, Marx gave very little space to his personal reflections, but his marginal annotations provide important clues to his views. The invaders were often described with such terms as British dogs, 55 usurpers, 56 English hypocrites, or English intruders. 57. By contrast, the Indian resistance struggles were always accompanied with expressions of solidarity. 58. It was no accident that Marx always replaced Sewell's term mutineers with insurgents. 59. His forthright condemnation of European colonialism was quite unmistakable. Finally, Marx turned his attention to Australia, showing particular interest in the social organization of its Aboriginal communities. From some account of Central Australia, by the ethnographer Richard Bennett, he acquired the necessary critical knowledge to use against those who argued that there were neither laws nor culture in Aboriginal society. He also read other articles in the Victorian Review on the state of the country's economy, including the commercial future of Australia and the future of Northeast Australia. Beginning in the autumn of 1879, Marx embarked on a profound study of the natural sciences. Despite his compromised health, an unquenched intellectual curiosity drove him on to update his knowledge in certain areas that had undergone major development in the second half of the 1800s. Rising to the challenge, Marx compiled voluminous extracts from recently published books such as The Modern Theory of Chemistry and Its Meaning for Static Chemistry by Lothar Meyer, the fourth edition of the Short Manual of Chemistry after the New Conceptions of Science, and the 2-volume treatise on chemistry, both co-authored by Henry Roscoe and Karl Schorlemmer, the latter a long-standing friend and associate of Engels in Manchester. Marx also read Schorlemmer's Manual of the Chemistry of the Carbon Compounds, or organic chemistry, and copied some observations from Wilhelm Kuhne's Manual of Physiological Chemistry. He used these texts to draft numerous charts and synoptic tables in both organic and inorganic chemistry, 60 paying particular attention to metals, carbon compounds, and molecular theory. At the same time, Marx studied works in physics, physiology, and geology, compiling extracts from them in his usual manner. Among these texts were, Physics, a comprehensive presentation in the most recent light by the mathematician Benjamin Witzschild, Outlines of Human Physiology by the physiologist Ludimar Hermann, Foundations of Human Physiology by the anthropologist and physiologist Johannes Ranke, and new synopses of the work of Jukes, which he had already studied in 1878. In 1880, Marx also studied the Manual of Political Economy by Adolf Wagner, a professor of political economy at Berlin University and defender of state socialism. As was his wont, Marx compiled extracts from the main parts of the book, adding a weighty set of critical comments along the way. In the marginal notes on Adolf Wagner's Lehrbuch der politischen Ökonomie, he observed that, even in the hypothetical society of what he sarcastically called the academic socialists, the fundamental contradictions of capitalism would remain almost unaltered. For where the state is itself a capitalist producer, as in the exploitation of mines, forests, etc., its product is a commodity and hence possesses the specific character of every other commodity. 61. One of the other purposes in these notes was to demonstrate that Wagner had not understood the distinction between value and exchange value. He was therefore incapable of differentiating Marx's theory from that of David Ricardo, who had concerned himself with labor solely as a measure of the magnitude of value. 62. According to Wagner, use value and exchange value should be derived from the concept of value. 63. Whereas for Marx they should be analyzed on the basis of a concrete object, the commodity. 64. Wagner had asserted that Marx's theory of value was the cornerstone of his socialist system. 65. Marx contested this and replied that, instead of foisting such future proofs on Wagner, first ought to have proved what he asserted only in principle, namely, that a social process of production had not existed in the very numerous communities which existed before the appearance of private capitalists. 66. Marx pointed out that in primitive communities in which means of livelihood are produced communally and distributed amongst the members of the community, the common product directly satisfies the vital needs of each community member, of each producer. In such cases, the social character of the product, of the use value, lies in its communal character. 67. Marx also objected to other of Wagner's theses, for example, that profit on capital is also in fact a constitutive element of value, not, as in the socialist view, simply a deduction from, or robbery of, the worker. In reply, Marx emphasized that he had demonstrated in detail that the capitalist not only deducts or robs but enforces the production of surplus value. It was a different mechanism, whereby the capitalist, in paying the worker the real value of his labor power, benefited from the surplus value he produced. This was a right for the capitalist in this mode of production. 68. Which did not infringe the law corresponding to the exchange of commodities. 69. At any event, it did not mean, as Wagner postulated, that profit on capital was the constitutive element of value. 70. Marx further quoted Wagner's paradoxical statement that Aristotle was mistaken in not regarding the slave economy as transitory, whereas Marx was mistaken in regarding economy as transitory. 71. For the Bavarian economist, the present organization of the economy and the legal basis for it, hence private ownership of land and capital etc., are essentially an immutable institution. 72. For Marx, on the contrary, they are a historical mode of production and can therefore be replaced with a radically different kind of economic and political organization, a classless society. 3. The notebooks on anthropology, ancient societies, and mathematics. Nevertheless, Marx continued to work whenever circumstances allowed it. Even now, contrary to some biographers' claims that his intellectual curiosity and theoretical acumen faded in his final years, he not only pursued his research but extended it to new areas. 73. In February, Marx wrote to Danielson, "An awful correspondence indebtedness stares me in the face." This was largely due to his immersion in new studies and his determination to struggle through an immense lot of blue books sent to from different countries, above all from the United States. 74. Between December 1880 and June 1881, Marx's research interests focused on another discipline, anthropology. He began with Ancient Society, a work by the U.S. anthropologist Louis Morgan, which the Russian ethnologist Maxim Kovalevsky had brought back from a trip to North America and sent to Marx 2 years after its publication. What struck Marx most was the way in which Morgan treated production and technological factors as preconditions of social progress, and he felt moved to assemble a compilation of 100 densely packed pages. These make up the bulk of what are known as the Ethnological Notebooks. 75. They also contain excerpts from other works, Java, or How to Manage a Colony by James Money, a lawyer and Indonesia expert, The Aryan Village in India and Ceylon by John Fear, President of the Supreme Court of Ceylon, and lectures on the early history of institutions by the historian Henry Maine, amounting to a total of another 100 sheets. 76. Marx's comparative assessments of these authors lead one to suppose that he compiled all this material in a fairly short period in an effort to get really on top of it. In his previous research, Marx had already examined and extensively commented on past social economic forms in the first part of the German ideology, in the long section of the Grundrisse entitled Forms Which Precede Capitalist Production, and in Capital, Volume I. In 1879, his reading of Kovalevsky's communal landownership, the causes, course, and consequences of its decline directed him once more to the subject. But it was only with the ethnological notebooks that he engaged in more comprehensive and up-to-date study. The aim of Marx's new research was to widen his knowledge of the historical periods, geographical areas, and thematic topics that he considered essential for his continuing critique of political economy. It also enabled him to acquire specific information about the social characteristics and institutions of the remote past, acquainting him with material that was not in his possession when he had written the manuscripts of the 1850s and 1860s. Finally, it acquainted him with the latest theories advanced by the most eminent contemporary scholars. Marx devoted himself to these often time-consuming anthropological studies during the same period in which he aimed to complete Capital, Volume II. The precise theoretical political purpose behind them was to reconstruct the most likely sequence in which the different modes of production had succeeded one another over time, with a particular focus on the birth of capitalism. He believed that this would give his theory of the possible communist transformation of society stronger historical foundations. 77. In the ethnological notebooks, Marx therefore put together compilations and interesting notes on prehistory, on the development of family bonds, on the condition of women, on the origins of property relations, on community practices in pre-capitalist societies, on the formation and nature of state power, on the role of the individual, and on more modern aspects such as the racist connotations of certain anthropological approaches and the effects of colonialism. On the particular theme of prehistory and the development of family ties, Marx drew a number of priceless indications from the work of Morgan. As Hindman recalled, when Louis Morgan proved to Marx's satisfaction in his Ancient Society that the gens 78 and not the family was the social unit of the old tribal system and Ancient Society generally, Marx at once abandoned his previous opinions. 79. It was Morgan's research on the social structure of primitive peoples that allowed him to overcome the limits of traditional interpretations of kinship, including the one advanced by the German historian Barthold Niebuhr in the History of Rome. In contrast to all previous hypotheses, Morgan showed that it had been a grave error to suggest that the gens postdated the monogamous family and was the result of an aggregate of families. His studies of prehistoric and ancient society led him to the conclusion that the patriarchal family should be seen not as the original basic unit of society but as a form of social organization more recent than was generally believed. It was an organization too weak to face alone the hardships of life. 81. It was much more plausible to assume the existence of a form like that of the American native peoples, the Syndiasmic family, which practiced a communism in living. 82. On the other hand, Marx constantly polemicized against Maine, who in his lectures on the early history of institutions had visualized the private family as the basis out of which the sept and clan developed. Marx's scorn for this attempt to reverse time's arrow by transposing the Victorian era into prehistory led him to assert that this block-headed Englishman started not from the gens but from the patriarch, who later became the chief. What inanities. 83 His mockery gradually reaches a crescendo. Maine after all cannot get the English private family out of his head. 84 He transports the Roman patriarchal family into the very beginning of things. 85 Nor did Marx spare fear, of whom he said, "The ass bases everything on private families." 86. Morgan gave Marx further food for thought with his remarks on the concept of the family, since in its original meaning the word family, which has the same root as famulus, or servan, had no relation to the married pair or their children, but to the body of slaves and servants who labored for its maintenance, and were under the power of the pater familias. 87 On this subject, Marx noted, "The modern family contains the germ not only of slavery but also serfdom, since it contains from the beginning a relation to services for agriculture. It contains in miniature all the antagonisms within itself, which are later broadly developed in society and its state. The monogamous family presupposed, in order to have an existence separate from others, a domestic class that was everywhere directly constituted by slaves. 88. Developing his own thoughts elsewhere in the compendium, Marx wrote that property in houses, lands, and herds was bound up with the monogamous family. 89 In fact, as the manifesto of the Communist Party suggested, this was the starting point of history as the history of class struggle. 90. In The Origin of the Family, Private Property and the State, a book that the author described as the fulfillment of a behest and no more than a meager substitute for what his dear friend had not lived to write. 91 Engels completed Marx's analysis in the ethnological notebooks. Monogamy, he argued, represented the subjection of one sex by the other, as the proclamation of a conflict between the sexes hitherto unknown throughout preceding history. In an old unpublished manuscript, the work of Marx and myself in 1846, I find the following: the first division of labor is that between man and woman for child breeding. 92 And today I can add, the first class antithesis which appears in history coincides with the development of the antagonism between man and woman in monogamy and marriage, and the first class oppression with that of the female sex by the male. Monogamy, the cellular form of civilized society, in which we can already study the nature of the antitheses and contradictions, which develop fully in the latter. 93. Engels's thesis posited an overly schematic relationship between economic conflict and gender oppression that was absent from Marx's fragmentary and highly intricate notes. 94. Marx too paid close attention to Morgan's considerations on parity between the sexes, which argued that pre-Greek ancient societies were more progressive in respect of the treatment and behavior of women. Marx copied the parts of Morgan's book that showed how, among the Greeks, the change of descent from the female line to the male was damaging for the position and rights of the wife and woman. Indeed, Morgan had a very negative assessment of the Greek social model. Greeks remained barbarians in their treatment of women at the height of their civilization, their education superficial, their inferiority inculcated as a principle upon them, until it came to be accepted as a fact by the women themselves. Moreover, there was a principle of studied selfishness among the males, tending to lessen the appreciation of women, scarcely found among savages. Thinking of the contrast with the myths of the classical world, Marx added an acute observation: the condition of the goddesses on Olympus is a reminder of the position of women, once freer and more influential. Juno, greedy for power, the goddess of wisdom, springs from the head of Zeus. 95 For Marx, memory of the free divinities of the past provided an example for possible emancipation in the present. 96. From the various authors he studied, Marx recorded many important observations on the role of women in ancient society. For example, referring to the work Matriarchy by the Swiss anthropologist Johann Bachofen, he noted, the women were the great power among the gens and everywhere else. They did not hesitate, when occasion required, to knock off the horns, as it was technically called, from the head of a chief, and send him back to the ranks of warriors. The original nomination of the chiefs also always rested with them. 97. Marx's reading of Morgan also gave him an angle on another important question, the origin of property relations. For the celebrated anthropologist established a causal relation between the various types of kinship structure and social economic forms. In his view, the factors in Western history that accounted for the affirmation of the descriptive system which described blood relatives and specified everyone's kinship and the decline of the classificatory system which grouped blood relatives into categories without specifying proximity or distance in relation to ego had to do with the development of property and the state. 98. Morgan's book was divided into 4 parts: growth of intelligence through inventions and discoveries, growth of the idea of government, growth of the idea of the family, and growth of the idea of property. Marx changed the order to inventions, family, property, and government, in order to bring out more clearly the nexus between the last two. Morgan's book argued that, although the rights of wealth, of rank, and of official position had prevailed for thousands of years over justice and intelligence, there was ample evidence that the privileged classes were a burdensome 99 influence on society. Marx copied out almost in full one of the final pages of Ancient Society on the distortions that property could generate. It operated with concepts that made a deep impression on him. Since the advent of civilization, the outgrowth of property has been so immense, its forms so diversified, its uses so expanding and its management so intelligent in the interests of its owners, that it has become, on the part of the people, an unmanageable power. The human mind stands bewildered in the presence of its own creation. The time will come, nevertheless, when human intelligence will rise to the mastery over property, and define the relations of the state to the property it protects, as well as the obligations and the limits of the rights of its owners. The interests of society are paramount to individual interests, and the two must be brought into just and harmonious relations. 100. Morgan refused to believe that the final destiny of mankind was the mere pursuit of riches. He issued a stark warning. The dissolution of society bids fair to become the termination of a career of which property is the end and aim, because such a career contains the elements of self-destruction. Democracy in government, brotherhood in society, equality in rights and privileges, and universal education, foreshadow the next higher plane of society to which experience, intelligence, and knowledge are steadily tending. It 101 will be a revival, in a higher form, of the liberty, equality, and fraternity of the ancient gentes. 102. Bourgeois civilization, then, was itself a transitory stage. It had arisen at the end of 2 long epochs, the savage state and the barbaric state, which followed the abolition of communal forms of social organization. These forms imploded following the accumulation of property and wealth and the emergence of social classes and the state. But sooner or later prehistory and history were destined to join up once again. 103. Morgan considered ancient societies to have been very democratic and solidaristic. As for the present, he limited himself to a declaration of optimism about the progress of humanity, without invoking the necessity of political struggle. 104. Marx, however, did not envisage a socialist revival of the myth of the noble savage. He never hoped for a return to the past, but as he made clear when copying Morgan's book, looked to the advent of a higher form of society. 105. Based on a new mode of production and consumption. This would come about not through mechanical evolution, but only through conscious working class struggle. All of Marx's anthropological reading had a bearing on the origins and functions of the state. The excerpts from Morgan summarized its role in the transition from barbarism to civilization, while his notes on Maine concentrated on analysis of the relations between the individual and the state. 106. Consistent with his most significant theoretical texts on the subject, from the critique of Hegel's philosophy of law 107 to the Civil War in France 108, the ethnological notebooks also present the state as a power subjugating society, a force preventing the full emancipation of the individual. In the notes he wrote in 1881, Marx stressed the parasitic and transitory character of the state. Maine ignores the much deeper point, that the seeming supreme independent existence of the state is only seeming and that it is in all its forms an excrescence of society, just as its appearance itself arises only at a certain stage of social development, it disappears again as soon as society has reached a stage not yet attained. Marx followed this up with a critique of the human condition under the given historical circumstances. The formation of civilized society, with its transition from a regime of common to individual property, generated a still one-sided individuality. 109 If the true nature appears only when we analyze its content, that is, its interests, then this shows that these interests are common to certain social groups and therefore class interests. For Marx, the state is built on and presupposes classes. Hence the individuality that exists in this type of society is a class individuality, which in the last analysis is based on economic presuppositions. 110. In the ethnological notebooks, Marx also made a number of observations on the racist connotations of many of the anthropological reports he was studying. 111 His rejection of such ideology was categorical, and he commented caustically on the authors who expressed it in this way. Thus, when Maine used discriminatory epithets, he firmly interjected, "Again this nonsense." Moreover, expressions such as "the devil take this Aryan jargon," 112 keep recurring. Referring to Money's Java, or how to manage a colony, and fears the Aryan village in India and Ceylon, Marx studied the negative effects of the European presence in Asia. He was not at all interested in Money's views on colonial policy, but he found his book useful for the detail it gave about commerce. 113 He adopted a similar approach to Fear's book, focusing mainly on what he reported about the state in Bengal and ignoring his weak theoretical constructions. The authors whom Marx read and summarized in the ethnological notebooks had all been influenced with various nuances by the evolutionary conceptions of the age, and some had also become firm proponents of the superiority of bourgeois civilization. But an examination of the ethnological notebooks clearly shows that their ideological assertions had no influence on Marx. Theories of progress, hegemonic in the 19th century and widely shared by anthropologists and ethnologists, postulated that events would follow a pre-given course because of factors external to human action. A rigid sequence of stages had the capitalist world as its sole and uniform destination. Within the space of a few years, a naive belief in the automatic advance of history also took root in the Second International. The only difference from the bourgeois version was the prediction that a final stage would follow the inevitable collapse of the capitalist system, namely, the advent of socialism. 114. Not only was this analysis cognitively unsound, it produced a kind of fatalistic passivity, which became a stabilizing factor for the existing order and weakened the social and political action of the proletariat. Opposing this approach that so many regarded as scientific, and which was common to the bourgeois and socialist visions of progress, Marx rejected the siren calls of a one-way historicism and preserved his own complex, flexible, and variegated conception. Whereas, in comparison with the Darwinist oracles, Marx's voice might seem uncertain and hesitant. 115 He actually escaped the trap of economic determinism into which many of his followers and ostensible continuators tended to fall a position, light years from the theories they claimed to have inspired them, which would lead many into one of the worst characterizations of Marxism. In his manuscripts, notebooks, and letters to comrades and activists, as well as in the few public interventions he could still make against a backdrop of family dramas and declining physical capacities, Marx persevered with his efforts to reconstruct the complex history of the passage from antiquity to capitalism. From the anthropological studies that he read and summarized, he drew confirmation that human progress had proceeded more quickly in epochs when the sources of subsistence were expanding, from the birth of agriculture on. He treasured the historical information and data, but did not share the rigid schemas suggesting an inescapable sequence of stages in human history. Marx spurned any rigid linking of social changes to economic transformations alone. Instead, he highlighted the specificity of historical conditions, the multiple possibilities that the passing of time offered, and the centrality of human intervention in the shaping of reality and the achievement of change. 116 These were the salient features of Marx's theoretical elaboration in the final years of his life. In 1881, alongside his ethnological research, Marx resumed his study of organic chemistry and, continuing with interests from 1879, produced tables on paraffin, benzene, and various aromatic compounds. 117 Above all, however, he returned in the first half of the year to the study of mathematics, a challenge he had already taken up on several previous occasions. In early 1858, he wrote to Engels that he had made so many mistakes of calculation in writing the Grundrisse that in despair applied to a rapid revision of algebra. "I have never felt at home with arithmetic," he confessed, "but by making a detour with algebra I shall quickly get back into the way of things." 118 Initially, therefore, Marx's interest in the science of numbers was tied to his studies of political economy and an urgent need to solve certain theoretical problems that they posed. But once he got down to it, there was a profound change in his attitude. Apart from being useful for capital, mathematics became a source of cultural interest in itself, acquiring a really special place in his intellectual activities. As early as 1860, when his wife was ill with smallpox and his daughters were away for fear of catching it themselves, Marx, who had taken on the role of nurse, wrote to Engels, "Writing articles is almost out of the question. The only occupation that helps me maintain the necessary quietness of mind is mathematics." 119 He kept up this habit until the end of his days. He stressed the pleasure this gave him in many letters to Engels. In spring 1865, he wrote that in breaks from capital to complete which he was working like a horse, as the carbuncles, though still with him, did not disturb the brain pan. He was doing some differential calculus. "Any other kind of reading always drives me back to my writing desk." 120 Marx kept this up during the 1870s. 121 And from the end of the decade he went about it more methodically, writing hundreds of pages that came to be known as the mathematical manuscripts. 122 In 1881, Marx focused his attention on the mathematical theories of Isaac Newton and Gottfried Wilhelm Leibniz, who independently of each other, 123 the first in England, the second in Germany, had invented differential calculus and integral calculus, the two components of infinitesimal calculus. Following these studies, Marx wrote two short manuscripts, on the concept of the derived function and on the differential, that methodically presented his interpretation of differential calculus and illustrated the method he had discovered. Both texts were dedicated to Engels, and as soon as he had finished Marx sent them off for him to give his judgment. Marx's studies on the history of differential calculus, beginning with its origins, were accompanied with various notes and preliminary drafts. 124 And served a precise objective, to criticize the foundations of infinitesimal calculus, refuting the existence of a prime mathematics with dx and dy differentials. 125 In the course of this research, he particularly noted the mystical foundation of the differential calculus developed by Newton and Leibniz, neither of whom gave any formal explanation of how this had happened. Marx criticized them for introducing it without defining it. 126 This negative aspect had already been seized upon by other mathematicians, such as Jean d'Alembert and Joseph Louis Lagrange, whose theses Marx studied with great interest. Both these men, however, the first using the rationalist method and the notion of limit, the second using the purely algebraic method and the concept of derived function, had failed to solve the problem that Marx identified. Still dissatisfied at the end of these studies, Marx decided to seek a rigorous formal definition of differential calculus, conceptually based rather than mystical. But he was not familiar with the latest research on the subject, since his knowledge of the specialist literature stopped with the discoveries at the beginning of the 19th century. He did not manage to read the works by two contemporary mathematicians, Augustin Cauchy and Karl Weierstrass. 127 Which would probably have enabled him to advance toward the objective he had set for himself. 128 Engels, for his part, finally plucked up the courage in August 1881 to make a thorough study of Marx's mathematical manuscripts. He wrote to him offering his congratulations. Here at last we are able to see clearly what has long been maintained by many mathematicians who were unable to produce rational grounds for it, namely that the differential quotient is the prototype, while the differentials dx and dy are derived. Engels was so involved in the matter that it not only kept going round in his head all day, but he actually had a dream in which gave a fellow studs to differentiate them, and he made off with the lot 129. Discussions of the question among Marx, Engels, and their mutual friend Samuel Moore continued until the end of the following year. In November 1882, Marx was still convinced that he could dismiss the whole of this historical development of analysis by saying that, in practice, no essential change has been brought about in the geometrical application of differential calculus, i.e. in geometrical symbolization 130. Contrary to expectations, however, Marx would have no further opportunity to continue his research at the British Museum Library and to return to a detailed discussion of the various methods. In this very last period of his life, Marx's interest in differential calculus was no longer directly related to his work on capital. He focused more on pure mathematics rather than its application to economics, whereas in the 1870s he had wanted to determine mathematically the principal laws governing crises. 131. Despite what some experts have argued, 132, Marx's limited energies make it unlikely that he ever intended to write a mathematical text of his own. The mathematical manuscripts from this final period do show, however, what was most distinctive about Marx's preoccupation with mathematics. First and foremost, it was a useful intellectual stimulus in his search for a method of social analysis. In the end, mathematics became almost a physical space for him, sometimes a ludic space, but above all one where he could take refuge at moments of great personal difficulty. For citizen of the world, totally absorbed though he was in intensive theoretical studies, Marx never stopped taking an interest in the economic and international political events of his time. In addition to reading the main bourgeois newspapers, he received and regularly looked through the German and French working-class press. Curious as ever, he always began the day by perusing the news reports in order to remain on top of what was happening in the world. Correspondence with leading political and intellectual figures from various countries was often another valuable source of information, giving him fresh stimuli and deeper knowledge of a wide range of subjects. Early in 1881, Ferdinand Domela Nieuwenhuis, a leading figure in the Social Democratic League, the main socialist political force in the Netherlands at the time, gave Marx the opportunity to explain once more his views on the transition to communism. In the run-up to a socialist congress later that year, 133, which was intended to unify the largest parties of the European proletariat in a new international, Nieuwenhuis turned to Marx with a question that he considered of decisive importance: what legislative measures of a political and economic nature would a revolutionary government have to take after it came to power in order to guarantee the success of socialism? As in the past, Marx said he was opposed to answering such questions with a general formula. In fact, he considered them pointless, since what is to be done, and done immediately at any given, particular moment in the future, depends wholly and entirely on the actual historical circumstances in which action is to be taken. Posed in the abstract, it was a fallacious problem to which the only answer can be a critique of the question as such. 134. He was not interested in making predictions about what the free society of the future would look like, but focused on the conditions that would make it achievable. Marx therefore replied in peremptory fashion to Nieuwenhuis that it was impossible to solve an equation that does not comprise within its terms the elements of its solution. He was sure, moreover, that a socialist government will not come to the helm in a country unless things have reached a stage at which it can, before all else, take such measures as will so intimidate the mass of the bourgeoisie as to achieve the first desideratum time for effective action. 135. For Marx, it was clear that the establishment of a socialist system of production and consumption would be a long and complex process, certainly not achievable simply through the capture of the palace of power. Indeed, there would be nothing specifically socialist about the predicaments of a government that has suddenly come into being as a result of a popular victory. The Paris Commune, the only actual experience of a revolutionary government, could by no means be considered the reference model. For it had been a very special case, merely an uprising of one city in exceptional circumstances, most of whose political leadership was in no sense socialist, nor could it have been 136. In comparing the position of the working class of his time with that of the French bourgeoisie before the fall of the Ancien regime, Marx maintained that the proletarian front was not more backward. The general demands of the French bourgeoisie before 1789 were mutatis mutandis just as well defined as are today, with a fair degree of uniformity, the primary, immediate demands of the proletariat in all countries where there is capitalist production. But could any 18th-century Frenchman a priori have the least idea of the manner in which the demands of the French bourgeoisie would be implemented? 137. More generally, Marx never abandoned his conviction. A doctrinaire and of necessity fantastic anticipation of a future revolution's program of action only serves to distract from the present struggle. The dream of the imminent end of the world inspired the struggle of the early Christians against the Roman Empire and gave them confidence in victory. Scientific insight into the inevitable disintegration, now steadily taking place before our eyes, of the prevailing social order, the masses themselves, their fury mounting under the lash of the old governmental bogies, the gigantic and positive advances simultaneously taking place in the development of the means of production, all this is sufficient guarantee that the moment a truly proletarian revolution breaks out, the conditions for its immediate initial modus operandi will also be there. 138. Ending the letter with some remarks on the forthcoming Socialist Congress mentioned by Nieuwenhuis, Marx did not conceal his skepticism about the possibility of immediately creating a new transnational organization along the lines of the one he had coordinated for almost a decade. My own conviction is that the critical conjuncture for a new international working men's association has not yet arrived, hence I consider all labor congresses and or socialist congresses, insofar as they do not relate to the immediate, actual conditions obtaining in this or that specific nation, to be not only useless but harmful. They will invariably fizzle out in a host of rehashed generalized banalities. 139. Some of Marx's correspondents also raised with him a proposal made by the U.S. economist Henry George in his Progress and Poverty, a work sold in millions of copies in a number of languages. George's argument, much talked about in the press of the day, was that a single tax on land value should replace all other existing taxes. Government already takes some rent in taxation. With a few changes in our tax laws, we could take almost all. Therefore, I propose that we appropriate land rent for public use, through taxation. In its form, ownership of land would remain just as it is now. No owner need be dispossessed. No restriction need be placed upon the amount of land anyone could hold. If rent were taken by the state in taxes, then land would really be common property no matter in whose name or in what parcels it was held. Every member of the community would participate in the advantages of its ownership. In fact, when rent exceeds current government revenues, it will be necessary to actually increase the land tax to absorb excess rent. Taxation of rent would increase as we abolish other taxes. So, we may put our proposition into practical form by proposing, to abolish all taxes except on land values. 140. When the German revolutionary émigré Friedrich Zarga, as well as John Swinton and the American socialist Willard Brown, asked for his opinion about this proposal to solve the paradox of the coexistence of progress and poverty, Marx felt obliged to reply. His very brief assessment of the book was, as often happened, contemptuous. Marx recognized that George was a talented writer and that most of the praise heaped on the book in the United States was due to the fact that it represented a first, if unsuccessful, attempt at emancipation from orthodox political economy. But apart from these two small concessions, Marx hit out against the views of the economist on the other side of the ocean, who, as a theoretician, seemed to him totally backward. He had understood nothing of the nature of surplus value and lost himself in speculations about those portions of surplus value that have become independent about the relations between profit, rent, interest, etc. Marx not only contested George's basic tenet 141 but also denied its originality. In their younger days, Marx and Engels themselves had argued in the manifesto of the Communist Party for the abolition of property in land and application of all rents of land to public purposes, 142 as one of the 10 measures to be taken in the most advanced countries after the conquest of power by the working class. Marx reminded Swinton that the older disciples of Ricardo the Radical ones fancied already that by the public appropriation of the rent of land everything would be righted. 143 Marx had criticized this notion in 1847, in The Poverty of Philosophy, when he made it clear that if such economists as Mill, Cherbuliez, Hilditch, and others demand that rent should be handed over to the state to serve in place of taxes, it was a frank expression of the hatred the industrial capitalist bears towards the landed proprietor, who seems to him a useless thing, an excrescence upon the general body of bourgeois production. 144 It was certainly not enough to remove the inequalities in contemporary society. In his reply to Zarga, Marx mentioned other authors who had proposed similar ideas in the past. Jean Hippolyte Collins, for example, had tried to make a socialist panacea of this desideratum of the English radical bourgeois economists, declaring this procedure to be a solution of the antagonisms inherent in today's mode of production. And the economist Adolf Samter, a shallow-paid Prussian banker and lottery collector and follower of Johann Rodbertus, had distended this socialism to fill a hefty tome, under the title Social Doctrine, on the satisfaction of needs in human society. For Marx, George's book fitted into this tradition of thought, although it was all the more inexcusable than other examples. A citizen of the United States, where the land was relatively accessible to the great mass of the people and to a certain degree still, should have explained how it was possible that the capitalist economy and the corresponding enslavement of the working class had developed more rapidly and brazenly than in any other country. 145 However, he declared, all these socialists have this in common: they allow wage labor and hence also capitalist production to subsist, while endeavoring to delude themselves and the world into believing that the transformation of rent into taxation paid to the state must bring about the automatic disappearance of all the abuses of capitalist production. 146. Whatever their intentions, then, the theories of George and like-minded writers were merely an attempt, tricked out with socialism, to save the capitalist regime and, indeed, to re-establish it on an even broader basis than at present. 147 In conclusion, Marx attacked George's revolting presumptuousness and arrogance, which he saw as the unmistakable hallmark of all such panacea-mongers. 148. In the course of 1881, Marx continued to observe world events and to comment on them with comrades and family members. In particular, he wrote a long letter to Danielson in February that contained some priceless observations on the situation in several countries. The study of economic crashes always a priority for Marx, and the Great Depression that, in 1873, struck a number of countries, particularly England, stimulated the researcher's interest and intensified the militant's hopes. On the financial events in the United Kingdom, he wrote, if the great industrial and commercial crisis England has passed through went over without the culminating financial crash at London, this exceptional phenomenon was only due to French money. 149. These considerations were accompanied with a description of the general economic context. The recession had manifested itself in a marked drop in productivity and a dramatic stagnation of exports. Britain had ceased to be the workshop of the world, and the Victorian prosperity of the previous decades had remained no more than a memory. In particular, Marx noted, the English railway system rolls on the same inclined plane as the European public debt system. The ruling magnates amongst the different railway nets directors contract not only progressively new loans in order to enlarge their networks, i.e. the territory, where they rule as absolute monarchs, but they enlarge their respective networks in order to have new pretexts for engaging in new loans which enable them to pay the interest due to the holders of obligations, preferential shares, etc., and also from time to throw a sop to the much ill-used common shareholders in the shape of somewhat increased dividends. This pleasant method must one day or another terminate in an ugly catastrophe. 150. Marx showed no less interest in events on the other side of the Atlantic. One of these was the San Francisco riot of July 1877, with its ethnic violence directed against the Chinese community. In November 1880, Marx repeatedly requested Zarga to send him meaty stuff from the United States on economic conditions in California. He had agreed to press on with his analysis of the region, which he considered highly important because in no other place has revolution by capitalist centralization been effected with such effrontery at such great speed. 151 Shortly afterwards, having received the materials for his research, Marx made some extracts from George's article The Carney Agitation in California, which had appeared in the Popular Science Monthly. Stimulated by this piece, in the context of growing poverty resulting from the Great Depression onwards, Marx too focused on the racist demagoguery of Dennis Carney against the Chinese workers and the counter-mobilization organized by the Workingmen's Party of the United States. Using the slogan "The Chin Men Must Go," 152 Carney had speculated that the workers' rage at the continuing crisis could be turned against migrants and used to stir up clashes among the poor. Marx copied George's observation that communism or socialism had failed to win the support of most workers, because the presence of the Chinese largely engrossed the attention of the laboring classes, offering what has seemed to them a sufficient explanation of the fall of wages and difficulty of finding employment. 153 Marx was well aware that conflicts among workers, particularly after waves of migration, were a powerful weapon that the bourgeoisie could use to distract them from the real problems of capitalist society. But although he was increasingly alert to the difficulties and contradictions of the class struggle, he retained great expectations of the revolutionary potential of the workers' movement. 154. Marx also closely followed the financial collapse of Jay Gould, a major U.S. railroad builder, who, by means of huge speculative operations, had become one of the richest and most unscrupulous men of his time with a not undeserved reputation as king of the robber barons. 155 He owned the Erie Railroad Company, which operated the historic line between New York and the Northeast, and in 1879 he had taken control of 3 major networks, including the Union Pacific Railroad, in many Pacific Coast states, and the Missouri Pacific Railroad, which ran services east of the Mississippi River. All this added up to 16,000 kilometers of track, a ninth of the country's total. In 1881, he further expanded his empire by taking over Western Union as well. Interested as he was in developments in American society, Marx could not have failed to follow Gould's ascent or to comment on the way in which he defended himself from public attacks. In the United States, the railway kings have become the butt of attacks, not only, as before this, on the part of the farmers and other industrial entrepreneurs of the West, but also on the part of the grand representative of commerce, the New York Chamber of Commerce. The octopogus railway king and financial swindler Gould has, on his side, told the New York commercial magnates, "You now attack the railways, because you think them most vulnerable considering their present unpopularity, but take heed, after the railways every sort of corporation will have its turn, then, later on, all forms of associated capital, finally, all forms of capital. You are thus paving the way to communism, whose tendencies are already more and more spreading among the people." 156. Mr. Gould has a good nose, Marx joked. 157 Hoping that this tendency would indeed assert itself in the United States. In the same letter, he also touched on events in India and went so far as to predict that serious complications, if not a general outbreak, in store for the British government. 158 The degree of exploitation had become more and more intolerable. What the English take from them annually in the form of rent, dividends for railways useless to the Hindus, pensions for military and civil servicemen, for Afghanistan and other wars, etc., what they take from them without any equivalent and quite apart from what they appropriate to themselves annually within India, speaking only of the value of the commodities the Indians have gratuitously and annually to send over to England, it amounts to more than the total sum of income of the 60 millions of agricultural and industrial laborers of India. This is a bleeding process, with a vengeance. The famine years are pressing each other and in dimensions till now not yet suspected in Europe. There is an actual conspiracy going on wherein Hindus and Mussulmans cooperate. The British government is aware that something is brewing, but this shallow people, stultified by their own parliamentary ways of talking and thinking, do not even desire to see clear, to realize the whole extent of the imminent danger. To delude others and by deluding them to delude yourself, this is parliamentary wisdom in a nutshell. Just as well, 159. Ever since the 1860s, Marx had also paid close attention to the Irish cause. Some of his reflections are to be found in a letter of April 11 to his daughter Jenny Longay, who had for many years been a supporter of the Fenian movement. Marx was totally opposed to the occupation of Ireland and the terrible injustices that the British perpetrated there. Thus, when William Gladstone, that arch-hypocrite and casuist of the old-fashioned school 160, heard in 1868 that he had been appointed Prime Minister, he declared that his political mission was to pacify Ireland. 161. The first measures that Gladstone took to address the decisive question of land ownership totally failed to live up to the expectations he had aroused. The Landlord and Tenant Act, passed in 1870 as an amendment to existing legislation, merely made the situation worse. For by the end of the decade, Ireland was the scene of numerous protests against the landowners' terrible exactions, and a revolt against British rule was indeed brewing. When the Liberals submitted a second piece of legislation in April 1881, the Land Law Act, Marx again rounded on a government that, contrary to the claims of its supporters, had not really sought to curb the English landowners' arbitrary power over their tenants. In reality, he wrote to Jenny, Gladstone, by his disgraceful preliminary measures, has brought about the conditions under which mass evictions are now taking place in Ireland. 162. In Marx's view, the proposed reforms were pure humbug, seeing that the Lords, who can get anything they want from Gladstone, and no longer have to tremble before the Land League. 163 will doubtless throw it out or else so castrate it that the Irish themselves will end up voting against it. 164. Marx was wrong in so far as the British Parliament approved the measures, but he was right in predicting that they would not solve the problems of Ireland. As a result of the new legislation, only a few hundred farmers were able to purchase land, and the agitation picked up again a few years later. In another letter to Jenny sent a few weeks later, Marx returned to the charge. He saw that it had been a very fine trick on Gladstone's part, at a moment when landed property in Ireland depreciated by the import of corn and cattle from the United States, to offer big landlords the possibility to sell that property at a price it does no longer possess. 165. He asked Jenny to get her husband, Charles Longay, to read the speech given in Cork by Charles Parnell, the main figure in the Irish parliamentary party. He will find in it the substance of what ought to be said about Gladstone's new Land Act. 166. In the end, for Marx, the real intricacies of the Irish land problem, which indeed are not especially Irish, are so great that the only true way to solve it would be to give the Irish Home Rule and thus force them to solve it themselves. But John Bull is too stupid to understand this point. 167. In general, it certainly cannot be said that Marx was enthusiastic about living under the English monarchy. The death of Benjamin Disraeli, twice Prime Minister and for many years leader of the Conservative Party, occurred on April 19 and elicited a campaign of exaltation. This seemed to Marx the last London craze, which gave John Bull the satisfaction of admiring his own magnanimity. In fact, Disraeli's second government had seen one negative episode after another, in foreign policy, the Second Afghan War and the bloody conflict in South Africa known as the Anglo-Zulu War, and in the economy, the downturn in agricultural and industrial production. These were the reasons for his crushing defeat in the general elections of 1880. Reflecting on Disraeli's posthumous return to popularity, Marx commented, "Is it not grand to act the sycophant with regard to a dead man whom just before his kicking the bucket you had saluted with rotten apples and foul eggs?" Perhaps, he noted sarcastically, this was meant to teach the lower classes that, however their natural superiors might fall out amongst each other during the struggle for place and pelf, death brings out the truth that the leaders of the ruling classes are always great and good men. 168. He also hated the English climate. On June 6, he complained bitterly to his daughter of the infernal rainy and cold weather today and yesterday, which had coincided with Irish protest actions in the English capital. It was one of the bad tricks the Celestial Father has always in store for his London plebeian cattle and sheep. Yesterday he spoiled by the rain the Hyde Park demonstration of Parnell's. 169. Of course, Marx by no means neglected the two main countries on the continent, Germany and France. As in the past, he took an active interest in them whenever possible, meeting left-wing political leaders, authors of books of socialist theory, and others who wrote in papers and reviews in support of the proletarian movement. In the course of 1880, Marx was particularly assiduous with regard to the French workers' movement, contributing to its advance in ways that seemed opportune and practicable. In October of the previous year, the Federation of the Socialist Workers of France, born out of a fusion of various socialist currents, met in Congress in Marseilles. Its proceedings were marked by a conflict between the Possibilists, headed by the former anarchist Paul Brousse, and another current closer to Marx's ideas, led by Jules Guesde. When the latter won a majority, Marx commented to Zarga, the anti-communist gang, composed of very heterogeneous elements, was finally defeated at the Marseilles Congress 170. Guesde, who, with elections in the offing, had to draw up a political program, turned to Marx for assistance, and Paul Lafargue arranged for them to meet in London in May 1880. This was the origin of the electoral program of the Socialist Workers, which appeared in various French dailies in the spring and was adopted at Le Havre in November at the founding Congress of the French Workers' Party. Marx's contribution in setting forth the primary demands of the working class was decisive. 171 Starting from the point that workers could never be free in a system of production based on wage labor, Marx declared that their emancipation would be achieved only after the political and economic expropriation of the capitalist class and the return of all the means of production to collective ownership. 172 The working class, he continued, should fight any kind of discrimination and operate in such a way as to end women's subaltern position in relation to men. The emancipation of the productive class is that of all human beings without distinction of sex or race. 173 The economic part of the electoral program of the socialist workers clearly spelled out two key points: legal prohibition of bosses employing foreign workers at a wage less than that of French workers, and equal pay for equal work, for workers of both sexes. 174. The workers should support a form of government that could guarantee their broadest participation. They should fight for suppression of the public debt. 175 For the transformation of all direct taxes into a progressive tax on incomes, and for an end to state support for religious orders. The working class should also demand the right to publicly funded education for all and fight for annulment of all the contracts that have alienated public property. At the same time, it should mobilize for the operation of all state-owned workshops to be entrusted to the workers who work there. The political organization of the proletariat, including the constitution of a distinct political party. 176 Competing with democratic parties and fighting against bourgeois ones, was essential for the achievement of these aims. In a letter to Zarga, Marx explained that with the exception of some stupidities such as a minimum wage fixed by law which risked turning into the maximum any capitalist would accept. 177 The economic section of the document consisted solely of demands that have, in fact, arisen spontaneously out of the workers' movement itself. For Marx, to bring the French workers down to earth out of their verbal cloud cuckoo land was a tremendous step forward, and therefore aroused much resentment among all those French intellectual frauds who make a living as cloud gatherers. He also stressed that, for the first time, the program had been discussed by the workers themselves, proved that this the first real workers' movement in France. 178 Marx clearly distinguished this phase from the one that had gone before, when sects there received their slogans from their founders, while the bulk of the proletariat followed the radical or pseudo-radical bourgeois and fought for them when the day came, only to be slaughtered, deported, etc., on the morrow by the very laddies they had placed at the helm. 179. In March 1880, Marx had offered his support for another political initiative of the Federation of the Socialist Workers of France. He drafted the Workers' Questionnaire, a long, 101-point questionnaire that was published in the April issue of the Socialist Review, before being distributed in 25,000 copies all over France. In one of the usual accounts he sent across the Atlantic to Zarga, he reported that this journal too, though edited by Benoit Malin, a man formerly close to Bakunin's positions, now felt bound to espouse modern scientific socialism. 180. In his brief introduction to the questionnaire, Marx wrote that workers alone can describe with full knowledge the misfortunes from which they suffer, and that only they, and not saviors sent by Providence, can energetically apply the healing remedies for the social ills to which they are a prey. Their answers would be used to expose the facts and crimes of capitalist exploitation, a statement of grievances that were the first act which socialist democracy must perform to prepare the way for social regeneration. 181. Elsewhere, Marx had described the political significance of initiatives like the International Working Men's Association 182 and the investigations contained in the English factory inspectors' reports, the so-called Blue Books, were fundamental, also at a purely theoretical level, for the composition of capital, volume I. Along with the gathering of as much information as possible about the working conditions of the French proletariat, Marx's aim was to help workers become more critically aware of the capitalist modus operandi. The Workers' Questionnaire was divided into 4 parts. In the first, workers were asked to describe the factory where they were employed, and in particular to supply as much detail as possible about the division of labor and the muscular and nervous strain required and its general effect on the health. There were also questions on matters such as workplace incidents and effluvia, harmful for the health and specific diseases. 183. The second part asked for details about the workers' jobs, how many days and hours they worked, whether they also had to work nights, how much they were fined for lateness, whether the laws prohibiting child labor were respected, what kind of schooling, if any, existed for children and young people in their trade, and whether it took place in special premises. 184. The third part mainly concentrated on wages. Workers were asked to specify whether they were paid time or piece rates, the amount of wages paid to women and children in the same shop, the length of the credit given to the employer before receiving payment for work already carried out, and whether they were paid after a week a month. What were the effects of delayed payment of wages? 185. And were these sufficient for basic expenses? The fourth and final part of the Workers' Questionnaire concerned class struggles. Marx wanted to know, from the actual participants, the reasons why they took strike action, whether any resistance associations existed for mutual aid, and how these were managed. Were there cooperative guilds in the workers' trade, and if so, how were they controlled? Were there any workshops in trade in which payment made to the workers partly in the form of wages and partly in the form of so-called profit sharing? 186. For Marx, such profit sharing was the new mystification that the bourgeoisie was trying to peddle to the working class. 187. In the more than 30 years he spent in London, as well as on the few journeys he was able to make, Marx got to know hundreds of militants and intellectuals committed to the cause of the working classes. He took special pleasure in receiving visits from young people, since, as he liked to put it, I must train people to continue communist propaganda after me. 188. It was also in 1881 that Marx first met Koskai, but his impressions of him were far from positive. Although a decent fellow in his own way, he was essentially a mediocrity, narrow in outlook, overwise, a know-all, hard-working after a fashion, much concerned with statistics out of which, however, he makes little sense, by nature a member of the Philistine tribe. Therefore, Marx jokingly confided to his daughter Jenny that he had decided to unload him onto amigo Engels, as much as, adding that Engels had become much more tolerant toward him on receiving proof of his considerable drinking ability. 189. That summer, Marx closely followed events leading up to the French elections. Leon Gambetta was likely to become prime minister and his Republican Union to win a majority of seats in parliament. 2 weeks before the ballot, he shared his predictions with Engels. It may be that the extreme left will slightly increase its numbers, but the chief upshot of this will probably be victory for Gambetta. Things being what they are in France, the shortness of the election period will decide the issue in favor of humbugs with numerous strongholds in their possession, prospective bestowers of places in the machinery of government, and the men who control the exchequer, etc. The Grevist 190 could have licked Gambetta if, after the latter's recent failures, they had had the energy to throw his appendages, Cazot, Constans, and Fur, out of the cabinet. Since they didn't, the place hunters, speculators on the bourse, etc., etc., are saying to themselves, Gambetta is the man. The general onslaughts daily made upon him in the radical and reactionary press contribute to enhance him despite all his tomfooleries. On top of which the peasants regard Gambetta as the NEC plus ultra in possible republicanism. 191. Later that month, Marx wrote to Engels about the state of the Workers' Party in Paris. Prosper Olivier Lissagaray, a revolutionary and author of the History of the Paris Commune of 1871, whom Marx considered wholly impartial in this respect, had told him that although only existing as a seedling, it alone counts for anything vis-a-vis the bourgeois parties of all nuances. Its organization, though still tenuous and more or less fictitious, was nevertheless sufficiently disciplined for it to be able to put up candidates in every arrondissement to make its presence felt at meetings and annoy the official society people. Marx had verified everything on the spot, by reading Paris papers of every complexion and noting that there's not one that doesn't grind its teeth at that general nuisance, the Collectivist Workers' Party. 192. The whole world was contained in his room as he sat there at his desk. Through his study of social changes in the United States, his hopes for an end to colonial oppression in India, his support for the Fenian cause, analysis of the economic crisis in Britain, and interest in the elections in France, Marx constantly observed the signs of social conflict developing at every latitude around the world. He tried to keep up with them, wherever they emerged. Not without reason he could say of himself, I am a citizen of the world and act wherever I am. 193. The last years of his life did not belie this mode of existence. 2. Controversy over the development of capitalism in Russia. 1. The question of the agrarian commune. In his political writings, Marx had always identified Russia as one of the main obstacles to working-class emancipation on the European stage. In the New York Tribune articles and the secret diplomatic history of the 18th century, as well as in his voluminous correspondence, he had emphasized that Russia's social backwardness, sluggish economic development, despotic political regime, and conservative foreign policy helped to make the vast Tsarist empire the advance post of counter-revolution. Marx continued to hold this judgment over time. But in his final years, he began to look rather differently at Russia, having recognized some possible conditions for a major social transformation in certain changes that were underway there. Indeed, Russia seemed more likely to produce a revolution than Britain, where capitalism had created the proportionately largest number of factory workers in the world, but where the workers' movement, enjoying better living conditions partly based on colonial exploitation, had grown weaker and undergone the negative conditioning of trade union reformism. In 1882, in their preface to the second Russian edition of the Manifesto of the Communist Party, Marx and Engels recalled that during the revolution of 1848–49, not only the European princes, but the European bourgeois as well, found their only salvation from the proletariat, which was just beginning to awaken, in Russian intervention. The Tsar was proclaimed the chief of European reaction. They added, however, albeit with an element of political propaganda, today he is a prisoner of war of the revolution in Gatchina 1 and Russia forms the vanguard of revolutionary action in Europe too. Marx followed and greeted very favorably the peasant movements in Russia that preceded the abolition of serfdom in 1861.3 from 1870, having learned to read Russian, he then kept up to date with events by consulting statistics and more thorough texts on social economic changes, and by corresponding with prominent Russian scholars. 4 Looking back in 1877 at his own trajectory, Marx wrote, "In order to reach an informed judgment on Russia's economic development, I learned Russian and then for many years studied official and other publications relating to the question." 5 Marx went so deep in his studies of Russia that they became a theme of banter with Engels. 6 In the 70s, there was a key encounter with the work of the Russian socialist philosopher and writer Nikolai Chernyshevsky. Marx procured many of his writings. 7 And the views of the main figure in Russian populism. 8 Which at this time was a left-wing, anti-capitalist movement. Chernyshevsky became an always useful reference for his analysis of the social changes taking place in Russia. Marx thought that his economic works were excellent. 9 And in early 1873 he already declared himself familiar with a major part of his writings. 10 He even spoke of publishing something about Chernyshevsky's life and personality, so as to create some interest in him in the West. 11 Reading Chernyshevsky was one of main incentives for Marx to learn Russian. In studying the work of the author whom he had described as the great Russian scholar and critic, 12 Marx discovered original views about whether, in some parts of the world, economic development could bypass the capitalist mode of production and the terrible social consequences it had had for the working class in Western Europe. In particular, in his critique of the philosophical prejudices against communal ownership of the land, Chernyshevsky had asked whether a given social phenomenon has to pass through all the logical moments in the real life of every society. 13 His answer had been negative. In what would become one of the manifestos of the populist movement, in which events following the arrival of the British in New Zealand were taken as a reference, he had summarized his view in 5 points. 1 When a social phenomenon has reached a high level of development in one nation, its progression to that stage in another, more backward nation may occur rather more quickly than it did in the advanced nation. 2 This acceleration takes place thanks to the contact that the backward nation has with the advanced nation. 3 This acceleration consists in the fact that in a backward nation, thanks to the influence of the advanced nation, the development of a certain social phenomenon leaps directly from the lower to the higher level, avoiding intermediate stages along the way. 4 In this accelerated process of development, the intermediate stages, skipped over by the once backward nation now profiting from the experience and science of the advanced nation, attain only a theoretical existence, as logical moments, without actually becoming a reality. 5 Even if these intermediate stages attain actual existence, they will be of truly insignificant dimensions and have even less relevance for practical life. 14 On the basis of these observations, Chernyshevsky put forward 2 conclusions. 15 That help to define the political demands of the Russian populists and to provide them with a scientific foundation. 1 The higher stage of development coincides in form with its source. 2 Under the influence of the high development which a certain phenomenon of social life has attained among the most advanced peoples, this phenomenon can develop very swiftly among other peoples, and rise from a lower level straight to a higher one, passing over the intermediate logical moments. 16 We should note that Chernyshevsky's theories differed markedly from those of many Slavophile thinkers of his time. To be sure, he shared their denunciation of the effects of capitalism and their opposition to the proletarianization of labor in the Russian countryside. 17 But he was decidedly averse to the positions of the aristocratic intelligentsia, which hoped to preserve the structures of the past, and he never described the obshchina, the peasant village community, as an idyllic form typical only of the Slavic peoples. 18 Indeed, he saw no reason to be proud of the survival of such vestiges of primitive antiquity. For Chernyshevsky, their persistence in certain countries testified only to the slowness and weakness of historical evolution. In agrarian relations, for example, the preservation of communal ownership, which had disappeared in this sense among other peoples, was by no means a sign of superiority but demonstrated that the Russians had lived less. 19 Chernyshevsky was strongly convinced that Russia's development could not proceed regardless of the gains achieved in Western Europe. The positive features of the rural commune needed to be preserved, but they could ensure the well-being of the peasant masses only if they were inserted into a different productive context. Point 20 The Obshchina could contribute to an incipient stage of social emancipation, but only if it became the embryo of a new and radically different organization of society. Communal ownership of the land had to be backed up with a collective form of farming and distribution. Moreover, without the scientific discoveries and technological acquisitions associated with the rise of capitalism, the Obshchina would never become an experiment in truly modern agricultural cooperativism. Point 21 In Russia, progress stemming from industrialization. This was the key point. Must not bring about the conditions of poverty and exploitation typical of capitalism. Chernyshevsky found the theoretical basis for this transition from an archaic to a post-capitalist organization of production in German philosophy. In his view, it was thanks to Hegel and Schelling that it was possible to say that in all spheres of life, the higher level of development, in terms of form, is analogous to the principle that is its source. 22. The primitive stage was characterized by communal ownership of the land. In a second stage, following the intensification of productive development, the land became the private property of those who invested capital in its cultivation. In a third and final stage, communal ownership is necessary not only for the well-being of the agricultural class but also for the progress of agriculture itself. It is again affirmed as a higher form of man's relations with the land. 23. Though based more on dialectics than on concrete historical analytic research, Chernyshevsky's conception had the merit of countering those who saw historical development in terms of unshakable linear progress toward a predefined end. Politically, this meant that it would be possible to avoid passing through the second stage, and that the communal ownership of the land still alive in rural communes would not necessarily have to be destroyed through the spread of private property. Point 24 Indeed, the strengthening of communal ownership would enable the birth of a system of agrarian collectivism capable of ensuring social justice to the peasantry and satisfying the needs of the whole population. Starting from these foundations, the populists made it the dual aim of their program to impede the advance of capitalism in Russia and to utilize the emancipatory potential of the existing rural communes. Chernyshevsky presented this prospect in a striking image. History, he wrote, like a grandmother, is terribly fond of its smallest grandchildren. To latecomers it gives not the bones but the marrow, whereas in trying to break the bones Western Europe has hurt its fingers ever so badly. 25. In arguing along these lines, Chernyshevsky had drawn inspiration from the theories of Alexander Herzen. For example, in an open letter to Jules Michelet, Herzen had asserted that the history of the West provides us with certain lessons, but no more. We do not consider ourselves the legal executors of your past. 26. The study of the work of Chernyshevsky was very useful for Marx. In 1881, as his growing interest in archaic forms of community led him to study contemporary anthropologists, and as his reflections constantly reached beyond Europe, a chance happening encouraged him to deepen his study of Russia. In mid-February 1881, he received a brief but intense and engaging letter from Vera Zasulich, a populist militant, who had made an attempt on the life of the St. Petersburg police chief. 27 Written in French, it had been sent on February 16 from Geneva, where she had taken refuge from the Tsarist police. A great admirer of Marx, who she thought must be aware of the great popularity of capital in Russia, Zasulich wanted to know whether he also knew of the influence it had had on Russian comrades discussing the agrarian question and the rural commune. She stressed that he, better than anyone, could understand the urgency of the problem, a life and death question for Russian revolutionaries, and added that even the personal fate of our revolutionary socialists depended 28 on his answer. Zasulich then summarized the two different viewpoints that had emerged in the discussions. Either the rural commune, freed of exorbitant tax demands, payment to the nobility and arbitrary administration, is capable of developing in a socialist direction, that is, gradually organizing its production and distribution on a collectivist basis. In that case, the revolutionary socialist must devote all his strength to the liberation and development of the commune. If, however, the commune is destined to perish, All that remains for the socialist, as such, is more or less ill-founded calculations as to how many decades it will take for the Russian peasants' land to pass into the hands of the bourgeoisie, and how many centuries it will take for capitalism in Russia to reach something like the level of development already attained in Western Europe. Their task will then be to conduct propaganda solely among the urban workers, while these workers will be continually drowned in the peasant mass which, following the dissolution of the commune, will be thrown onto the streets of the large towns in search of a wage. 29. Zasulich further pointed out that some of those involved in the debate argued that the rural commune is an archaic form condemned to perish by history, scientific socialism and, in short, everything above debate. Those who held this view called themselves Marx's disciples par excellence, Marxists. Their strongest argument was often, Marx said so. For this reason, she addressed a heartfelt plea to Marx: you would be doing us a great favor if you were to set forth your ideas on the possible fate of our rural commune, and on the theory that it is historically necessary for every country in the world to pass through all the phases of capitalist production. The question was so vital, and Zasulich so eager to know the thinking of the most prestigious living socialist, that she ended by requesting an answer at least in the form of a letter, 30, which, if time did not allow a more detailed exposition, could be translated and published in Russia. The question posed by Zasulich arrived at the right moment, just when Marx was absorbed in the study of pre-capitalist communities. Her message thus induced him to analyze an actual historical case of great contemporary relevance, closely related to his theoretical interests at that time. 31 The full complexity of his response can be appreciated only in the context of his reflections on capitalism and the transition to socialism. 2. Is capitalism a necessary prerequisite for a communist society? The conviction that expansion of the capitalist mode of production is a necessary prerequisite for the birth of communist society runs through the whole of Marx's work. In the manifesto of the Communist Party, he and Friedrich Engels declared that attempts at a working-class revolution during the age of the overthrow of feudal society had been doomed to failure, owing to the then undeveloped state of the proletariat, as well as to the absence of the economic conditions for its emancipation, conditions that had yet to be produced, and could be produced by the impending bourgeois epoch alone. 32. Exploiting new geographical discoveries and the birth of the world market, the bourgeoisie had given a cosmopolitan character to production and consumption in every country. 33. More important still, it had created the weapons that bring death to itself and the human beings who would wield those weapons, the modern working class, the proletarians. 34. Who were increasing at the same rhythm at which capitalism was expanding. For Marx and Engels, the advance of industry, whose involuntary promoter is the bourgeoisie, replaces the isolation of the laborers, due to competition, by their revolutionary combination, due to association. 35. Marx expressed a similar judgment, in a more political optic, in the brilliant speech at the anniversary of the People's Paper. Recalling that historically unprecedented industrial and scientific forces had been born together with capitalism, he told the militants attending the event that steam, electricity, and the self-acting mule were revolutionists of a rather more dangerous character than even citizens Barbes, Raspail and Blanqui. 36. In the Grundrisse, Marx repeated several times the idea that capitalism creates bourgeois society and the universal appropriation of nature and of the social nexus itself by the members of society. In this text, he clearly affirmed that capital drive beyond national boundaries and prejudices and, equally, beyond nature worship, as well as beyond the traditional satisfaction of existing needs and the reproduction of old ways of life confined within long-established and complacently accepted limits. Capital is destructive towards, and constantly revolutionizes, all this, tearing down all barriers which impede the development of the productive forces, the extension of the range of needs, the differentiation of production, and the exploitation and exchange of all natural and spiritual powers. 37. One of Marx's most analytic accounts of the positive effects of capitalist production is to be found toward the end of Capital, Volume I, in the section entitled Historical Tendency of Capitalist Accumulation. In the passage in question, he summarizes the 6 conditions generated by capitalism, particularly by its centralization, 38, that constitute the basic prerequisites for the birth of communist society. These are: the cooperative labor process, the scientific technological contribution to production, the appropriation of the forces of nature by production, the creation of machinery that workers can only operate in common, the economizing of all means of production, and the tendency to the creation of the world market. For Marx, hand in hand with this expropriation of many capitalists by a few, other developments take place on an ever-increasing scale, such as the growth of the cooperative form of the labor process, the conscious technical application of science, the methodical cultivation of the soil, the transformation of the instruments of labor into instruments of labor only usable in common, the economizing of all means of production by their use as the means of production of combined, socialized labor, the entanglement of all peoples in the net of the world market, and, with this, the international character of the capitalistic regime. 39. Marx well knew that the concentration of production in the hands of a small number of bosses increased the mass of misery, oppression, slavery, degradation, and exploitation for the working class. 40. But he was also aware that the cooperation of wage laborers is entirely brought about by the capital that employs them. 41. He was convinced that the extraordinary growth of the productive forces under capitalism, greater and faster than in all previously existing modes of production, had created the conditions to overcome the social economic relations that capitalism had itself brought about, and therefore to achieve the transition to socialist society. In Capital, Volume I, Marx wrote that the capitalist mode of production presents itself to us historically as a necessary condition for the transformation of the labor process into a social process. 42. In his view, the socially productive power of labor develops as a free gift to capital, whenever the workmen are placed under given conditions, and it is capital that places them under such conditions. 43. Marx understood that the most favorable circumstances for communism could be realized only through the expansion of capital. Fanatically bent on making value expand itself, ruthlessly forces the human race to produce for production's sake, he thus forces the development of the productive powers of society, and creates those material conditions, which alone can form the real basis of a higher form of society, a society in which the full and free development of every individual forms the ruling principle. 44. Further reflections on the decisive role of the capitalist mode of production in preparing the way for communism occur throughout Marx's critique of political economy. As he wrote in the Grundrisse, although one of the tendencies of capital is to create disposable time, it subsequently converts it into surplus labor. 45. It valorizes labor to the maximum, while the quantity of labor necessary for the production of a certain object is in fact reduced to the minimum. For Marx this was an absolutely essential point. It would redound to the advantage of emancipated labor and was the condition for its emancipation. 46. Hence capital was instrumental, despite itself, in creating the means of social disposable time, of reducing labor time for the whole of society to a declining minimum, and of thus setting free the time of all for their own development. 47. Not only did Marx believe that capitalism, in respect of its capacity to expand the productive forces to the maximum, was the best system that had ever existed. He also recognized that, despite the ruthless exploitation of human beings, it had a number of potentially progressive elements, which allowed, much more than in earlier societies, the valorization of individual potentials. Although he was profoundly averse to the productivist principle of capitalism, to the imperative of the production of surplus labor, Marx considered the increase in productive capacities in relation to the growth of individual faculties. Indeed, in the Grundrisse he argued, in the act of reproduction itself are changed not only the objective conditions, e.g. village becomes city, the wilderness becomes cultivated clearings, etc., but also the producers, who transform themselves in that they evolve new qualities from within themselves, develop through production new powers and new ideas, new modes of intercourse, new needs, and new speech. 48. This more intense and complex advance of the productive forces generated the richest development of individuals. 49. And the universality of relations among human beings. 50. In Capital, Volume I, 2, Marx outlined how the exchange of commodities breaks through all local and personal bounds inseparable from direct barter, and develops a whole network of social relations spontaneous in their growth and entirely beyond the control of the actors. 51 This imperiously calls for production to take place under a form appropriate to the full development of the human race. 52. Finally, Marx thought certain tendencies in capitalism were favorable to the emancipation of women and the modernization of relations in the domestic sphere. In the important instructions for the delegates of the Provisional General Council, The Different Questions, drafted for the First Congress of the International Working Men's Association, he wrote that, although under capital it was distorted into an abomination. The tendency of modern industry to make children and juvenile persons of both sexes cooperate in the great work of social production a progressive, sound, and legitimate tendency. 53. Similar views are expressed in Capital. However terrible and disgusting the dissolution, under the capitalist system, of the old family ties may appear, nevertheless, modern industry, by assigning as it does an important part in the process of production, outside the domestic sphere, to women, to young persons, and to children of both sexes, creates a new economic foundation for a higher form of the family and of the relations between the sexes. 54. Marx added that, while capitalist production completely tears asunder the old bond of union which held together agriculture and manufacture in their infancy, this collects the population in great centers, causing an ever-increasing preponderance of town population, concentrating the historical motive power of society. 55. In sum, on the basis of the dialectical method he used in Capital and in its preparatory manuscripts, Marx maintained that the elements for the formation of a new society mature along with the material conditions and the combination on a social scale of the processes of production. 56. These material premises are decisive for the achievement of a higher synthesis in the future. 57. And, although revolution will never arise solely through economic dynamics but will always require a political factor too, the advent of communism demands for society a certain material groundwork or set of conditions of existence which in their turn are the spontaneous product of a long and painful process of development. 58. Similar ideas that confirm the continuity of Marx's thought are contained in short but significant writings of a political character that he wrote after Capital. In Notes on Bakunin's book Statehood and Anarchy, which documents his radical differences with the Russian revolutionary over the prerequisites for an alternative to capitalist society, Marx said of the social subject that will lead the struggle: a radical social revolution is bound up with definite historical conditions of economic development, these are its premises. It is only possible, therefore, where alongside capitalist production the industrial proletariat accounts for at least a significant portion of the mass of the people. 59. In the critique of the Gotha program, he further argued the need to prove concretely how in present capitalist society the material, etc., conditions have at last been created which enable and compel the workers to lift this historical curse. 60. Finally, also in one of his last short published pieces, the preamble to the program of the French Workers' Party, he stressed that one essential requirement for the producers to appropriate the means of production is the collective form, whose material and intellectual elements are shaped by the very development of capitalist society. 61. In his work, Marx carefully avoided formulations that might suggest a universal model of socialist society, which he considered unhelpful and counterproductive. This is why, in the afterword to the second German edition of Capital, Volume I, he intimated that writing recipes for the cookshops of the future was by no means one of his interests. 62. And why in 1879 to 1880, in response to criticisms made by the German economist Adolf Wagner, he wrote categorically, "I have never established a socialist system." 63. Just as Marx never showed a wish to envisage what socialism should be like, he did not assert in his reflections on capitalism that human society was everywhere destined to follow the same path or to pass through the same stages. Nevertheless, he found himself obliged to confront the thesis, falsely attributed to him, that the bourgeois mode of production was everywhere a historical inevitability. The controversy on the prospect of capitalist development in Russia provides clear evidence of this. Presumably in November 1877, Marx had drafted a long letter to the editorial board of Patriotic Notes, in which he set out to reply to an article on the future of the rural commune in Russia. Karl Marx before the tribunal of Mr. Zhukovsky by the literary critic and sociologist Nikolai Mikhailovsky. 64 Marx reworked the letter a couple of times, but in the end it remained in draft form, with signs of deletions, and was never actually sent. However, it contains some interesting anticipations of the arguments that Marx would later use in his reply to Zasulich. In a series of essays, Mikhailovsky had raised a question very similar, nuances apart, to the one that Zasulich would pose 4 years later. For Zasulich, the crux of the matter was the impact that possible changes in the rural commune would have on the propaganda activity of the socialist movement. Mikhailovsky, on the other hand, was concerned to discuss at a more theoretical level the various positions regarding the future of the Obshchina, ranging from the thesis of liberal economists that Russia should simply do away with the Obshchina and embrace a capitalist regime, to the argument that the commune might develop further and avoid the negative effects of the capitalist mode of production on the rural population. 65. Whereas Zasulich approached Marx to discover his views and to receive indications for practical work, Mikhailovsky, an eminent representative of the more moderate, liberal wing of Russian populism, clearly leaned toward the second thesis and thought that Marx had a preference for the first. While Zasulich wrote that Marxists were arguing that the development of capitalism was indispensable, Mikhailovsky went further and claimed that the author of this thesis was Marx himself in Capital. He wrote, "All this maiming of women and children we have still before us, and from the point of view of Marx's historical theory, we should not protest against them because it would mean acting to our own detriment. A Russian disciple of Marx must reduce himself to the role of an onlooker. If he really shares Marx's historical philosophical views, he should be pleased to see the producers being divorced from the means of production. He should treat this divorce as the first phase of the inevitable and, in the final result, beneficial process. He must, in a word, accept the overthrow of the principles inherent in his ideal. This collision between moral feeling and historical inevitability should be resolved, of course, in favor of the latter." 66. But Mikhailovsky was unable to support this with precise quotations and instead cited Marx's polemical reference to Herzen in an appendix to the first German edition of Capital. If, in continental Europe, the influence of capitalist production which saps the human race through overwork, division of labor, subjugation to the machine, crippling of immature female bodies, bad living conditions, etc. continues to develop hand in hand with competition over the size of the national soldiery, government debt, taxes, dashing warfare, etc., then the rejuvenation of Europe by the knout and compulsory infusions of Kalmuk blood, which the half-Russian and totally Muscovite Herzen seriously prophesies may eventually become inevitable. 67. The omission of this note from subsequent editions of Capital does not provide evidence that Marx changed his judgment of Herzen. 68. On the contrary, in a letter to the editorial board of Otechestvenny Zapiski, he maintained in the same terms as in 1867 that he discovered Russian communism not in Russia but in the book by Haxthausen, and that in his hands the Russian community serve only as an argument to prove that the old, rotten Europe must be regenerated by the victory of Panslavism. 69. Marx's ideas on socialism were always antithetical to Herzen's. In Revolution in Russia, Herzen had argued that although the circle of people ready to move in the name of the people and for their benefit might not be very large, it was certainly not inferior in consciousness and development to any circle in the West. If it unaccustomed to the consideration of social movement, it freer of everything traditional and newer, simpler and more youthful than Western society. 70. Marx did not share the assumption that the Russian people was naturally predisposed to communism. His openness to the possibility of a revolution in Russia cannot be traced back to Herzen's positions, with regard either to the forms necessary for the capture of political power or to the prerequisites for the birth of a post-capitalist society. In the letter to Otechestvenny Zapiski, Marx stated rather drily that his polemic with Herzen could not be turned into a falsification of his own judgments, or, as Mikhailovsky had claimed, into a dismissal of the efforts by the Russian people to find for their motherland a road of development different from the one along which Western Europe has proceeded and still proceeds. 71. In 1875, in a pamphlet on social relations in Russia that he wrote in reply to the open letter to Mr. Friedrich Engels by the Blanquist-inclined Peter Tikhachev, Engels too intervened on the possibility of a social revolution in Russia. 72. The revolution that modern socialism strives to achieve is, briefly, the victory of the proletariat over the bourgeoisie and the establishment of a new organization of society by the destruction of all class distinctions. This requires not only a proletariat to carry out this revolution, but also a bourgeoisie in whose hands the social productive forces have developed so far that they permit the final destruction of class distinctions. Among savages and semi-savages there likewise often exist no class distinctions, and every people has passed through such a state. It could not occur to us to re-establish the state, for the simple reason that class distinctions necessarily emerge from it as the social productive forces develop. To remove any possible doubts, he added, only at a certain level of development of these social productive forces, even a very high level for our modern conditions, does it become possible to raise production to such an extent that the abolition of class distinctions can constitute real progress, can be lasting without bringing about stagnation or even decline in the mode of social production. But the productive forces have reached this level of development only in the hands of the bourgeoisie. The bourgeoisie, therefore, in this respect also is just as necessary a precondition for the socialist revolution as is the proletariat itself. Hence a man who says that this revolution can be more easily carried out in a country where, although there is no proletariat, there is no bourgeoisie either, only proves that he has still to learn the ABC of socialism. 73. Marx shared Engels's views. 74 and both men were always in radical disagreement with Herzen and all those who, like Bakunin and Tikhachev, had inherited his ideas. They had committed the mistake of depicting the Russian peasants as the true vehicles of socialism, as born communists, in contrast to the workers of the aging, decayed European West, who would first have to go through the ordeal of acquiring socialism artificially. 75. Concerning the debate with Mikhailovsky, Marx intended with his letter to the editorial board of Otechestvenny Zapiski to speak straight out and to express the conclusions he had reached after many years of study. He began with the following sentence, which he later crossed out in the manuscript: if Russia continues along the path it has followed since 1861, it will lose the finest chance ever offered by history to a people and undergo all the fateful vicissitudes of the capitalist regime. 76. Marx's first key clarification concerned the areas to which he had referred in his analysis. He recalled that, in the section of Capital entitled The So-Called Primitive Accumulation, 77, he had sought to describe how dissolution of the economic structure of feudal society set free the elements of the economic structure of capitalist society in Western Europe. The process did not occur throughout the world, therefore, but only in the old continent. Marx referred to a passage in the French edition of Capital, Volume I, where he asserted that the basis for the separation of the producers from their means of production was the expropriation of the agricultural producers, adding that only in England accomplished in a radical manner, but that all the other countries of Western Europe following the same course. 78. This is the spatial horizon within which we should understand the famous statement in the preface of Capital, Volume I, the country that is more developed industrially only shows, to the less developed, the image of its own future. Writing for a German readership, Marx observed that, just like the rest of continental Western Europe, we suffer not only from the development of capitalist production, but also from the incompleteness of that development. In his view, alongside the modern evils, the Germans were oppressed by a whole series of inherited evils, arising from the passive survival of archaic and outmoded modes of production, with their accompanying train of anachronistic social and political relations. 79. It was for the German who might in optimistic fashion comfort himself with the thought that in Germany things are not nearly so bad, that Marx asserted de te fabula narrator, 80. Marx also displayed a flexible approach to other European countries, since he did not think of Europe as a homogeneous whole. In a speech he gave in 1867 to the German Workers' Educational Society in London, later published in the Harbinger in Geneva, he argued that German proletarians could successfully carry out a revolution because, unlike the workers in other countries, they need not go through the lengthy period of bourgeois development. 81. As far as Russia is concerned, in a letter to the editorial board of Otechestvenny Zapiski, Marx shared Mikhailovsky's view that it might develop its own historical foundations and thus, without experiencing all the tortures of the regime, nevertheless appropriate all its fruits. He accused Mikhailovsky of transforming historical sketch of the genesis of capitalism in Western Europe into a historico-philosophical theory of the general course fatally imposed on all peoples, whatever the historical circumstances in which they find themselves. 82. Continuing his argument, Marx pointed out that in his analysis in Capital the historical tendency of capitalist production lay in the fact that it created the elements of a new economic order, giving the greatest impetus both to the productive forces of social labor and to the all-round development of each individual producer. In effect, it already rested upon a collective mode of production and could not but be transformed into social property. 83. Mikhailovsky, then, could apply this historical sketch to Russia in only one way: if Russia was tending to become a capitalist nation, on the model of the countries of Western Europe, and in Marx's view it had been moving in that direction in the previous few years, she would not succeed without having first transformed a large proportion of its peasants into proletarians, and after that, once it has been placed in the bosom of the capitalist system, it will be subjected to its pitiless laws, like other profane peoples. 84. Marx was most annoyed because he thought his critic had set out to transform historical sketch of the genesis of capitalism in Western Europe into a historico-philosophical theory of the general course fatally imposed on all peoples, whatever the historical circumstances in which they themselves placed. 85. He added with a touch of sarcasm, "But I beg his pardon. That is to do me both too much honor and too much discredit." Using the example of the expropriation of peasants in ancient Rome, and their separation from the means of production, he noted how they became not wage laborers but an idle mob. What then developed was not capitalism but a slave mode of production. From this Marx concluded that events of striking similarity, taking place in different historical contexts, to totally disparate results. To understand real historical transformations, it was necessary to study individual phenomena separately, only then could they be compared with one another. It would never be possible to interpret them with the master key of a general historico-philosophical theory, whose supreme virtue consists in being suprahistorical. 86. Thus Mikhailovsky, who did not know Marx's real theoretical position well, criticized it in a way that seemed to anticipate one of the cardinal points of 20th-century Marxism, which was already spreading insidiously among Marx's followers in Russia and elsewhere. Marx's critique of this conception was all the more important because it related not only to the present but also to the future. 87. He never published it, however. 88. And the idea that Marx considered capitalism to be an obligatory stage for Russia, too, rapidly took hold and had serious consequences for what became Marxism in Russia. 89. 3. The other possible road. For nearly 3 weeks, Marx remained immersed in his papers, well aware that he had to provide an answer to a highly significant theoretical question and to express his position on a crucial political matter. 90. The fruits of his labor were 4 drafts, 3 of them very long and sometimes containing contradictory arguments, and the eventual reply he sent to Zasulich. All were written in French and began in the same way. To summarize his analysis of the passage from feudal production to capitalist production, 91. Marx chose a quotation from the French edition of Capital that he had inserted in November 1877 into a letter to the editorial board of Patriotic Notes. In the next line, Marx repeated that he had expressly restricted the historical inevitability of the passage from feudalism to capitalist to the countries of Western Europe. 92. Taking this as a kind of premise, he then developed some rich and detailed thoughts on the Obshchina, as the germ of a future socialist society, and examined the concrete possibilities that this might come to pass in reality. In the first, and longest, of the four drafts, Marx analyzed what he saw as the only serious argument why the dissolution of the Russian peasant commune should be inevitable. Analyzing history, Marx saw a constant change. By going back a long way, communal property of a more or less archaic type may be found throughout Western Europe. Everywhere it has disappeared with increasing social progress. Therefore, he asked why Russia should be able to escape the same fate. 93. In his reply, Marx repeated that he would not take this argument into account except insofar as it is based on European experiences. 94. As to Russia, if capitalist production is to establish its sway in Russia, the great majority of the peasants, i.e. of the Russian people, must be converted into wage earners and consequently expropriated by the advance abolition of their communist property. But in any event, the Western precedent would not prove anything at all. 95. Marx did not exclude the possibility that the rural commune would break up and end its long existence. But if that happened, it would not be because of some historical predestination. 96. Referring to his self-styled followers who argued that the advent of capitalism was inevitable, he commented to Zasulich with his typical sarcasm, "The Russian Marxists of whom you speak are quite unknown to me. To the best of my knowledge, the Russians with whom I am in personal contact hold diametrically opposed views." 97. These constant references to Western experiences were accompanied with a political observation of great value. Whereas in the early 1850s, in his New York Tribune article "The Future Results of British Rule in India," he had maintained that England has to fulfill a double mission in India, one destructive, the other regenerating the annihilation of old Asiatic society, and the laying the material foundations of Western society in Asia. 98. There was an evident change of perspective in his reflections on Russia. Already in 1853, he had been under no illusion about the basic characteristics of capitalism. He well knew that the bourgeoisie had never effected a progress without dragging individuals and people through blood and dirt, through misery and degradation. 99. But he had also been convinced that, through world trade, development of the productive forces, and the transformation of production into something scientifically capable of dominating the forces of nature, bourgeois industry and commerce created the material conditions of a new world. 100. Limited and sometimes superficial readings have seen this as evidence of Marx's Eurocentrism or Orientalism. 101. But in reality, it reflected no more than a partial, ingenuous vision of colonialism held by a man writing a journalistic piece at barely 35 years of age. Nowhere in Marx's works is there the suggestion of an essentialist distinction between the societies of the East and the West. In 1881, after 3 decades of profound theoretical research and careful observation of changes in international politics, not to speak of his massive synopses in the ethnological notebooks, he had quite a different view of the transition from past communal forms to capitalism. 102. Thus, referring to the East Indies, he noted, "Everyone except Sir Henry Maine and others of his ilk realizes that the suppression of communal land ownership out there was nothing but an act of English vandalism, pushing the native people not forwards but backwards." 103. All the British managed to do was to ruin native agriculture and double the number and severity of the famines. 104. Thus, the Russian Obshchina was not predestined to suffer the same fate as similar Western European forms in earlier centuries, where the transition from a society founded on communal property to a society founded on private property. 105 was more or less uniform. To the question whether this was inevitable in Russia, Marx drily replied, "Absolutely not." Beyond his resolute refusal to apply the same historical model schematically in different contexts, Marx also suggested why the distinctive characteristics of the Obshchina made a close study of it desirable. In Western Europe, the expropriation of the agricultural producers served to transform the private and parcelled property of the laborers into the private and concentrated property of the capitalists. But it had to be emphasized that in Russia it would be a question of substituting capitalist property for communist property. 106. Moreover, In Western Europe, the death of communal property and the birth of capitalist production separated from one another by an immense interval, embracing a whole series of economic revolutions and evolutions. 107. With his usual flexibility and lack of schematism, Marx considered the possibility that the rural commune might change. In his view, the Obshchina was open to two kinds of evolution: either the element of private property will gain the upper hand over the collective element, or the latter will gain the upper hand over the former. All this depends on the historical surroundings in which it finds itself. 108. Those existing at the time did not exclude a socialist development. The first point that Marx underlined was the coexistence of the rural commune with more advanced economic forms. Marx observed that Russia was contemporary with a higher culture. It is linked to a world market dominated by capitalist production. By appropriating the positive results of this mode of production, it is thus in a position to develop and transform the still archaic form of its rural commune, instead of destroying it. 109. For Marx, the peasantry can thus incorporate the positive acquisitions devised by the capitalist system without passing through its cotton forks. 110. Addressing those who denied the possibility of leaps and saw capitalism as an indispensable stage for Russia too, Marx asked ironically whether Russia had had to pass through a long incubation period in the engineering industry in order to utilize machines, steam engines, railways, etc. Similarly, had it not been possible to introduce in the twinkling of an eye the entire mechanism of exchange, which it took the West centuries to devise? 111. Russia could not slavishly repeat all the historical stages traveled by England and other West European countries. Logically, therefore, even the socialist transformation of the Obshchina could happen without its being necessary to pass through capitalism. In the end, Marx thought it essential to assess the historical moment at which this hypothesis was being considered. The best proof that a socialist development of the rural commune was in keeping with the historical tendency of the age was the fatal crisis which capitalist production has undergone in the European and American countries, where it has reached its highest peak. Drawing on ideas suggested by his reading of the anthropologist Lewis Morgan, he expected that the economic crisis then underway might create favorable conditions for the destruction of capitalism and the return of modern society to a higher form of the most archaic type, collective production and appropriation. 112. This makes it clear that Marx was not thinking of the primitive type of cooperative or collective production from the weakness of the isolated individual, but of the fruits of the socialization of the means of production. 113. The Obshchina, he noted, was the most modern form of the archaic type of communist property, which had itself passed through a whole series of evolutions. 114. It was these studies and analyses, not abstract schemas, which influenced Marx's choice. The Russian rural communes were not based on blood relations between their members, but were potentially the first social grouping of free men not held together by blood ties. 115. Marx criticized the isolation of the archaic agricultural communes, for, being closed in on themselves, having no contact with the outside world, they were politically speaking the economic form most in keeping with the reactionary Tsarist regime. The lack of connection between the life of one commune and that of the others, this localized microcosm, always gives rise to central despotism over and above the communes. 116. Marx had certainly not changed his complex critical judgment on the rural communes in Russia, and the importance of individual development and social production remained intact in his analysis. He did not suddenly become convinced that the archaic rural communes were a more advanced locus of emancipation for the individual than the social relations existing under capitalism. Both remained remote from how he conceived of communist society. The drafts of Marx's letter to Zasulich show no glimpse of the dramatic break with his former positions that some scholars have detected. 117. Marx did not suggest, as a matter of theoretical principle, that Russia, or other countries where capitalism was still underdeveloped, should become the special locus for revolution to break out, nor did he think that countries with a more backward capitalism were closer to the goal of communism than others with a more advanced productive development. In his view, sporadic rebellions or resistance struggles must not be confused with the establishment of a new social economic order on a communist basis. the possibility he considered at a highly particular moment in Russia's history, when favorable opportunities arose for a progressive transformation of agrarian communes, could not be elevated into a more general model. French-ruled Algeria or British India, for example, did not display the special conditions that Chernyshevsky had identified, and the Russia of the early 1880s could not be compared with what might happen there in the future. The new element in Marx's thinking was an ever greater theoretical openness, which enabled him to consider other possible roads to socialism that he had never before taken seriously or had regarded as unattainable. 118. In the second half of the 19th century, following the reforms under Tsar Alexander II, the conditions of the Obshchina had already changed and presented a number of contradictory aspects. Freed from the strong but tight bonds of natural kinship, communal ownership of the land and the social relations stemming from it guarantee it a solid foundation, at the same time as the house and the courtyard, the exclusive domain of the individual family, parcel farming, and the private appropriation of its fruits give a scope to individuality incompatible with the organism of more primitive communities. 119. This dualism might turn into the germ of decomposition and showed that the commune carry the elements of corruption in its own bosom. 120 but also threatening its survival were destructive influences from outside, such as state legislation in support of some branches of the Western capitalist system, which, without developing the productive forces of agriculture in any way, cooperated in the enrichment of a new capitalist vermin, sucking the already impoverished blood of the rural commune. 121. Marx therefore concluded that the alternative envisaged by the Russian populists was achievable. Theoretically speaking, then, the Russian rural commune can preserve itself by developing its basis, the common ownership of land, and by eliminating the principle of private property which it also implies, it can become a direct point of departure for the economic system towards which modern society tends. It can turn over a new leaf without beginning by committing suicide. It can gain possession of the fruits with which capitalist production has enriched mankind, without passing through the capitalist regime. 122. If it was to come to pass, however, this hypothesis had to descend from pure theory to the Russian reality. 123. To this end, Marx tried to identify the capacity for further development. 124 of the Obshchina. At that precise moment, occupies a unique position, without precedent in history. Alone in Europe, it is still the predominant organic form of rural life throughout an immense empire. The common ownership of land provides it with the natural basis for collective appropriation, and its historical setting, its contemporaneity with capitalist production, lends it fully developed the material conditions for cooperative labor organized on a vast scale. It can thus incorporate the positive acquisitions devised by the capitalist system. It can gradually replace parcel farming with combined agriculture assisted by machines. It may become the direct starting point for the economic system towards which modern society tends and turn over a new leaf without beginning by committing suicide. 125. What Marx writes here is therefore very similar to what Chernyshevsky had written in the past. 126. This alternative was possible, and it was certainly better suited to Russia's social-economic context than capitalized farming on the English model. 127. But it could survive only if collective labor supplanted parcel labor, the source of private appropriation. For that to happen, two things were required: the economic need for such a change and the material conditions to bring it about. 128. The fact that the Russian agricultural commune was contemporaneous with capitalism in Europe offered it all the conditions necessary for collective labor. 129. While the peasants' familiarity with the artel. 130 would facilitate the actual transition to cooperative labor. 131. As regards the separation of the communes from one another, which favored the despotic character of the political regime in Russia, this could easily be eliminated. 132. It would simply be necessary to replace the Volost. 133. The government body with an assembly of peasants elected by the communes themselves, serving as the economic and administrative organ for their interests. 134. Political will and a favorable set of historical circumstances were therefore the basic prerequisites for the survival and radical transformation of the Obshchina. In other words, despite all the upheavals that capitalism threatened to bring about, the socialist transformation of an archaic form of community like the Obshchina was still possible. It is no longer a matter of solving a problem, it is simply a matter of beating an enemy. To save the Russian commune, a Russian revolution is needed. If revolution comes at the opportune moment, if it concentrates all its forces so as to allow the rural commune full scope, the latter will soon develop as an element of regeneration in Russian society and an element of superiority over the countries enslaved by the capitalist system. 135. Marx returned to similar themes in 1882. In January, in the preface to the second Russian edition of the Manifesto of the Communist Party, which he co-authored with Engels, the fate of the Russian rural commune is linked to that of proletarian struggles in Western Europe. In Russia we find, face to face with the rapidly developing capitalist swindle and bourgeois landed property, which is just beginning to develop, more than half the land owned in common by the peasants. Now the question is, can the Russian Obshchina, a form of primeval common ownership of land, even if greatly undermined, pass directly to the higher form of communist common ownership? Or must it, conversely, first pass through the same process of dissolution as constitutes the historical development of the West? The only answer possible today is this: if the Russian Revolution becomes the signal for a proletarian revolution in the West, so that the two complement each other, the present Russian common ownership of land may serve as the starting point for communist development. 136. The basic thesis that Marx had frequently expressed in the past remained the same, but now his ideas were related more closely to the historical context and the various political scenarios they opened up. 137. Marx and Engels's brief preface was published in People's Will, together with a triumphant note stating that the editors were particularly glad to underline concluding words, which they saw as confirmation of one of the fundamental theoretical positions of People's Will. 138. As to the reply to Zasulich, so long under composition, he eventually sent it off on March 8, 1881. Although he had written several long and closely argued drafts, spending much precious time and energy on them, he decided to send her quite a short final version. He excused himself for not having provided a version intended for publication that she had requested. 139, adding that he had already undertaken to intervene on the matter without actually doing so with the St. Petersburg Committee of the populist organization People's Will. 140. Still, his few lines were meant to dispel any doubts that Zasulich might have as to the misunderstanding in regard to my so-called theory. 141. Marx referred her to the quotation on the expropriation of the agricultural producer from the French edition of Capital, volume I, the same as the one he had inserted in the draft letter to Patriotic Notes, and stressed that his analysis was expressly limited to the countries of Western Europe, which saw the transformation of one form of private property into another form of private property. 142. In the Russian case, by contrast, communal property would have to be transformed into private property. 143. Hence his conclusion. The analysis provided in Capital does not adduce reasons either for or against the viability of the rural commune, but the special study I have made of it, and the material for which I drew from original sources, has convinced me that this commune is the fulcrum of social regeneration in Russia, but in order that it may function as such, it would first be necessary to eliminate the deleterious influences which are assailing it from all sides, and then ensure for it the normal conditions of spontaneous development. 144. Marx's dialectical position therefore did not lead him to claim that a new economic system, based on the association of the producers, could come about through a fixed sequence of predefined stages. At the same time, he denied that the development of the capitalist mode of production was a historical inevitability in any part of the world. 145. In the final text that he sent to Zasulich, Marx's considerations were decidedly more concise, and his tone more cautious, than in the preliminary drafts. This probably indicates that he thought his treatment of such a complex question was still too superficial, and that some theoretical uncertainties continued to hound him. He began by saying that a nervous complaint which has assailed me periodically over the last 10 years has prevented me from replying any sooner to your letter, providing you with a concise exposé of the question. 146. In reality, the multiple drafts indicate how much time he had devoted to the matter, without resolving it in a way that satisfied him. 147. Those who did not agree with his final reflections tried to downplay them as the unimportant musings of an old man, whose theoretical capacities were nearing exhaustion. 148. While those who agreed with them saw them as Marx's intellectual testament, perhaps even more valuable than the texts he finished and published in his lifetime. But the fact is that the reply to Zasulich is in keeping with Marx's habitual style of work. In the process of elaborating his theories, he usually spent a long time in extensive research, formulating hypotheses that were invariably followed by self-criticism and fresh doubts about their validity. He then arrived at new hypotheses, which also required further study and raised fresh doubts. The writings from the last part of his life do not depart from this schema. They should therefore not be lightly dismissed as being of lesser value, nor regarded as the terminus of Marx's thinking on these matters. What they do help us to understand is a key conclusion that Marx reached: hypotheses about the possible course of history should not base themselves on abstract laws but always be commensurate with the diversity of existing contexts. Marx's densely argued considerations on the future of the Obchina are poles apart from the equation of socialism with the productive forces, a conception involving nationalist overtones and sympathy with colonialism, which asserted itself within the Second International and Social Democratic parties. They also differ profoundly from the supposedly scientific method of social analysis preponderant in the 20th century in the international communist movement. Engels too was guilty of a passive acceptance of the course of history. In a number of writings and letters from the last part of his life, he adopted a position similar to the one expressed in a letter of 1893 to Danielson: the process of replacing some 500,000 landowners and some 80 million peasants by a new class of bourgeois landed proprietors cannot be carried out but under fearful sufferings and convulsions. He added that history is about the most cruel of all goddesses, and she leads her triumphal car over heaps of corpses, not only in war, but also in peaceful economic development. And we men and women are unfortunately so stupid that we never can pluck up the courage needed for real progress unless urged to it by sufferings that seem almost out of proportion. 149. Marx's doubting was replaced by a conviction that, even in a country like Russia, capitalism was an inescapable stage for economic development. 150. 4. Assessment of the populist movement. In this period, Marx also took the opportunity to express his views on various revolutionary tendencies in Russia. With regard to the populist movement, he appreciated the down-to-earth character of their political activity and the fact that, in the dissemination of their ideas, they did not resort to senseless ultra-revolutionary flourishes or counterproductive generalizations. Three positions took shape, in accordance with how revolutionaries viewed the relationship between the political and the economic sphere. Those who held that any transformation in the latter could be imposed through the former tended to share the neo-Blanquist positions of Tikachev or the anarchist approach of Bakunin. The first Russian revolutionary movement to emerge in the 1870s was Land and Freedom. It believed that socialism could be achieved even where bourgeois society had not previously undergone significant development. 151. This organization then split in 1879 into two currents. A minority around black repartition ruled out any idea that revolution in the political sphere alone could bring about a fundamental change in economic relations. Its name derived from the proposal to distribute the land among the peasantry, where the adjective cherny had connotations of popular or plebeian. Among its main leaders were Vera Zasulich and Georgy Plekhanov, one of the first Russian Marxists, who moved toward a gradualist vision and eventually accepted that, with no immediate prospect of revolution, the only way forward was to concentrate all energies on the task of organization, while awaiting the further development of capitalism. 152. The majority successor to Land and Freedom, which called itself People's Will, had a more clearly articulated position. 153. In an article entitled Political Revolution and the Economic Problem, Signed A. Doroshenko, a pseudonym for Nikolai Kybelkich. It was argued that free political institutions be maintained without some historical preparation in the economic sphere. 154. Equally flexible was their position on the revolutionary subject. It appears that the first signal for a revolution will come from the town and not from the village. But once success has been achieved in the town, this will raise the banner of revolt for millions of starving peasants. 155. In short, the revolutionaries who belonged to the peoples will thought that significant social upheavals were possible in Russia at that time, but that it was necessary to seize the opportunities that presented themselves. The second issue of the journal People's Will made the programmatic point that, if revolutionaries knew how to take advantage of this moment, they would be able to hand over power to the people and prevent the Tsar from giving it to the bourgeoisie. But there was no time to be lost. Now or never, that is our dilemma. 156. Thus, one reason for Marx's close attention to developments in Russia was related to the question fundamental for revolutionaries who came after him of the weight of subjective and objective factors in the historical process. In a letter that Marx sent to Friedrich Zarge toward the end of 1880, his judgment on the socialist organizations in Russia showed that he was not influenced by personal attachments to their members, still less by declarations of loyalty to his own theories. He described the active forces as follows: on the one hand, we have the critics, on the other, the terrorist Central Committee, that is, the People's Will organization. Marx told Zarge that the latter's pragmatic character, which he viewed favorably, enraged the former group of people, that is, the black repartition militants. On these for the most part voluntary exiles, he commented, unlike the terrorists, who risk life and limb, constitute the so-called propaganda party. These gentry are all of them opposed to politico-revolutionary action. Russia is to leap head over heels into the anarchist communist atheist millennium. Meanwhile they pave the way for that leap by tedious doctrinarian. 157. In a letter of April 1881 to his daughter Jenny, he again lambasted the attitude of the Russian intellectuals who had taken refuge in Switzerland. They were mere doctrinaires, confused anarchist socialists, and their influence upon the Russian theater of war is zero. 158. As to the trials of the St. Petersburg assassins, he approved of their political position and methods of propaganda. They are sterling chaps through and through, without melodramatic pose, simple, matter-of-fact, heroic. Shouting and doing are irreconcilable opposites. The Petersburg Executive Committee 159, which took such vigorous action, issues manifestos of exquisite moderation. It is remote indeed from the bungling way in which most and other puerile ranters advocate tyrannicide as a theory and panacea. They, on the other hand, are at pains to teach Europe that their modus operandi is a specifically Russian and historically inevitable mode of action, which no more lends itself to moralizing for or against than does the earthquake in Chios. 160. Thus, Marx's views on the possibility of socialism in Russia were not based only on the economic situation there. In 1881, his contact with Russian populists as with the Paris Communards a decade earlier helped him to develop a new conviction. He was now more flexible in considering the eruption of revolutionary events and the subjective forces that shaped them, as well as the succession of modes of production in the course of history. It brought him closer to a true internationalism on a global, not only European, scale. 161. The more pronounced multilinear conception that Marx developed in his final years led him to look even more attentively at the historical specificities and unevenness of political and economic development in different countries and social contexts. This approach certainly increased the difficulties he faced in the already bumpy course of completing the second and third volumes of Capital. But Marx did not change the vision of communist society that he outlined in the Grundrisse without ever falling into abstract utopianism. 162. Guided by doubt and hostility toward past schematism and new dogmatisms arising in his name, he thought it possible that the revolution would break out in conditions and forms that he had never considered before. The future was in the hands of the working class and depended on the capacity of its organizations and struggles to bring about profound social upheavals. 3. The travails of Old Nick. 1. The early dissemination of capital in Europe. In 1881, Marx was not yet the towering theoretical reference for the international workers' movement that he would become in the 20th century. Over the course of the 1840s, the number of political leaders and intellectuals influenced by his work had been quite limited. What the international police and political adversaries called the Marx Party was, in fact, composed of only a handful of militants. Things did not change for the better in the next decade, when, following the defeat of the 1848 revolutions, only a small number of refugees, mostly in Great Britain, could be considered Marxian too. The development of the International Working Men's Association and the Europe-wide resonance of the Paris Commune altered the picture, giving Marx a certain notoriety and ensuring a reasonable dissemination of his works. Capital had begun to circulate in Germany, where a new edition appeared in 1873, Russia, where it had been translated in 1872, and France, where it appeared in installments between 1872 and 1875. Even there, however, Marx's ideas had to compete often from a minority position with those of other socialists of his time. In Germany, the Gotha Fusion Congress of the Social Democratic Workers' Party, linked to Marx, and the General Association of German Workers, founded by Ferdinand Lassalle, adopted a program in 1875 that bore the marks more of Lassalle. In France, as in Belgium, the theories of Pierre-Joseph Proudhon were more influential in the working class, and the groups inspired by Marx were not much more significant, in numbers or political initiative, than those that modeled themselves on Auguste Blanqui. In Russia, a distinctive complication was that Marx's critique of the capitalist mode of production was read and interpreted in a backward social, economic, and political setting quite remote from the West European model of capitalist development. In Britain, on the other hand, Marx remained virtually unknown and his writings had difficulty finding an audience in Italy, Spain, and Switzerland, where the influence of Mikhail Bakunin was greater in the 1870s. On the other side of the Atlantic, few indeed had ever heard of him. Another reason for this was the incompleteness of his works, beginning with Capital itself. Indicatively, when Karl asked him, in 1881, whether the time had not come to publish his collected writings, he caustically replied that first of all, they would need to be written for. Thus, although Marx did not live to see the worldwide take-up of his ideas, the final years of his life did bring an ever-growing interest in his theories, particularly his magnum opus in many parts of Europe. This aroused contrasting reactions. Sometimes Engels wrote to Bernstein in late 1881, jealousy of Marx even reared its head. The internal life of the Socialist Workers' Party Federation of France, for example, involved conflict between two main currents, the possibilists headed by ex-anarchist Paul Brousse and a group closer to Marx's ideas led by Jules Guesde. In the period before the inevitable split which resulted in two new parties, the Reformist Federation of the Socialist Workers of France and the First French Marxist Party, the French Workers' Party, the rival groups engaged in intense ideological battles. Marx was eventually drawn into these, and in June 1880, together with Guesde and Paul Lafargue, he wrote the electoral program of the French Workers' Party, the political platform of the French left. In this climate Brousse and Benoît Malin, a communard and socialist writer, used every means to discredit Marx's theories. Commenting on their harsh polemics, Engels blamed Malin in particular, who, he said, was at pains to find or impute other progenitors on whom to father Marx's discoveries. He further railed against the editors of the weekly The Proletarian, who had accused Guesde and Lafargue of being Marx's mouthpieces and wanting to sell the French workers to Bismarck. Friedrich Engels interpreted Malin's and Brousse's hostility as a sign of chauvinism. To the majority of French socialists it is an anathema that the nation which confers upon the world the boon of French ideas, and Paris, the center of the Enlightenment, must now all of a sudden import its socialist ideas ready-made from a German, Marx. But there's no denying the fact, and, what is more, Marx's genius, his almost excessive scientific scrupulousness and his incredible erudition place him so far above all the rest of us that anyone who ventures to criticize his discoveries is more likely to burn his fingers than anything else. That is something which must be left to a more advanced epoch. Point 6. Unable to understand how anyone can be envious of genius, Engels went on. But what mainly annoys the small-minded carpers who count for nothing, yet like to think themselves all-important, is the fact that Marx, thanks to his theoretical and practical achievements, has attained a position in which he enjoys the complete trust of the best people in all the labor movements in the various countries. At critical junctures it is to him they turn for advice, when they generally find that his advice is the best. He occupies that position in Germany, in France, and in Russia, not to speak of the smaller countries. Hence it is not Marx who imposes his opinion, let alone his will, on these people, rather it is these people who come to him of their own accord. And it is precisely on this that Marx's peculiar influence rests, an influence of the utmost importance to the movement. Point 7. Contrary to what Bruce and his followers maintained, Marx had no special animosity toward them. Engels made it clear that Marx's attitude towards the French the same as towards the other national movements with which they were constantly in touch. In so far as it was worthwhile and opportunities present themselves. In conclusion, Engels stressed that any attempt to influence people against their will only do us harm, destroy the old trust that dates from the International 8. Independently of Guesde and Lafargue, a number of other French militants had got in touch with Marx. In early 1881, he informed his son-in-law Charles Longuet that he had been contacted by Edouard Fortin, a socialist militant and publicist. Has written me several letters addressing me as, "My dear master." His demand is very modest. While he studies capital he proposes to make monthly summaries which he will be so kind as to send over to me monthly, whereupon I shall correct them monthly, elucidating the points he might have misunderstood. In this quiet way, when he has done with the last monthly resume, and I have sent it back corrected, he will have a manuscript ready for publication and, as he says, inundate France with torrents of light. Point 9. Preoccupied as he was with rather more important matters, Marx had to inform Fortin that he would be unable to grant his request. Point 10. But something good came of it all, when Fortin later translated the 18th Brumaire of Louis Bonaparte into French and had it published in 1891. A popular compendium from Capital III after those by Johann Most in 187,311 and by Carlo Cafiero in 187912 appeared in Dutch in 1881.13. Its originator, Ferdinand Domela Nieuwenhuis, appended to it. The author dedicates this work to Karl Marx, the acute thinker and noble fighter for workers' rights. As a token of his most devoted esteem. 14. He expressed an appreciative recognition of Marx's work that was beginning to spread in a number of European countries. In February 1881, with an eye on a future second edition, Marx told Nieuwenhuis that he thought he had done a good job and intended to make some suggestions of his own. The amendments I consider necessary relate to details. The main thing, the spirit of the thing, is there already. 15. In the same letter, he referred to a biography of himself by the Dutch liberal journalist Arnold Skerdijk, which had appeared in 1879 in a series called Important People of Our Time. Its publisher, Nicholas Balsam, had previously been in touch with Marx for material about his life, making it clear that, although he did not share his views, he recognized their importance. Marx habitually turned down such requests, and he was angry later to read the text and find himself accused of deliberate misquotation. He communicated to Nieuwenhuis. A Dutch journal proposed to open its columns to me, but on principle I do not reply to pinpricks of this kind. I have never, even in London, taken the slightest notice of such literary yapping. Any other course would mean wasting the better part of my time on making rectifications all over the place, from California to Moscow. In my younger days I sometimes did some hard hitting, but wisdom comes with age, at least in so far as one avoids useless dissipation of force. 16. Marx had come to this conclusion some years before. In an interview published on January 5, 1879 in the Chicago Tribune, he quipped, "If I denied everything that has been said and written of me, I would require a score of secretaries." 17 Engels fully concurred with this attitude. In a letter to Koski, written shortly before Marx's one to Nieuwenhuis, he said of the numerous inaccuracies and misunderstandings that the German economist Albert Schäufele and other armchair socialists 18 displayed in relation to Marx's work. To refute, for example, all the monstrous twaddle which Schäufele alone has assembled in his many fat tomes is, in my opinion, a sheer waste of time. It would fill a fair-sized book were one merely to attempt to put right all the misquotations from Capital inserted by these gentlemen between inverted commas. 19. And he concluded in peremptory fashion, they should first learn to read and copy before demanding to have their questions answered. 20. Apart from misinterpretations and inexactitudes, as well as associated attempts at political ostracization, Marx's work also suffered from veritable acts of sabotage. In a letter he wrote to Danielson in February, having read his article Sketches of Our Post-Reform Social Economy, which he found in the best sense original, Marx pointed out, "If you break through the webs of routine thought, you are always sure to be boycotted in the first instance. It is the only arm of defense, which in their first perplexity the routiniers know how to wield. I have been boycotted in Germany for many years, and am still so in England, with that little variation that from time to time something so absurd and asinine is launched against me that I would blush to take any public notice of it." 21. In Germany, however, sales of his magnum opus had been creeping up, and in October 1881, with the second edition going out of print, the publisher Otto Meissner asked Marx to make some amendments or additions in preparation for a third edition. 2 months later, Marx confessed to his friend Friedrich Zarge that this was at a moment anything but opportune. 22 He had written shortly before to his daughter Jenny that he wanted to apply all time as soon as felt himself able again exclusively to the finishing of the second volume. 23 He said the same to Danielson, "I want to finish off volume 2 as soon as possible," adding, "I will arrange with my editor that I shall make for the third edition only the fewest possible alterations and additions, but, on the other hand, that he must this time only draw off 1,000 copies, instead of 3,000, as was his wont. When these are sold, I may change the book in the way I should have done at present under different circumstances." 24. Marx's ideas were beginning to spread, though more slowly than elsewhere, in the country where he had lived since 1849. In June 1881, Hyndman published a book, England for All, that set forth the guiding principles for what he intended to make of the Democratic Federation. 2 of its 8 chapters entitled Labor and Capital were put together from translations, or in some cases paraphrases, of Capital. Yet its author, who since late 1880 had been a regular visitor at Maitland Park Road 25 and was working on a summary of Marx's theories, did not mention Capital or even Marx's name in England for All. He merely stated, "For the ideas and much of the matter contained in chapters 2 and 3, I am indebted to the work of a great thinker and original writer, which will, I trust, shortly be made accessible to the majority of my countrymen." 26. Marx learned of Hyndman's pamphlet only after it had been published. He was vexed and astonished, since, apart from anything else, the extracts from Capital were separated by no marks of quotation from a remainder, much of which is not exact or even implies misunderstandings. 27 He therefore wrote to him at the beginning of July. "I confess to some astonishment at the discovery that, during your stay at London, you should have so closely kept the secret of your plan, then matured and executed, to publish, with certain modifications, the rejected article of the 19th century as chapters 2 and 3 of England for All, that is to say, of your comments on the Federation's foundation program." 28. Marx returned to the matter in December in a letter to Friedrich Zarge. "Vis-a-vis myself, the fellow wrote stupid letters of excuse, for instance, that the English don't like to be taught by foreigners, that my name was so much detested, etc. With all that his little book, so far as it pilfers the Capital, makes good propaganda, although the man is a weak vessel, and very far from having even the patience the first condition of learning anything to study a matter thoroughly. Point 29. After the breaking off of their relations, Marx branded Hyndman as one of those amiable middle-class writers have an itching to make money or name or political capital immediately out of any new thoughts they may have got at by some favorable windfall. 30. The harshness of Marx's words was certainly not due to disappointment that he had not been credited by name. For he remained of the opinion that to have named the capital and its author would have been a big blunder. Party programs ought to keep free of any apparent dependence upon individual authors or books. But allow me to add that they are also no proper place for new scientific developments, such as those borrowed by you from capital, and that the latter are altogether out of place in a commentary on a program with whose professed aims they are not at all connected. Their introduction might have been appropriate for the exposition of a program for the foundation of a distinct and independent working class party. 31. Along with Hyndman's lack of manners, the chief motive for Marx's anger was his concern that capital should not be used for a political project so clearly at odds with the ideas contained in it. 32. The differences between the two men were indeed profound. Hyndman was not at all inclined to the idea that power should be conquered through revolutionary action. His position, which came to characterize British reformism, was that changes could be achieved only by peaceful, gradual means. In February 1880, he had told Marx, "The object which every Englishman should have is to bring about the coming mobilization, political and social, without true blues, dangerous conflict." 33. Conversely, Marx, who was opposed to any preconceived schematism, replied to Hyndman in late 1880 that his party consider an English revolution not necessary, but according to historic precedents possible. The expansion of the proletariat had made an evolution of the social question inevitable. If turns into a revolution, it would not only be the fault of the ruling classes, but also of the working class. Every pacific concession of the former has been wrung from them by pressure from without. Their action kept pace with that pressure, and if the latter has more and more weakened, it is only because the English working class know not how to wield their power and use their liberties, both of which they possess legally. 34. He followed this judgment with a comparison with events in Germany, where the working class were fully aware from the beginning of their movement that you cannot get rid of a military despotism but by a revolution. At the same time they understood that such a revolution, even if at first successful, would finally turn against them without previous organization, acquirement of knowledge, propaganda. Hence they moved within strictly legal bounds. The illegality was all on the side of government, which declared them outside the law. Their crimes were not deeds, but opinions unpleasant to their rulers. 35. Such considerations are further proof that for Marx revolution was not simply a rapid overthrow of the system, but a long and complex process. 36. Although Marx's ideas led to sharp polemics and disputes, they were beginning to have an impact even in England. Thus, at the end of 1881, Marx observed in a letter to Zarga that the English have latterly begun to take rather more notice of capital. In October, the Contemporary Review had published an article, The Socialism of Karl Marx and the Young Hegelians, 37, which Marx judged very inadequate, full of mistakes, but also indicative of a new interest. He added sardonically that it was fair, because its author, John Ray, does not suppose that for the 40 years I have been spreading my pernicious theories I was instigated by bad motives. I must praise his magnanimity. Nevertheless, Marx tersely summed up his view of all such publications: the fairness of making yourself at least sufficiently acquainted with the subject of your criticism seems a thing quite unknown to the penman of British Philistinism. 38. Another English journal, Modern Thought, gave Marx a more respectful treatment and was prepared to recognize the scientific character of his work. An article by the journalist and lawyer Ernest Balfour Bax defined Capital as a book that embodies the working out of a doctrine in economy, comparable in its revolutionary character and wide-reaching importance to the Copernican system in astronomy, or the law of gravitation in mechanics generally. Hoping for an English translation soon, Bax not only maintained that Capital was one of the most important books of the century, but also admired Marx's style and compared it to Arthur Schopenhauer's in its fascination and verve, its humor, and its readily comprehensible presentation of the most abstract principles. 39. Marx was pleased with this first English publication of that kind which is pervaded by a real enthusiasm for the new ideas themselves and boldly stands up against British Philistinism. He noted that much wrong and confused in the exposition of my economic principles and in his translations. However, he praised the author for his efforts and was heartened that the appearance of this article, announced in large letters by placards on the walls of the West End of London, produced a great sensation. 40. The wider circulation of Marx's ideas, already noticeable in the 1870s, therefore continued at the beginning of the new decade. Now, however, they not only penetrated a small circle of followers and political activists but began to achieve a wider audience. The interest in Marx was not limited to his political writings, the manifesto of the Communist Party, for example, and the resolutions of the International Working Men's Association, but extended to his main theoretical contribution, the critique of political economy. The theories contained in Capital were starting to be discussed and appreciated in various European countries, and just a few years later, to quote an expression that would become famous, Engels did not hesitate to describe his friend's work as the Bible of the working class. 41. Who knows whether Marx, no friend of sacred texts, would have appreciated the choice? 2. Why could Marx not complete Capital? Between 1877 and early 1881, Marx wrote 2 new versions of various parts of Volume 2 of Capital. In March 1877, he started by compiling quite an extensive index of the materials he had already collected. 42. Then concentrated almost exclusively on Part I, the metamorphoses of Capital and their circuit. 43. With a more advanced account of the circulation process of Capital. Subsequently, despite his poor health and the fact that the necessity of further research made his work very irregular, Marx continued to busy himself with a number of matters, including the final chapter, accumulation and reproduction on an expanded scale. Also dating from this period is the so-called Manuscript 8 of Capital, Volume 2, 44, in which Marx, after a recapitulation of previous texts, composed new drafts that he thought useful for the continuation of the work. He also realized that he had committed, and for a long time repeated, an error of interpretation, when he had considered monetary representations to be merely a cover for the real content of economic relations. 45. In summer 1877, when insomnia and a correspondingly chaotic condition of the cranial nerves assumed serious dimensions, 46, Marx was forced yet again to set aside a period for rest in Carlsbad and the Black Forest. He had learned over the years that one has to treat one's physique with as much diplomacy as everything else. 47. Once he was back in England, although his health had not improved much, Marx re-immersed himself in his manuscripts. He complained to Zarga of the damned insomnia that had afflicted him during the year and made him tremendously remiss about writing, since he had had to devote all more tolerable moments to work. 48. In November 1877, Marx wrote to the young Frankfurt banker Sigmund Schott that he was applying himself to various parts of the book in turn. He began by writing Capital in a sequence quite the reverse of that in which it was presented to the public, saving only that the first volume, the last tackled, was got ready for the press straight away, whereas the 2 others remained in the rough form which all research originally assumes. 50. In this period, too, Marx did not neglect further study but concentrated on banking and trade, compiling extracts from the history of banking by the Italian economist Pietro Rota, from the history of Byzantine commerce and history of the commerce of the Greeks by the first rector of Bonn University Karl Hullman, and from the natural history of the raw materials of commerce by the legal scholar and statistician John Yates. 51. At the end of March 1878, Marx wrote to Schott that he had found very useful 52 a book by A. Sailing, the editor of a stock exchange yearbook. He also read and compiled extracts from the works of the Russian economist Ilarion Ignatievich Kaufman, particularly Theory and Practice of the Banking System, while criticizing its highfalutin style and enthusiastic apology for capitalism. He concluded that the author, unbeknown to himself, ends up demonstrating the correlation between the necessary product of the present system of production, and what your Philistin condemns as abuse, malpractice, etc. 53. Marx's development of his knowledge in these areas continued in the autumn, when he perused, among many other works, Paper Money, The Root of Evil by the economist Charles A. Mann, and Principles of the Science of Banking by Pietro Rota. Along with this research and his reading of the most up-to-date publications, Marx deepened his knowledge of economic developments in Russia and the United States. In April, thanks to his friend Danielson, who had been advised by German Lopatin, he received a whole lot of the latest Russian publications from Petersburg. 54. Among the authors was the celebrated jurist and philosopher Boris Nikolaevich Chicherin, of whose mediocrity Marx wrote, "He is evidently unacquainted with the very elements of political economy and fancies that, by being edited under his name, the trivialities of the Bastiat school become transformed into original and self-evident truths." 55. Marx subsequently commissioned Danielson to write a survey of Russian financial policy over the previous 15 years, as well as a summary report on the productivity of agricultural labor. In April 1876, Marx had written to Zarga that, in order to make further headway with Capital, Volume 2, he would need to see for what appeared that might be of use as regards American agriculture and relations of land ownership, ditto credit. 56. This was also why now, more than 2 years later, he asked the London bookseller George Rivers to send him catalogues of his American and second-hand books. 57. Soon after he had received and begun to use them, Marx remarked to Danielson that the most interesting field for the economist now certainly to be found in the United States. Transformations which require in England centuries were here realized in a few years. He therefore advised his friend to pay particular attention to developments in the newer states across the Atlantic, such as Ohio and California, rather than the older ones. 58. Marx himself had begun to use the approach he recommended to Danielson in his own work. In May 1878, Marx studied the Ohio Bureau of Labor Statistics' first annual report, and in the following months, thanks to the material that Zarga sent him from the United States, he turned his attention to Pennsylvania and Massachusetts. It may be that he planned to follow the dynamics of the capitalist mode of production more extensively and on a more global scale in the volumes of Capital that remained to be written. If England was his field of observation for Volume I, the United States could have represented a new field of observation that would have allowed him to expand his work. It may be assumed, moreover, that he was keen to verify more closely the forms in which the capitalist mode of production developed in different contexts and periods. 59. At any event, between the spring and summer of 1878, geology, mineralogy, and agrarian chemistry were more central to his studies than political economy. From late March to early June, he compiled extracts from a number of texts, including The Natural History of the Raw Materials of Commerce by John Yates, The Book of Nature by the chemist Friedrich Skodler, and Elements of Agricultural Chemistry and Geology by the chemist and mineralogist James Johnston. 60. Between June and early September, he was grappling with Joseph Jukes' Student's Manual of Geology 61, from which he compiled the largest number of extracts. These excerpts concentrate on questions of scientific methodology, the stages of the development of geology as a discipline, and its usefulness for industrial and agricultural production. These new insights awakened in Marx a need to develop his ideas regarding profit, with which he had last intensively occupied himself in the mid-1860s, in Part 6 of Capital, Volume 3, entitled The Transformation of Surplus Profit into Ground Rent. None of the summaries of natural scientific texts had the aim of throwing greater light on the material he was studying. But other compilations, more geared to theoretical aspects, were meant to be used in the completion of Volume 3. Engels later recalled that Marx cummed prehistory, agronomy, Russian and American land ownership, geology, etc., in particular to work out, to an extent never previously attempted, the section on ground rent in Capital, Volume 3. 62. Meanwhile, In the summer of 1878, Marx's state of health made another pause necessary. His daughter Eleanor told the German journalist and activist Karl that Marx had been working too hard latterly and be absolutely forced to do nothing for some time. 63. When he resumed work later that month, Marx read The Reform of the Monetary System by the German economist Adolf Samter. Among the ostensible quotations in it from Capital was the phrase "gold and silver are by their nature money," although Marx's actual words had been "are not by nature money." He commented testily to Engels that the art of reading would appear to be increasingly on the wane among the educated estates in Germany. 64. On the other hand, those who met Marx were indeed greatly struck by his erudition and boundless culture. An anonymous correspondent who interviewed him for the Chicago Tribune in December 1878 was greatly struck by his intimacy with American questions. During the past 20 years, 65, the two discussed multiple themes, and Marx, showing great political flexibility, maintained that many points in the program of the German Party had no significance outside of Germany. The workers' movement in Spain, Russia, England, and the United States, he explained, had platforms suited to their particular difficulties. The only similarity in them the end to be attained, which Marx defined less as workers' power than as the emancipation of labor. 66. When asked what socialism done so far, he focused on two main aspects. First, socialists have shown the general universal struggle between capital and labor the cosmopolitan character, in one word, and consequently tried to bring about an understanding between the workmen in the different countries, which became more necessary as the capitalists became more cosmopolitan in hiring labor, pitting foreign against native labor not only in America, but in England, France, and Germany. International relations sprang up at once between the workingmen in the different countries, showing that socialism was not merely a local, but an international problem, to be solved by the international action of workmen. 67. Marx again stressed that the working classes moved spontaneously, without bourgeois philanthropists or revolutionary sects to decide for them what to do. Socialists invent no movement, but merely tell the workmen what its character and its ends will be. 68. The American journalist then asked him to confirm the words attributed to him by the religious evangelist Josephus Cook, the author of various popular books on science and socialism. According to Cook, Marx had said that in 1871, at the time of the Paris Commune, the revolutionaries totaled a maximum of 3 million, but that within 20 years they would grow to 50 to 100 million, they would rise against odious capital and the past disappear like a hideous nightmare, in a popular conflagration kindled at 100 points at once. 69. Marx replied that he never wrote a word of the text that had appeared in the French conservative daily Le Figaro, he never penned such melodramatic nonsense, but if he had to deny everything said and written, he would require a score of secretaries. What interested Marx was the critique of capitalism. This system, he said, was merely an historical phase, which will pass away and give place to a higher social condition. 70. In contrast to those who associated his ideas with an immediate and ineluctable collapse of capitalism, the journalist detected a firm conviction in the realization of his theories, if not in this century, at least in the next. 71. Marx put forward similar ideas to the Scottish politician Elphinstone, who met him early in 1879. When the latter envisaged a scenario in which your revolution has taken place and you have your republican form of government, and provocatively suggested that it would still be a long way to the realization of the special ideas of yourself and your friends, Marx calmly replied, "Doubtless, but all great movements are slow. It would merely be a step to better things, as your revolution of 1688 was a mere stage on the road." 72. As to the continuation of capital, Marx told Danielson, the Russian translator of Volume I in November 1878, that the second volume would not go to print before the end of 1879-73. In April 1879, he said he had been informed that, following the adoption of the anti-socialist laws in Germany, it would not be possible to publish further volumes so long as the present regime was maintained in its present severity. 74. Marx, aware that he was still far from completing the work he had first begun. In 1867, took the bad news quite well. First, he wanted to wait until the industrial crisis in England reached a climax. Even if, as he expected, it pass over, like its predecessors, and initiate a new industrial cycle with all its diversified phases of prosperity, the further course of the crisis and its detailed observation were most important for the student of capitalistic production. Second, Marx wrote that the bulk of materials received from Russia and the United States a pretext for continuing his studies, instead of winding them up finally for the public. 75 The United States, though still behind in the extent of acquired wealth, had already overtaken England in the rapidity of economic progress. 76 Marx was also particularly interested in the development of joint stock companies and the impact of railway construction on the economy. As he saw it, the railways allowed, and even forced, states where capitalism was confined to a few summits of society, to suddenly create and enlarge their capitalistic superstructure in dimensions altogether disproportionate to the bulk of the social body carrying on the great work of production in the traditional modes. They had therefore accelerated social and political disintegration in countries where capitalism was less developed, just as they had hastened the final development of capitalism in the countries where it was more advanced. 77 Furthermore, the advent of this major new infrastructure had not only provided means of communication adequate to the modern means of production but also, insofar as they were the basis of immense joint stock companies, formed a new starting point for banking companies. Rail transport had given an impetus never before suspected to the concentration of capital, but also to the cosmopolitan activity of loanable capital, thus embracing the whole world in what Marx called a network of financial swindling and mutual indebtedness, the capitalistic form of international brotherhood. 78. It took time to understand these phenomena, which was why, in June 1880, Marx reiterated to Nieuwenhuis, the main representative of the Social Democratic League of the Netherlands, that under present circumstances the second part of capital not appear in Germany, and he was quite glad of this. For certain economic phenomena entering upon a new phase of development and hence call for fresh appraisal. 79. The third and last reason why it was taking longer to conclude Volume 2 was the instructions of Marx's doctor that he should shorten considerably working day. 80 Marx had already confessed to Danielson, in April 1879, that when he cancelled his annual trip to Carlsbad 81 because of the political climate in Germany and Austria after the enactment of anti-socialist laws, his health had never really been good. 82 Marx spent 2 weeks in August between St. Aubin and St. Helier, two small towns on the delightful island 83 of Jersey, a few miles off the Normandy coast. The place had been chosen by Eleanor, his customary traveling companion, who was happy to try somewhere new. Father and daughter set off in the second part of August to join the rest of the family in Ramsgate, where Jenny Longuet had given birth to another boy. They remained there until the middle of September. Marx tested whether his capacity for work had improved, by looking through some mathematical notebooks he had brought with him, but, as he confessed to Engels, his head not quite right yet, and he very soon had to abandon the premature job. 84 Shortly afterwards, he wrote to Zarga that his health had worsened and that his nervous condition had latterly made all brain work virtually unfeasible. 85 Nevertheless, as he wrote to Engels, the fortnight in Ramsgate where the air suit extraordinarily well put him back on his feet and made him feel much better. 86 Marx also kept Danielson informed, reporting that, after a period when he had had to suspend all work and been unable to do justice to the mental food from St. Petersburg, he was feeling better and planned to set to work with a will. 87 But he was well aware of the arduous labors ahead of him. Not only did he need to go back over some parts of the manuscript and improve their content, a more pressing task was to face some complex theoretical problems that remained unresolved. 88. Engels also told Johann Philipp Becker of the improvement in Marx's health. Marx is fitter than last year, although he still isn't really up to the mark. Mrs. Marx has long been subject to bouts of indigestion and is seldom entirely well. Volume 2 is making slow progress, nor is it likely to progress any faster until a summer better than the last one enables Marx to recover properly for once. 89 Such a summer would never arrive, however. Similar worries and difficulties accompanied the revision work on Capital, Volume I. In 1872, the publication of the French edition of Capital got underway. Entrusted to Joseph Roy, who had previously translated some of Ludwig Feuerbach's texts, it was scheduled to appear in batches with the French publisher Maurice Lachatre, between 1872 and 1875. Marx agreed that it would be good to bring out a cheap popular edition. 90 I applaud your idea of publishing the translation in periodic installments, he wrote. In this form the work will be more accessible to the working class, and for me that consideration outweighs any other. Aware, however, that there was a reverse side of the coin, he anticipated that the method of analysis he had used would make for somewhat arduous reading in the early chapters, and that readers might become discouraged when they were unable to carry straight on. He did not feel he could do anything about this disadvantage, other than constantly caution and forewarn those readers concerned with the truth. There is no royal road to learning, and the only people with any chance of scaling its sunlit peaks are those who have no fear of weariness when ascending the precipitous paths that lead up to them. 91. In the end, Marx had to spend much more time on the translation than he had planned for the proof correction. As he wrote to Danielson, Roy had often translated too literally and forced him to rewrite whole passages in French, to make them more palatable to the French public. 92. Earlier that month, his daughter Jenny had told Kugelmann that her father was obliged to make numberless corrections, rewriting not only whole sentences but entire pages. 93. And a month later she added that the translation was so imperfect that he had been obliged to rewrite the greater part of the first chapter. 94. Subsequently, Engels wrote in similar vein to Kugelmann that the French translation had proved a real slog for Marx, and that he had more or less had to rewrite the whole thing from the beginning. 95. At the end of his labors, Marx himself remarked that they had consumed so much of time that not again collaborate in any way on a translation. 96. In revising the French version. 97. Moreover, Marx decided to introduce some additions and modifications. These mostly concerned the section on the process of capital accumulation, but also some specific points such as the distinction between concentration and centralization of capital. In the postscript to the French edition, he did not hesitate to attach to it a scientific value independent of the original. 98. It was no accident that in 1877, when an English edition already seemed a possibility, Marx wrote to Zarga that a translator must without fail compare the second German edition with the French edition, in which included a good deal of new matter and greatly improved presentation of much else. 99. In a letter of November 1878, in which he weighed the positive and negative aspects of the French edition, he wrote to Danielson that it contained many important changes and additions, but that he had also sometimes been obliged, principally in the first chapter, to simplify the matter. 100. For this reason, he felt it necessary to clarify later in the month that the chapters Commodities and Money and the Transformation of Money into Capital should be translated exclusively from the German text. 101. The drafts of Capital, Volume 2 were left in anything but a definitive state. The manuscripts of Capital, Volume 3, have a highly fragmentary character, and Marx never managed to update them in a way that reflected the progress of his research. 102. It should also be borne in mind that he was unable to complete a revision of Capital, Volume I, that included the changes and additions he intended to improve his magnum opus. 103. In fact, neither the French edition of 1872 to 1875 nor the German edition of 1881 can be considered the definitive version that he would have liked it to be. The critical spirit with which Marx composed his Capital reveals just how distant he was from the dogmatic author that many of his adversaries and self-styled disciples presented to the world. 3. The Carousel of Life. In the first 2 weeks of June 1881, Jenny Marx's health took a further turn for the worse. Her constant and increasing loss of flesh and strength was alarming and resistant to any treatment. Dr. Brian Donkin persuaded her to get away from the London climate, hoping that this would stabilize her enough for a planned trip to visit her daughter Jenny and her beloved grandchildren in Paris. Marx and his wife therefore decided to spend some time in Eastbourne, on the Channel coast. At this time, Marx was not in good health either, and it was hoped that a spell by the sea would not only allow him to be by his wife's side, as he wished, but bring some benefit to him too. Engels wrote to Jenny Longuet in the second half of the month that the change be equally favorable to Moore 104. He wants a bit of bracing up too, his cough is not so bad at nights and he sleeps better, that is one thing. 105 Marx himself spoke of his plight to Zarga, confiding on June 20 that he had been suffering continuously for 6 months and more from a cough, cold, sore throat and rheumatism, which only seldom permit to go out and out of society. 106. Marx and his wife left for Eastbourne toward the end of the month and remained there for approximately 3 weeks. The costs of the trip, and of the necessary consultations with doctors, were borne by Engels. In July, he calmed his friend, "You can now have £100 to £120, and it's simply a question of whether you want it all at one go and how much is to be sent there and how much is for here." 107. Laura and Eleanor took it in turns to spend some time with their parents and to offer them comfort. 108 But Jenny Marx's health did not improve. As she wrote to Laura, "In spite of the propitious circumstances, I do not feel better and have actually sunk to a bath chair, a thing that I, the pedestrian par excellence, should have regarded as beneath my dignity a few months ago." 109. Upon her return to London, the doctor found Jenny somewhat better and accepted her wish to see her daughter and grandchildren in Paris for the first time in 5 months or more. Marx sent £5 to his daughter Jenny, as she would have to pay cash for the hire of bed linen, etc. that he insisted was indispensable if she was to receive them both in her home. The remainder, he added, would be paid when we arrive. 110. On July 26, Marx and his wife, accompanied by Helene de Muth, landed in France and travelled on to Argenteuil, the suburb of Paris where Jenny Longuet lived with her husband. Marx immediately wanted to meet the family doctor, Gustave Durlin, who said he was available to take care of Jenny Marx. He wrote to Engels that, for the first day of their visit, the little ones had rightly laid claim to Old Nick. 111 This name, with its diabolic associations, was used in the family as an alternative to Moore, and especially in the last few years of his life, Marx often signed letters to his daughters, Engels and Paul Lafargue in this way, amused more than pleased by the reference to his illustrious namesake. 112. The news of Marx's return to France, though for strictly personal motives, was bound to arouse suspicions. Longuet had speculated that as soon as they heard of it, the anarchists impute to the malicious intention of swinging the vote in forthcoming elections, but then he heard from his friend Georges Clemenceau that Marx had absolutely nothing to fear from the police. 113 Eleanor Marx had also informed Karl Hirsch, the Paris correspondent of the German Social Democratic press, of her parents' arrival, so that Marx joked that his presence was already an open secret. Engels, spending a fortnight in Burlington, Yorkshire, was entertained and reassured by what his friend had told him and wrote back with his usual thoughtfulness, "I have got some checks with me, so if you need anything, don't hesitate to let me know roughly how much you want. Your wife must not and shall not want for anything. If there's something she would like to have or something you know would give her pleasure, then have it she must." He also filled Marx in about one of his great pleasures in life. Here one can pretty well do without German beer, for the bitter ale in the little cafe on the pier is excellent, and has a head on it like German beer. 114. On the other side of the channel, Marx was not having such a good time. He thanked Engels for his help. "Drawing so heavily on your exchequer is a great embarrassment to me, but the anarchy which has wrought havoc with the housekeeping over the past 2 years and given rise to all sorts of arrears has been oppressing me for some considerable time." 115 He then reported how his wife was doing. "Every day we experience the same ups and downs here as we did in Eastbourne, only with the difference, as for instance yesterday, that there are sudden and frightful bouts of pain, when Dr. Durlin was ready to administer opiates." Marx did not conceal his fears. "The temporary improvements do not, of course, inhibit the natural course of the disease, but they delude my wife and fortify Jenny despite my objurgations in the belief that our stay in Argenteuil should last as long as possible. 116. This constant oscillation between hopes and fears had not been at all good for his own health, even interfering with his moments of rest. Last night, in fact, was the first occasion on which I had anything like a decent sleep. My thoughts are so dull and dead, as if a mill-wheel was turning in my head. He had therefore not yet been into Paris or written a single line to comrades in the capital to invite them round to his daughter's house. 117 Their first day trip to the center of Paris came only on August 7 and gave Jenny Marx great pleasure. To Marx, who had not been there since 1849, it gave the impression of a perpetual fair. Back in Argenteuil, fearing that his wife's state might suddenly deteriorate, Marx wrote to Engels that he had tried to persuade her to return to London. Her maternal feelings had prevailed, however, and she said she wanted to stay as long as possible with her daughter Jenny. She had already played a trick. By sending out a mass of washing 118 that would be returned only early the following week. 119 Marx ended with a few lines about himself. Oddly enough, though I get damned little rest at night and my days are racked with worry, everyone tells me how well I look, as is, indeed, the case. 120. In the end, it was another painful event that forced him to leave France in great haste. On August 16, Marx received news that his third daughter, Eleanor, was gravely ill. He immediately set off for London, where he was joined a few days later by his wife and Helene de Muth. It soon became clear that Tussie, his pet name for Eleanor, was in a state of extreme depression. 121 Anxious that she was looking pale and thin and had not eaten literally for weeks, Marx turned to his other daughter, Jenny, and reported that her sister was tormented by continuous sleeplessness, trembling of the hands, neuralgic convulsions of the face, etc., and that she would be in the greatest danger in the case of further delay. 122 Fortunately, to sustain him in the crisis, Marx had the memory of the fine weeks he had just spent, despite everything, in Argenteuil. The pleasure to be with you and the dear children has given me a more substantial satisfaction than I could have found anywhere else. 123. Barely 2 days later, news arrived from Argenteuil that Longuet and little Harry were very ill. Marx commented to Engels, "Nothing but misfortune in the family at the moment." 124 There seemed no end in sight to the trials and tribulations. For the death of his wife, the task of caring for Eleanor, which absorbed much of his energies in the second half of the summer, together with the course of Jenny Marx's illness, which day by day drawing closer to its consummation. 125 prevented the Marx family from keeping up any social relations. At the beginning of the month, he wrote to Minna Koskaya, a former actress and now author of socially committed novels, and apologized for not being able to invite her to London, because his wife's shocking and fatal illness had put a stop to intercourse with the outside world. 126 To Koskay, Minna's son, he had written the same day that he was a sick nurse. 127. During this period Marx resumed his study of mathematics. Paul Lafargue later recalled his father-in-law's highly distinctive approach to the subject. Besides the poets and novelists, Marx had another remarkable way of relaxing intellectually: mathematics, for which he had a special liking. Algebra even brought him moral consolation, and he took refuge in the most distressing moments of his eventful life. During his wife's last illness, he was unable to devote himself to his usual scientific work, and the only way in which he could shake off the oppression caused by her sufferings was to plunge into mathematics. During that time of moral suffering he wrote a work on infinitesimal calculus. He saw in higher mathematics the most logical and at the same time the simplest form of dialectical movement. He held the view that science is not really developed until it has learned to make use of mathematics. 128. In mid-October, Marx's health, which was feeling the weight of family events, faltered once more, as bronchitis developed into a severe case of pleurisy. This time, Eleanor spent all her time at her father's bedside, trying to help him ward off the danger of pneumonia. She stopped her sister from traveling over to join them from Argenteuil. 129. A worried Engels wrote to Bernstein on October 25, he has been in bed for the past 12 days with bronchitis and all kinds of complications, but since Sunday due precautions having been taken there has no longer been any danger. I've been anxious enough, I can tell you. 130 A few days later, he also informed the long-standing comrade Becker, at his time of life and considering the general state of his health, were certainly no laughing matter. Fortunately, the worst is over and, so far as Marx is concerned, all danger has been completely eliminated for the time being, though he has to spend the greater part of the day in bed and is greatly weakened. 131. At the end of November, Engels sent a further medical bulletin to Bernstein. Marx is still very run down, isn't allowed to leave his room or engage in any serious occupation, but he is visibly gaining weight. Meanwhile, if any one outside event has contributed to putting Marx more or less to rights again, then it is the elections. 132 On October 27, 1881, the German Social Democrats had obtained more than 300,000 votes in the ballot for the new parliament, a unique score in Europe. 133. Jenny Marx, too, was very pleased with the result, but it would be one of the last joys in her life. The following weeks brought terrible conditions for her. Her daughter Eleanor recalled Dr. Donkin saying that to give her a little change she and other helpers should lift her in her sheets from her bed to the chair bed and back again. 134 Jenny was heavily sedated with morphine because of the intense pain. Eleanor later recalled, "Our mother lay in the large front room, Moore in the little room behind. Never shall I forget the morning when he felt strong enough to go into my mother's room. When they were together they were young again, she a loving girl and he a loving youth, on the threshold of life, not an old man devastated by illness and an old dying woman parting from each other for life." 135. On December 2, 1881, Jenny Marx, the woman who, by Marx's side, had shared his hardships and political passion, died of liver cancer. It was an irredeemable loss. For the first time since 1836, when he had fallen in love with her at the age of just 18, he found himself alone, deprived of his greatest treasure. 136 Without the face reawakens the greatest and sweetest memories of life. 137. To avoid further compromising his own frail condition, he could not even be present at her funeral. There was no gainsaying the doctor's interdict, he wrote sadly to his daughter Jenny. He thought of the words his wife had spoken to the nurse, shortly before her death, about some neglected formality, "We are no such external people." 138 Engels, however, a man Eleanor said was of a kindness and devotion that baffled description. 139 Did attend the burial. In his graveside speech, he recalled, "If ever there was a woman whose greatest happiness lay in making others happy, this was she." 140. Marx wrote to his daughter Jenny that it gave him extraordinary happiness to recall their trip to Paris that summer. Her mother had benefited greatly from the time she had spent with her and the children, and the reliving of that time had distracted her during the final weeks of the illness. He also said it was a comfort to him that her strength gave out at the right time. The highly unusual location of the cancer meant that the pain had been unbearable only in the very last days. Even during her last hours there were no death agonies, a gradual falling asleep, her eyes larger, lovelier, more luminous than ever. 141. For Marx, the wrenching pain of this loss was compounded by physical suffering. The treatment he had to undergo was extremely painful, although he faced it in a stoical spirit. He wrote to his daughter Jenny, "I still have to paint my chest, neck, etc., with iodine and, when regularly repeated, this produces a somewhat tiresome and painful inflammation of the skin. The said operation, which is only being performed to prevent a relapse during convalescence, is therefore doing me sterling service just at this moment. There is only one effective antidote for mental suffering, and that is physical pain. Set the end of the world on the one hand against a man with acute toothache on the other." 142. His health became very precarious, as he wrote to his friend Becker, "I myself am still an invalid. So serious a grip had pleurisy combined with bronchitis gained over me that for a time, i.e. several days, the doctors doubted whether I would pull through. 143 He added to Danielson that at one point he was very near leaving this bad world. The doctors, he added, want to send me to the south of France or even to Algeria. 144 He was forced to stay in bed for a number of weeks, and in a letter to Zarga he spoke of being confined to the house and of frittering away a certain amount of time on schemes for restoring health. 145 Yet faced with the huge difficulties, Marx once again found the strength to pick himself up and resume work. 5. Return to the study of history. Between autumn 1881 and winter 1882, a large part of Marx's intellectual energies went into historical studies. He worked intensively on the chronological extracts, an annotated year-by-year timeline of world events from the 1st century BC on, summarizing their causes and salient features. It was the same method he had used for his notes on Indian history, between autumn 1879 and summer 1880. Once again he wanted to test whether his conceptions were well founded in the light of major political, military, economic, and technological developments in the past. For some time, he had been aware that the schema of linear progression through the Asiatic, ancient, feudal, and modern bourgeois modes of production, 146 which he had drawn in the preface to a contribution to the critique of political economy, was completely inadequate for an understanding of the movement of history, and that it was indeed advisable to steer clear of any philosophy of history. The frail state of his health prevented him from undertaking another encounter with the unfinished manuscripts of Capital. So he probably thought the time had come to turn his attention again to world history, particularly the key question of the relationship between the development of capitalism and the birth of modern states. 147 The completion of the 2 missing volumes of his magnum opus was left until the hoped-for recovery of his physical strength. Apart from some minor sources he did not mention, Marx drew upon 2 main texts for his chronology. The first was the History of the Peoples of Italy, by the Italian historian Carlo Botta, which was originally published in 3 volumes in French, since the author had had to flee Turin in 1814 to escape persecution at the hands of the Savoyard government and return to Piedmont only after the defeat of Napoleon Bonaparte. 148 The second was the widely read and acclaimed World History for the German People, by Friedrich Schlosser, who in his lifetime had been considered the leading German historian. 149 Marx had both these books in his personal library, having probably inherited Schlosser's works from his friend Wilhelm Wolff, and he jotted a number of observations and marginalia in the first 2 volumes of Botta's History of the Peoples of Italy. 150. Marx filled 4 thick notebooks with notes on these 2 works. 151 In an even smaller, scarcely legible handwriting than usual. The covers bear the titles that Engels gave them when he was going through his friend's estate: Chronological Extracts. I. 96 to C 1320, 2, C 1300 to C 1470, 3, C 1470 to C 1580, 4, C 1580 to C 1648. 152 Marx's summaries were written in German, English, and French, and sometimes interspersed with short comments. Many of these consist merely of corrections relating to dates or events. In other cases, however, Marx added critical considerations on significant figures or advanced his own interpretations of important historical events, from which we can infer his disagreement with the faith in progress and the moral judgments expressed by Schlosser. This new immersion in history did not stop with Europe but extended to Asia, the Middle East, the Islamic world, and the Americas. 153. In the first notebook of his chronological extracts, mainly basing himself on Botta, Marx filled 143 pages with a chronology of some of the principal events between 91 BC and 1370 AD. Beginning with ancient Rome, he moved on to consider the fall of the Roman Empire, the rise of France, the historical importance of Charlemagne, the Byzantine Empire, and the various features and development of feudalism. After the publication of Capital, Volume I, Marx had already occupied himself a number of times with the Middle Ages, and his knowledge of it had considerably increased in 1868, when he had taken a close interest in historical and agricultural questions and compiled notebooks of extracts from the works of various authors in those fields. Particularly important for him was the introduction to the constitutive history of the German mark, farm, village, town, and public authority by the political theorist and legal historian George von Maurer. 154 Marx told Engels he had found Maurer's books extremely significant, since they approached in an entirely different way not only the primitive age but also the entire later development of the free imperial cities, of the estate owners possessing immunity, of public authority, and of the struggle between the free peasantry and serfdom. 155. Marx attentively annotated everything that might be useful to him in analyzing taxation systems in various countries and epochs. He also took great interest in the special role of Sicily, on the margins of the Arab world and Europe, and in the Italian maritime republics and their important contribution to the development of mercantile capitalism. Finally, while consulting other books that helped him to integrate the information provided by Botta, Marx wrote many pages of notes on the Islamic conquest in Africa and the East, the Crusades, and the Baghdad and Mosul caliphates. In the second notebook, comprising 145 pages on the period from 1308 to 1469, Marx continued to transcribe notes on the final Crusades in the Holy Land. However, the most extensive part again concerned the Italian maritime republics and the economic advances in Italy, which Marx thought of as the beginning of modern capitalism. 156 Also drawing on Machiavelli, he summarized the main events in the political struggles of the Republic of Florence. At the same time, drawing on Schlosser's World History for the German People, Marx dwelled on the German political and economic situation in the 14th and 15th centuries, as well as the history of the Mongol Empire during and after the lifetime of Genghis Khan. 157. In the third notebook, consisting of 141 pages, Marx dealt with the main political and religious conflicts of the period from 1470 to around 1580. He took a special interest in the clash between France and Spain, the tumultuous dynastic struggles of the English monarchy, and the life and influence of Girolamo Savonarola. And, of course, he retraced the history of the Protestant Reformation, noting the support given to it by the emergent bourgeois class. A good part of his notes concern the figure of Martin Luther. Unlike Schlosser, he drew a highly negative portrait of him, trenchantly concluding that this monk impeded everything progressive in the Reformation. 158. Finally, in the fourth, 117-page notebook, Marx focused mainly on the numerous religious conflicts in Europe between 1580 and 1648. The longest section dealt with Germany before the outbreak of the 30 Years' War and made a deep analysis of this period. 159 Marx dwelled on the roles of the Swedish King Gustavus Adolphus, Cardinal Richelieu, and Cardinal Mazarin. A final section was devoted to England following the death of Elizabeth I. 160. Along with the four notebooks of extracts from Botta and Schlosser, Marx compiled another notebook with the same characteristics that was contemporaneous with the others and related to the same research. Here, basing himself on the history of the Republic of Florence by Gino Capponi, Marx built on the knowledge he had already gained about the years from 1135 to 1433. He also compiled further notes on the period from 449 to 1485, based on the history of the English people by John Green. The fluctuating state of his health did not allow him to advance any further, however. His notes stopped with the chronicles of the Peace of Westphalia, which put an end to the 30 Years' War in 1648. When Marx's medical condition improved, he needed to do everything possible to eliminate the danger of a relapse. 161 Accompanied by his daughter Eleanor, he moved on December 29, 1881 to Ventnor on the Isle of Wight, where he had been a few times before and was now advised to return, in the hope that the warm climate and dry air there rapidly complete his recovery. 162 Before leaving, he wrote to Jenny, "My dear child, the best service you can do me is to keep your chin up. I hope that I shall spend many more happy days with you and worthily fulfill my functions as a grandpa." 163. He spent the first 2 weeks of 1882 in Ventnor. In order to go for walks without too much trouble, and to be less dependent on the caprices of the weather, he had to wear a respirator in case of need, which looked much like a muzzle 164 even in these difficult circumstances. Marx never lost his iron-eagle touch and wrote to Laura that the vehemence with which the bourgeois papers in Germany have announced either demise, or at any rate the inevitable imminence thereof, had tickled hugely 165. The days that Marx spent with Eleanor were far from easy. Weighed down by her existential problems, she was still deeply unsettled, unable to sleep and fearful that her nervous crisis might dramatically worsen. However great the affection they felt for each other, it was hard for them to communicate. He was angry and anxious and perceived her as disagreeable and dissatisfied 166. Marx still managed to keep up with the main political events of the day. When the German Chancellor, speaking in Parliament, had been unable to ignore the deep distrust of government policy among German workers 167, he wrote to Engels, "I regard it as a major victory, not only in Germany itself but vis-a-vis the outside world generally, that Bismarck should admit in the Reichstag that the German workers have to some extent given the thumbs down to his state socialism 168. Marx's bronchitis was becoming chronic, however, and after his return to London family members discussed at length with Dr. Donkin about the climate that would provide the best conditions for him to get better. Rest in a warm place was advisable for a complete recovery. The Isle of Wight had not worked. Gibraltar was ruled out because Marx would have needed a passport to enter the territory, and as a stateless person he was not in possession of one. The Bismarckian Empire was covered in snow and anyway still forbidden to him, while Italy was out of the question, since, as Engels put it, the first proviso where convalescents are concerned is that there should be no harassment by the police 169. With the support of Dr. Donkin and Paul Lafargue, Marx's son-in-law, Engels convinced the patient to head for Algiers, which at the time enjoyed a good reputation among English people who could afford to escape the rigors of winter. 170. As Marx's daughter Eleanor later recalled, what pushed Marx into making this unusual trip was his old obsession, to complete capital. She wrote, "His general state keeps getting worse. If he had been more egoistic, he would have simply allowed things to take their course. But for him one thing stood above all else, devotion to the cause. He wanted to see his great work through to the end and therefore agreed once more to make a journey to recover his health. 171. Marx left for the Mediterranean on February 9, stopping on the way at Argenteuil. When his health did not improve, he decided after scarcely 1 week to continue alone to Marseilles, having persuaded Eleanor that it was unnecessary for her to accompany him. To Engels he confided, "Not for anything in the world would I have the girl think she is to be sacrificed as an old man's nurse on the altar of family." 172. After crossing the whole of France by train, he reached the great Provençal seaport on February 17. He immediately obtained a ticket for the first ship bound for Africa 173, and the next day, on a windy wintry afternoon, he was in the harbor queuing up with other passengers to go on board. He had a couple of suitcases crammed with heavy clothing, medicines, and a few books. At 5 p.m., the steamer said left for Algiers, where Marx would stay for 72 days. This was the only time in his life that he spent outside Europe. 174. 4. The Moor's last journey. 1. The trip to Algiers and reflections on the Arab world. After a stormy 34-hour crossing, Marx reached his destination on February 20. The next day he wrote to Friedrich Engels, and a week later he recalled that his corpus delicti had been frozen to the marrow. He found an ideally situated room, with a port view, at the Hotel Pension Victoria, in the upper Mustafa zone. It was a magical panorama, which allowed him to appreciate the wonderful combination of Europe and Africa. 1. The only person who knew the identity of the newly arrived polyglot gentleman was Albert Firm, a justice of the peace and follower of Charles Fourier, who had landed in Algiers in 1870 after a period of imprisonment on account of his opposition to the Second Empire. He was the only real company Marx had there, serving as his guide on various excursions and attempting to satisfy his curiosity about the New World. As the days passed, however, Marx's health did not improve. He was still troubled by the bronchitis, and an uncontrollable cough kept him awake at night. The unusually cold, damp, and rainy weather, it was the worst winter in 10 years in Algiers, also favored another attack of pleurisy. The only difference between my clothing in the Isle of Wight and my clothing in the city of Algiers, he wrote to Engels, is that in the villa I have up till now simply replaced the rhinoceros greatcoat with my light greatcoat. He even contemplated moving 400 kilometers further south, to the village of Biskra on the edge of the Sahara, but his poor physical condition dissuaded him from such a taxing journey. He therefore embarked on a lengthy period of complicated treatment in Algiers. Dr. Charles Stephan, the best in the city, prescribed sodium arsenate during the day and a codeine-based opiate syrup to help him sleep at night. He also ordered Marx to reduce physical exertion to a minimum and to abstain from real intellectual work except some reading for distraction. Nevertheless, on March 6 the cough became even more violent and brought about repeated hemorrhaging. Marx was therefore forbidden to leave the hotel, and even to engage in conversation. Rest, solitude, and silence were now duties incumbent on as a citizen too. At least, he wrote to Engels, Dr. Stephan, like my dear Dr. Donkin, does not forget the cognac 3. The most painful treatment proved to be a course of 10 vesicatories, a therapy popular at the time that used agents to blister the skin in order to release subcutaneous toxins. Marx managed to complete these with the help of a young pharmacist. Little by little, by repeatedly painting his chest and back with collodion and opening the resulting blisters, Mr. Maurice Caspthelas succeeded in drawing off the excess fluid from his lungs. Not surprisingly, Marx began to regret his chosen destination, as he wrote to Paul Lafargue, from the moment of departure for Marseilles there had been the finest weather in both Nice and Menton. 2 other possibilities he had considered. 4 In the second half of March, he confided to his daughter Jenny, in this foolish, ill-calculated expedition, I am now just arrived again at that standard of health when I possessed it on leaving London. He also told her that he had had his doubts about travelling such a long way, but that Engels and Brian Donkin fired each other mutually into African furor, neither one nor the other getting any special information 5 about the weather that year. In his view, the thing was to inform oneself before starting on such a wild goose chase. 6. On March 20, Marx wrote to Lafargue that the treatment had been stopped for the time being, since there was no longer a single dry place either on back or chest. The sight of his body reminded him of a kitchen garden in miniature planted with melons. To his great relief, however, his sleep was gradually returning. Someone who has not suffered from insomnia cannot appreciate that blissful state when the terror of sleepless nights begins to give way. 7. On the other hand, Marx's breathing was more labored as a result of the nocturnal drawing of blisters, the need to remain bandaged, and the strict ban on scratching. Having learned that the weather in France had been wonderful since his departure from London, and bearing in mind the initial prediction of a rapid cure, he wrote to Engels that a man ought never delude himself by too sanguine views. 8 Clearly there was some way to go to sana mens insano corpore. 9. Marx's suffering was not only bodily. He felt lonely and wrote on March 16 to his daughter Jenny, nothing could be more magical than the city of Algiers, unless it be the countryside outside that city. It would be like the Arabian Nights given good health with all my dear ones. 10 And on March 27 he added that he would have liked by magic to have Johnny, the eldest, there too to wonder at Moors, Berbers, Turks, Negroes, in one word this Babel and costumes of this Oriental world, mixed with the civilized French etc. and the dull Britons. 11. To Engels, a comrade with whom he was used to sharing everything, he wrote of an occasional bout of profound melancholy, like the great Don Quixote. His thoughts kept returning to the loss of his life companion. You know that few people are more averse to demonstrative pathos. Still, it would be a lie to confess that my thoughts are to a great part absorbed by reminiscence of my wife, such a part of my best part of life. 12 One distraction from the pain of mourning was the spectacle of nature around him. Early in April he wrote that there was wonderful moonlight on the bay, and he could never stop feasting eyes on the sea in front of balcony 13. Marx also suffered from the enforced lack of serious intellectual activity. Since the start of the trip, he had been aware that it would be a time-wasting operation, but he had eventually agreed to it when he realized that the accursed disease also impairs one's intellect. 14. He told Jenny that any working was out of the question in Algiers, even the correction of capital for a edition. 15. As to the current political situation, he limited himself to reading the telegraphic reports of a small local paper, The Little Settler, and the only workers' sheet received from Europe, The Equality, about which he noted sarcastically that you can't call it a newspaper. 16. Marx's letters of spring 1882 show that he was eager to be again active and to drop that invalid stupid job. 17. A pointless, arid, not to say expensive, existence. 18. To Lafargue he even said he was so busy doing nothing that he felt close to imbecility. 19. Which suggests a fear on his part that he was no longer capable of taking up his usual existence where he had left off. This progression of unfavorable events did not allow Marx to get to the bottom of Algerian reality, nor, as Engels foresaw, was it really possible for him to study the characteristics of common ownership among the Arabs. 20. In 1879 he had already taken an interest in the land question in French-ruled Algeria, in the course of his studies in ethnology, landed property, and pre-capitalist societies. In that circumstance, Marx had transcribed from Kovalevsky's Communal Land Ownership, the causes, course, and consequences of its decline, that the individualization of land ownership would bring huge benefits to the invaders, but it would also favor the political aim of destroying the foundation of the society. 21. On February 22, 1882, an article in the Algiers daily The News documented the injustices of the newly crafted system. Theoretically, any French citizen at that time could acquire a concession of more than 100 hectares of Algerian land without even leaving his country, and he could then resell it to a native for 40,000 francs. On average, the colons sold every parcel of land they had bought for 20 to 30 francs at the price of 300 francs. 22. Owing to his ill health, Marx was unable to return to these problems, nor was the article in the News brought to his attention. But his permanent desire for knowledge did not fade even in the most adverse circumstances. After exploring the area around his hotel, where housing reconstruction was underway on a vast scale, he noted that although the workers engaged in this activity are healthy people and local residents, they go down with fever after the first 3 days. Part of their wages, therefore, consists of a daily dose of quinine supplied by the employers. 23. Marx made a number of interesting observations in his 16 letters from the southern rim of the Mediterranean. 24. Some of which display a still partly colonial vision. The ones that really stand out are those dealing with social relations among Muslims. Marx was profoundly struck by the bearing of the Arabs. Even the poorest Moor, he wrote, surpasses the greatest European comedian in the art of wrapping himself in his hood and showing natural, graceful, and dignified attitudes. 25. Noting how their social classes mixed, he wrote to his daughter Laura in mid-April that he had observed a group of Arabs playing cards, some of them dressed pretentiously, even richly, others in, for once I dare call it blouses, sometime of white woolen appearance, now in rags and tatters. For a true Muslim, he commented, such accidents, good or bad luck, do not distinguish Mahomet's children. Absolute equality in their social intercourse, not affected, on the contrary, only when demoralized, they become aware of it. As to the hatred against Christians and the hope of an ultimate victory over these infidels, their politicians justly consider this same feeling and practice of absolute equality a guarantee of keeping up the one, of not giving up the latter. 26. Marx also marveled at the scant presence of the state. In no town elsewhere, which is at the same time the seat of the central government, is there such laissez-faire, laissez-passer, police reduced to a bare minimum, unparalleled lack of embarrassment in public. The Moorish element is responsible for this. For Muslims there is no such thing as subordination, they are neither subjects nor citizens, no authority, save in politics, something which Europeans have totally failed to understand. Point 27. Marx scornfully attacked the Europeans' violent abuses and constant provocations, and, not least, their barefaced arrogance and presumptuousness vis-a-vis the lesser breeds, grisly, Moloch-like obsession with atonement with regard to any act of rebellion. He also emphasized that, in the comparative history of colonial occupation, the British and Dutch outdo the French. In Algiers itself, he reported to Engels, his friend the judge firm had regularly seen in the course of his career a form of torture. To extract confessions from Arabs, naturally done by the police. When, for example, a murder is committed by an Arab gang, usually with robbery in view, and the actual miscreants are in the course of time duly apprehended, tried, and executed, this is not regarded as sufficient atonement by the injured colonist family. They demand into the bargain the pulling in of at least half a dozen innocent Arabs. When a European colonist dwells among the lesser breeds, either as a settler or simply on business, he generally regards himself as even more inviolable than handsome William I. Point 28. Marx returned to the theme in another context, when he told Engels of the brutality of the French authorities toward a poor, thieving Arab, a poor, multiple assassin by profession. Shortly before his execution, he learned that he wasn't going to be shot but guillotined. This, in defiance of prior arrangements. Nor was that all. His relatives had expected the head and body to be handed over to them so that they could sew the former to the latter and then bury the whole. Which it is not. Howls, imprecations and gnashing of teeth, the French authorities dug their heels in, the first time they had done so. Now, when the body arrives in paradise, Mohammed will ask, "Where have you left your head?" Or, "How did the head come to be parted from its body?" You're not fit to enter paradise. Go and join those dogs of Christians in hell. And that's why his relations were so upset. Point 29. Along with these political and social observations, Marx's letters also include material on Arab customs. In one, he told his daughter Laura a story that had greatly appealed to his practical side. A ferryman is ready and waiting, with his small boat, on the tempestuous waters of a river. A philosopher, wishing to get to the other side, climbs aboard. There ensues the following dialogue. Philosopher, do you know anything of history, ferryman? Ferryman, no. Philosopher, then you've wasted half your life. And again, the philosopher, have you studied mathematics? Ferryman, no. Philosopher, then you've wasted more than half your life. Hardly were these words out of the philosopher's mouth when the wind capsized the boat, precipitating both ferryman and philosopher into the water. Whereupon, ferryman shouts, "Can you swim?" Philosopher, no. Ferryman, then you've wasted your whole life. And Marx added to Laura, that will tickle your appetite for things Arabic. 30. After more than 2 months of suffering, Marx's condition improved and he was at last able to return to France. First, however, he had a final surprise for Engels, apropos, because of the sun, I have done away with my prophet's beard and my crowning glory but had myself photographed before offering up my hair on the altar of an Algerian barber. 31. This would be the last snapshot of him. It is utterly unlike the granite profile to be found on the squares of actually existing socialism, which the regimes of the day ordered to represent him. His mustache, rather like his ideas, has not lost the color of youth, and his smiling face, for all life's trials and disappointments, still appears kindly and unassuming. 32. The last photograph of Karl Marx, taken by E. Dutertre in Algiers in 1882. IISH Collection BGA 9/383. A photo montage showing how Marx may have looked after having his hair cut and his beard shaved off. Creator and origins unknown. To a Republican in the Principality. Bad weather continued to pester Marx. During his last days in Africa, 33, his health was sorely tested by the arrival of the Sirocco, and the crossing to Marseilles where he landed on May 5, on his 64th birthday, was particularly rough. As he wrote later to Eleanor, a violent storm turned cabin into a veritable wind tunnel. And once at their destination, the steamer did not actually enter the harbor, so that the passengers had to be taken off by boat, spending several hours in a cold, drafty customs hall cum purgatory until the time came for them to depart for Nice. These tribulations, he quipped, more or less threw machine out of gear and precipitated into the hands of an Aesculapius as soon as they reached Monte Carlo. 34. The trusted Aesculapius was Dr. Koneman, an excellent doctor from Alsace who specialized in lung diseases. 35 It was discovered that the bronchitis had become chronic and, to Marx's horror, that the pleurisy had returned. 36 All the moving around had done further damage, and Marx used his customary literary references to joke about it with Engels. Fate would seem on this occasion to have displayed an alarming consistency, almost, one might say, as in the tragedies of Amadeus Müllner, where fate does indeed play an important role in human existence. Another course of 4 vesicatories was therefore necessary, and these took place between 9 and May 30. Since he had to get better before continuing on his way, Marx spent 3 weeks in the Principality of Monaco. His descriptions of the atmosphere there mixed shrewdness with social criticism. For example, he compared Monte Carlo to Gerolstein, the imaginary statelet in which Jacques Offenbach placed his opera The Grand Duchess of Gerolstein. Marx went a few times to the reading room at the famous casino, which offered a good selection of international newspapers. But he told Engels that his table d'hôte companions at the Hôtel de Russie and, more generally, the public in the city were more interested in what goes on in the casino's gaming rooms. His letters from this period alternate between amused observations about people he came across, for example, a son of Albion, sulky, ill-tempered and bewildered, because he had lost a certain number of yellow boys, whereas he had been absolutely intent on copying the same, and mordant comments such as, he couldn't understand that not even British boorishness is able to bully fortune. 37. The most trenchant description of this alien world was offered to his daughter Eleanor, in a letter written shortly his departure. At the table d'hôte, in the cafés, etc., almost the only topic that is talked or whispered about is the roulette and the 30 quorant tables. Every now and again something is won, as for instance 100 francs by a young Russian lady, who, in return, loses 6,000 FRS, while someone else can't keep enough for the journey home. Others gamble away the whole of large family fortunes. Very few take away a share of the plunder, few of the gamblers, I mean, and those that do are almost without exception rich. There can be no question of intelligence or calculation here. No one can count with any probability on being favored by chance unless he can venture a considerable sum. 38. The frenzy in the air was not confined to the gaming rooms or the evening hours, it pervaded the whole city and entire day of those who visited it. For example, there was a kiosk right next door to the casino. This is daily adorned with a placard, not printed, but handwritten and signed with the initials of the quill pusher. For 600 francs he will provide, in black and white, the secret of the science of winning 1,000,000 francs with a 1,000. Nor, or so it is said, is it by any means rare for people to fall victim to this confidence trick. Indeed, most of the gamblers, both male and female, believe there is a science in what are pure games of chance. The ladies and gentlemen sit outside the said Café de Paris, in front of, or on the seats in, the wonderful garden that belongs to the casino, heads bent over little tables, scribbling and doing sums, while one of them may earnestly expound to another what system he prefers, whether one should play in series, etc., etc. It's like watching a bunch of lunatics. 39. In short, it became clear to Marx that the economic basis of Monaco Gerolstein is the casino. If it were to close tomorrow it would be all up with Monaco Gerolstein, the whole of it. Without it not even Nice, the rendezvous in the winter months of the quality and of fortune hunters alike, could continue to subsist as a fashionable center. And withal, how childish is the casino by comparison with the Bourse. After the last in the series of vesicatories, Dr. Koneman discharged Marx and gave him permission to continue his journey. but he did advise him to stop off in Caen for a day or two to allow the wounds to dry out, after which he could move on up to Paris. Once in the exclusive French resort, Marx drew up a balance sheet of his time on the Côte d'Azur. "I have spent an entire month vegetating in this lair of aristocratic idlers or adventurers. Nature superb, in other respects a dreary hole. No plebeian masses here, apart from the hotel and café waiters, etc., and domestics, who belong to the lumpen proletariat. 40. The weather continued to do its worst and to weigh heavily on him. During the 3 days in Caen, there was an exceptionally strong wind and eddies of dust, talk of which filled the Riviera's local press. Marx responded with self-irony, joking to Engels that nature, too, can evince a certain Philistine humor. In the same letter, Marx dwelled on the doctor's final recommendations, to eat well and amply even if it goes against the grain, and accustom oneself to so doing, drink decent stuff and go for drives, etc. Think as little as possible, etc. He could not fail to remark that having followed these directions, I am well on the way to idiocy, and for all that have not rid myself of the bronchial catarrh. A consoling thought for me is that it was bronchitis that sent old Garibaldi to his eternal rest. In any case, he was convinced that at a certain age it becomes completely indifferent how one is launched into eternity. 41. On June 7, some 4 months after his departure from London, Marx was finally in a position to take the train back to his daughter's house in Argenteuil. He advised her not to bother about his arrival till now. "I have always found that nothing has done me more harm than people, at the station, waiting for me, and not to tell any of the comrades, even Lafargue, that he was expected." He still needed absolute quietness. 42. And, as he said to Engels too, he felt it still necessary to have as little intercourse with people as possible. 43. The giant was weary and felt he was close to the end of the road. The words he wrote to Jenny were much the same as those of any other mortal. By quietness I mean the family life, the children's noise, that microscopic world more interesting than the macroscopic. 44. Back in Argenteuil, Marx compared his existence to that of a prisoner out on leave, since he always had to report to the doctor nearest to the place where up abode. 45. The Longues family doctor, Gustave Durlin, knew Marx well and advised him for a few weeks to try the sulphurous waters of Enghien. 46. A nearby locality where he would be able to consult a Dr. Fagir. The still unsettled weather did not allow Marx to start the cure at once. It also contributed to a very painful attack of rheumatism in the region of hips. 47. Only in the first few days of July could he take up the advice and travel to the sulphurous baths, from which he benefited greatly. As he told Engels, the operations had to be repeated regularly. The air in the inhalation room is murky with sulphurous vapors. 30 to 40 minutes spell here, every 5 minutes, at a special table. One inhales steam laden with specially pulverized sulfur with stopcocks, each man encased in rubber from head to foot, after which they march in file round the table, innocent scene from Dante's Inferno. 48. In the afternoon, after he had returned from the baths and rested for a while, he regularly went for a walk and pottering about with the children, with consequences more detrimental to one's faculties of sight and hearing than were ever experienced even by the Hegel of the phenomenology. Despite all the efforts, the bronchial catarrh had by no means croaked its last, and the doctors advised him to continue the cure until the middle of August. In general, however, his condition had improved, so that early in the month he even had a meeting with some leaders of the Parisian workers' movement, including José Mesa, Paul Lafargue, Gabriel Deville, and Jules Guesde. It was the first time for months that he had agreed to anything like this, and although it went off well, he wrote to Engels that it was always the livelier talk and slash or chatter which told on him after the event. 49. On August 20 Marx completed his last perambulation in the inhalation chamber. At the final consultation, Dr. Fagir told him that the pleuritic rubbing remained in status quo, an altogether predictable circumstance, and advised him, in agreement with Dr. Durlin, to go to Lake Geneva, whence the weather reports have so far been favorable, in the hope that the last traces of bronchial catarrh might depart of their own accord there. 50. This time, not being able to set forth on this hazardous journey alone, he was accompanied by his daughter Laura, to whom he joked comparing himself to the Ismailite Rashid ad-Din Sinan, the head of the assassin sect that played an important role during the Crusades, that it was more or less duty to accompany the old man of the mountain. 51. Before he left for Switzerland, Marx received a letter from a Parisian correspondent for various German newspapers, who said that, as humble and obedient servant, he would like to conduct an interview with him, since people in all circles of German society were anxious to have official news of health. Of course, he informed Engels, in English, I did not reply to that soft sawder penman. 52. The first stage of the journey, undertaken only by day to obviate any pretext for a relapse, 53, took them as far as Lausanne. Marx arrived with a cold, which he had caught at a meeting in Paris with Joseph Roy, the French translator of Capital. Despite the favorable weather forecasts, it was wet and relatively cold there. First question I asked the waiter, he told Engels, how long has it been raining here? Reply, only been wet for 2 days. It's funny. 54. The final destination was the town of Vevey, on the northeast shore of Lake Geneva. Marx wrote to Engels that he was still coughing, but that everything was going well. We are living in the land of Cock. 55. He sorely missed Engels's company and tried to persuade him to come out from London and join him. But Engels was busy dealing with all kinds of practical matters, so that he could continue underwriting Marx's recurrent need for treatment. I'd be damned glad if I could come over and see you, but were anything to happen to me, even temporarily, all our financial arrangements would be thrown out of gear. There's not a soul here to whom I could give power of attorney or entrust what are really rather complicated cash transactions. 56. Marx understood and once more expressed his gratitude. Your altruistic concern for me is unbelievable, and I am often secretly ashamed. 57. At the end of September, after he had returned to Jenny's home in Argenteuil, Marx again visited Dr. Durlin to ask for permission to cross the Channel. 58. He found Marx enormously improved, well on the way to ridding of this persistent catarrh. But he ordered him not to spend more than a fortnight in London, or 3 weeks if the weather really fine. The winter campaign, as he called it, would have to start early in the Isle of Wight. Still, Marx joked to the friend awaiting him in England, if the French government knew of my presence here, it might, even without Dr. Durlin's permission, send me packing. 59. Despite this terrible period he went through in the year following his wife's death, Marx tried to pursue his researches whenever he could. Being unable to resume the unfinished work on Capital, he did his best to keep up to date on various scientific and economic subjects. Among the highlights were his excerpts from Edouard Hospitalier's book Modern Physics, the main applications of electricity, and his interest in the development of discoveries made in the field of electricity. 60. Including the work of Marcel Duprez. Reviewing the reasons for these studies, Engels recalled, science was for Marx a historically dynamic, revolutionary force. However great the joy with which he welcomed a new discovery in some theoretical science whose practical application perhaps it was as yet quite impossible to envisage, he experienced quite another kind of joy when the discovery involved immediate revolutionary changes in industry and in historical development in general. 61. Marx also occupied himself with ecology. Already in April 1880 he had studied the essay Human Labor and Unity of Force, published in Socialist Review by Sergei Podolinsky, a Ukrainian socialist he had come to know in 1872 through their mutual friend Peter Lavrov. Podolinsky sent the manuscript of his article to Marx, underlining that the first stimulus 62 for his work had come from the reading of Capital, and that he was particularly impatient to know its author's opinion. Podolinsky's aim was to show that socialism was the form of social organization most suited to utilize solar energy for the satisfaction of human needs. He therefore wrote to Marx that he felt obligated to make an attempt to bring surplus labor and current physical theories into harmony. 63. In reality, as Engels wrote in a long letter to Marx on the subject in December 1882-64. Podolinsky had discovered that human labor is capable of retaining solar energy on the Earth's surface and harnessing it for a longer period than would otherwise have been the case. However, all the economic deductions he from this wrong 65 for Engels. Podolinsky went astray. Because he tried to find in the field of natural science fresh evidence of the rightness of socialism and hence confused the physical with the economic. 66. The correspondence between Engels and Marx shows how attentive they always were to new research on environmental issues. Although, toward the end of 1882, Marx lacked the strength to reply to Engels's detailed missive, he again began to study outlines of human physiology with reference to healthcare and the doctor's practical needs by Johannes Ranke, probably with a view to going more deeply into Podolinsky's ideas. 67 In the excerpts he made in 1880 from Podolinsky's article, from which we can see that he did not underestimate the importance of such matters, he had focused more on thermodynamics. On the two principles of the concept of entropy introduced by Rudolf Clausius in his mechanical theory of heat, he had noted, the energy of the universe is constant. The entropy of the universe tends towards a maximum. 68. In this last phase of his life, Marx's openness to the natural sciences, particularly zoology and biology, as well as ecology, was certainly stimulated by his friendship with Edwin Ray Lancaster, a fellow at Exeter College, Oxford, and curator of the Grant Museum of Zoology. 69 Not only did Lancaster read Capital with the greatest pleasure and profit 70 and initiate a prolific intellectual exchange with Marx, he also felt very close to him at a human level and helped him to find suitable doctors to address the terrible health problems that continued to rain down on the family. 3. What is certain is that I am not a Marxist. In London, the days passed quickly. On October 9, Marx wrote to his daughter Laura that his cough was still tiresome and that he had to throw it off completely if to become altogether fit for action again. 71 The arrival of autumn brought damp and cloudy weather. Dr. Donkin, who was now looking after Marx again, advised him to move back to the Isle of Wight. First, he spent a whole day with Engels, who wrote to Lafargue, "Yesterday Marx dined with me and in the evening we all had supper at his house, after which we sat together drinking rum until 1 o'clock. 72 Then, on October 30, he took the train for Ventnor. Marx's condition soon worsened again, however, because of rheumatism very close to the former seat of iterated pleurisy. 73 This forced him to get to know a local doctor, James Williamson, who prescribed medication with a quinine, morphia, and chloroform base. 74 Moreover, in order not to be too dependent on capricious variations in wind and temperature when loitering out of doors, he was again forced to carry a respirator with, in case of need. Thus, after his long period of intellectual twilight, 75 Marx still found it impossible to devote himself to the third German edition of Capital. On November 10, he wrote to his daughter Eleanor, "Under the circumstances I have not yet got down to any real work, though I have been occupying myself with one thing and another by way of preparation." 76. Engels kept him up to date about the situation in London. "All is well at your house, but the beer everywhere is rotten, only the German stuff in the West End is any good." 77 But Marx could not reciprocate with positive news of his own. The cough had grown worse and an annoying hoarseness had developed on top of it. He was therefore condemned to remain in room until the inflammation had passed. 78. On December 14, he wrote to his daughter Laura that he had been confined to the house for the past fortnight because of a tracheal catarrh, adding that he lived the life of a hermit. He saw no one other than Dr. Williamson. 79 Who, in view of the damp and rainy weather, forbade him to go out until the next fine day. 80. Nevertheless, Marx did not fail to comment as best he could on current events and the positions of the leaders of the French workers' movement. He was troubled by some of the latter's ultra-revolutionary turns of phrase, having always regarded these as hot air. A speciality our people would be well advised to leave to the so-called anarchists, who are, in fact, props of the existing order, not creators of disorder. 81. Similarly, Marx did not spare those who proved incapable of maintaining an autonomous class position, and he warned that it was absolutely necessary for the workers to oppose the institutions and rhetoric of the state. When Joseph Cowen, a member of Parliament and president of the Cooperative Congress, Marx considered him the best of the English parliamentarians, justified the British invasion of Egypt 82, Marx expressed his total disapproval to Eleanor. Above all, he railed at the British government. Very nice. In fact, there could be no more blatant example of Christian hypocrisy than the conquest of Egypt, conquest in the midst of peace. But Cowen, in a speech on January 8, 1883 in Newcastle, expressed his admiration for the heroic exploit of the British and the dazzle of our military parade, nor could he help smirking over the entrancing little prospect of all those fortified offensive positions between the Atlantic and the Indian Ocean and, into the bargain, an African British Empire from the Delta to the Cape. It was the English style, characterized by responsibility for the home interest. In foreign policy, Marx concluded, Cowen was a typical example of those poor British bourgeois, who groan as they assume more and more responsibilities in the service of their historic mission, while vainly protesting against it. 83. Marx also took a close interest in the economic side of what was happening in Egypt, as we can see from his 8 pages of excerpts from Egyptian Finance, an article by Michael George Mulhall that appeared in the October issue of the London Contemporary Review. His own notes concentrated on 2 aspects. He reconstructed the financial blackmail operated by Anglo-German creditors after the Ottoman Viceroy of Egypt, Ismail Pasha, had dramatically plunged the country into debt. Moreover, he sketched the oppressive taxation system devised by Ismail Pasha that extracted a terrible price from the population, showing particular attention to, and solidarity with, the forced dislocation of many Egyptian peasants. 84. Marx also resumed study of the principal texts on the continuing social and political changes in Russia. In autumn 1882, as we can see from one of his very last books of excerpts 85, he again occupied himself with the dynamics that were transforming the economy of that country. This notebook contains a list entitled Russian on My Shelves, probably already partly compiled in 1881 and covering publications in that language that Marx had in his personal library. This makes it arguable that he intended to go more deeply into these matters if he had sufficient time and strength. In particular, Marx studied recently published Russian works on the new social-economic relations following the land reform and abolition of serfdom in 1861. These included, The Peasantry in the Age of Empress Catherine II, by Vasily Simovsky, The Artels in Russia, by Andrei Iseev, Rural Common Land in Archangel Province, by Gerard Miniaco, and The Fate of Capitalism in Russia, an interesting collection of articles that the economist and sociologist Vasily Vorontsov had published in Otechestvenny Zapiski since 1879. Vorontsov was one of the first Russian scholars to have discovered the importance of Marx's work, and partly thanks to his reading of Capital he distanced himself from Mikhailovsky's critique of the division of labor. 86. Vorontsov also occupied himself with the vexed question of how socialists should relate to economic backwardness, and in his book he argued that Russian industry should use all the forms which have been created in the West, and, therefore, can develop very rapidly without passing at snail's pace through all the successive stages. Opting for the thesis of the so-called privileges of backwardness, Vorontsov argued that nations which are latecomers to the arena of history benefit from the accumulated historical experience of other countries and do not have to make strenuous efforts to reach instinctively what those others have already achieved. They could do it consciously, not groping in the dark but knowing what should be avoided. 87. In addition to these volumes published in the early 1880s, Marx studied older works such as The Peasant Question in the Age of Alexander II by Alexander Skrybitsky, and On the Periphery and in the Capital by Fyodor Ilnaev, who used the nom de plume Skaldin. He also began rereading the unaddressed letters of Chernyshevsky, which, though written in 1862, were published in London because of the Russian censorship, and only in 1874 thanks to an initiative of Peter Lavrov. 88. Alongside all this reading, Marx's most important work concerning Russia was the manuscript Notes on the Reform of 1861 and the related development in Russia that he wrote between the end of 1881 and October 1882.89. These pages on the repercussions of the abolition of serfdom drew heavily on information contained in Danielson's sketches of our post-reform social economy, but Marx also consulted other writings and numerous official publications, including statistics and economic data. His own text was divided into 4 parts, corresponding to the main questions of interest to him: I. Preparations for the reform, 2. 3. Work periods of the drafting commissions, 3. Zemstvo, and 4. Russia. The ongoing changes in Russia continued to fascinate him until he had sufficient energy to devote to research. During this period, some articles published in St. Petersburg show the great run of theories in that country, and he told his daughter Laura that nowhere was success more delightful to him, since it the satisfaction that a power, which, besides England, the true bulwark of the old society 90. On the other hand, no one escaped Marx's criticism. After the birth of the French Workers' Party, in September 1882, he raged to Engels about the husbands of his 2 elder daughters, Longuet as the last Proudhonist and Lafargue as the last Bakuninist. The devil take them. 91. And in a similar vein, he more than once attacked those who claimed to be following his ideas, wittily noting, "What is certain is that I am not a Marxist." 92. For leaving the stage. Marx could not closely follow developments in the European workers' movement, nor make further progress with his theoretical work. Although he had made every effort to get fighting fit again, and although he asked Eleanor to bring some books during her visit at the end of the year, the Physiology by Ranke Freeman's rotten little book, in lieu of a chronological table. 93. The shakiness of his health and worries about his daughter Jenny's physical condition after the birth of her latest child helped to make his situation increasingly desperate. On January 6, he reported to Dr. Williamson that, on rising, he had got suddenly into a spasmodic cough, gasping, wrestling as if it were with suffocation. He was in no doubt about the significance of this sudden turn. The previous afternoon, he had received a letter with terrible news about his firstborn. I knew of course that her illness was serious, but I was not prepared to hear that it passes now through a critical phase. 94. He also confessed to Engels that he thought he had been going to choke, and that nowadays, any sort of nervous excitement immediately gripped by the throat. 95. To Eleanor he wrote, "I believe it was due to nervous irritation, my anxiety over Jenny Chen. I would have hastened to Argenteuil at once, but for the possibility of saddling the child with the extra burden of a sick visitor. For no one can guarantee that the journey would have punished me with a relapse such as I have so far fortunately escaped. All the same, it's hard not being able to go and see her." 96. Marx, then, was enduring another long confinement to the house. 97. The semi-permanent cough, which was tiresome enough, combined with daily bouts of vomiting to make the situation almost unbearable for him. 98. But it did not seem completely out of the question that he would recover his health. To Eleanor he complained that his state frequently ma work impossible, but he also said that the doctor believes he still believes, and that is something. He can rid me of this torment. Those who will live will see. However, the death of his beloved Jenny on January 11, from cancer of the liver, erased any such hopes. Coming on top of his wife's death, this latest blow struck at a man already gravely ill and marked by hardships. Eleanor's later narrative is unique testimony to his state at the time. We had received a letter from the Moor, in which he wrote that Jenny's health was finally improving and that we, Helene and I, should not be worried. We got the telegram announcing Jenny's death barely an hour after this letter. I left at once for Ventnor. I have lived through many sad hours, but none like that one. I felt I was taking my father his death sentence. In the long hours of that harrowing journey, I continued to rack my brains thinking of how I should tell him the news. But there was no need to say anything, my face gave me away. The Moor immediately said, "Our little Jenny is dead." And he wanted to leave for Paris straight away, to help with holding the babies. I wanted to stay with him, but he brooked no opposition. I had been in Ventnor for just half an hour, and I was already on my way back to London with a sad and heavy heart, only to leave then at once for Paris. For the good of the babies, I did as the Moor wished. 99. On January 13, Marx too hurriedly set off for London. Before he left the Isle of Wight, he explained to Dr. Williamson that the reason was the fatal news of the death of oldest daughter, adding, "I find some relief in a grim headache. Physical pain is the only stunner of mental pain." 100. These were the last words he would ever put on paper. Thanks to Engels's correspondence, however, we are able to reconstruct many details of the last weeks of Marx's life. From a letter to Bernstein, we learn that after his return from Ventnor, Marx was confined to the house with bronchitis so far, luckily, only a mild attack. 101. And on February 8, he further wrote to Bernstein that for the past 3 weeks Marx had been so hoarse that he barely speak. 102. At the time, Bernstein was the leader of German Social Democracy with whom Engels kept most regularly in touch, both because of his role as director of the journal The Social Democrat and because of the earlier conflicts between Engels and Wilhelm Liebknecht. On February 16, Engels wrote to Laura, "Latterly he has had very bad sleepless nights which have broken down his intellectual appetite, so that he began to read, instead of novels, publishers' catalogues." And the next day, he added that it was anyhow a good sign that Marx had given up the catalogues and returned to Frederick Sully. 103, one of the most popular French writers before 1848. Still, Engels remained apprehensive. The worst is that his case is so complicated that while the most pressing things, the breathing organs, have to be attended to, and now and then a sleeping draught is to be given, other things have to be neglected, for instance the stomach. 104. At the end of the month, Engels sent another update to Bernstein. Marx is still incapable of work, keeps to his room and reads French novels. His case seems to be a very complicated one. 105. The following week he noted to August Bebel that Marx's health was still not really making the progress it should. 106. Finally, on March 10, he wrote to Laura after a checkup by Dr. Donkin, "Saw Moore yesterday evening and I am glad to say gave a far more favorable account of his health than a fortnight ago. He said Moore was decidedly not worse, but better, if anything, than then." However, Marx was still getting weaker, on account of the difficulty of swallowing, and that we must force him to eat and drink. 107. Things soon took a turn for the worse, as Marx's body went into rapid decline and he developed an abscess on the lung. Engels began to worry that the end was truly nigh for his lifelong friend. "Every morning for the past 6 weeks, as I turned the corner, I was mortally afraid that the blinds might have been lowered." What he feared soon came to pass. At 2:45 p.m. on 14 March 1883.108. The most complete account, in the most moving words, is the one he gave to Friedrich Zarga, the comrade who had become secretary of the International Workingmen's Association after it moved to the United States in 1872. "Yesterday, at 2:30 in the afternoon, his best time for receiving visitors, I arrived to find the household in tears. It seemed as if he was nearing his end. There had been a slight hemorrhage, followed, however, by a sudden collapse. Our good old Lenchen, who has looked after him better than a mother would after her child, went upstairs, came down again, he was half asleep, she said, and invited me to come up with her. When we went in, he lay there sleeping, never to wake again. His pulse and breathing had stopped. In the space of 2 minutes he had passed away painlessly and peacefully. 109. For all the pain at the loss of his dearest friend, Engels saw at once the implications of Marx's irreversible condition. All events, however terrible they may be, that come about with natural inevitability, bear within them their own consolation. So it was here. The art of medicine might, perhaps, have been able to secure for him a few years of vegetable-like existence, the life of a helpless creature, not dying suddenly but inch by inch, a triumphant testimony to the skill of the doctors. But that is something our Marx could never have stood. To live with so many uncompleted works before him, with the tantalizing desire to complete them and the impossibility of doing so that would have been 1,000 times more bitter for him than the gentle death that overtook him. Death is not a misfortune for the one that dies but for the one that survives, as he used to say with Epicurus. And to see this powerful man of genius continue to vegetate, a total wreck, for the greater glory of medicine and as a laughing-stock for the Philistines whom, at the height of his powers, he had so often felled to the ground, no. 1,000 times better that it should be as it is, 1,000 times better that we should bear him the day after tomorrow to the grave in which his wife lies sleeping. 110 And after all that had gone before, with which not even the doctors are as familiar as I am, there could, in my view, have been only one choice. 111 Be that as it may. Mankind is the poorer for the loss of this intellect, the most important intellect, indeed, which it could boast today. The movement of the proletariat will continue on its course, but it has lost its focal point, the point to which Frenchmen, Russians, Americans, and Germans would automatically turn at moments of crisis, on every occasion receiving clear, indisputable advice such as only genius and consummate expertise can give. Local bigwigs and lesser luminaries, if not impostors, will be given a free hand. Ultimate victory remains assured, but the digressions, the temporary and local aberrations already so inevitable will now proliferate as never before. Well, we have got to see it through. 112 What else are we here for? But we're not going to lose heart, for all that, not by a long chalk. 113. This is just what happened after Marx's death, as so many others raised his banners. From Latin America to the Far East, in trade union offices on the impoverished periphery or great halls of prestigious universities, tens of millions of workers and students would read his writings, gaining from them an understanding of the condition of the oppressed, finding inspiration to engage in fresh struggles and to organize strikes, social movements, and political parties. They would fight for bread and roses, against injustice, and for freedom, and in so doing would keep Marx's theories fully actual. In the course of this long process, during which Marx was studied in depth, transformed into an icon, embalmed in official manuals, misunderstood, censured, pronounced dead, and from time to time discovered anew, there were some who turned his ideas on their head with doctrines and practices that he would have resolutely combated in his lifetime. Others, however, enriched his ideas, brought them up to date, and drew out some of the problems and contradictions in them, with the same kind of critical spirit that he himself adopted and would have greatly appreciated. Those who look through Marx's writings again today, or who turn to them for the first time, cannot but be fascinated by the capacity of his social-economic analyses to explain the world. Nor can they fail to be impressed by the message that radiates incessantly from the whole of his work: organize the struggle to end the bourgeois mode of production and to achieve the emancipation of the workers of the world from the domination of capital. Chronology, 1881 to 1883. 1881. January, late June. During these months in London, Marx finished some summaries he had begun in late 1880 of works by H. Morgan, J. Money, J. Fear, and H. Maine. The ethnological notebooks containing this material amount to approximately 200 pages. At the same time, he occupied himself with differential calculus in the mathematical notebooks. From the second half of February until March 8 he wrote the preliminary drafts and the letter to Varazay Sulich on the rural commune in Russia. Last week in June, to approximate July 19. Stay in Eastbourne with his wife Jenny von Westphalen. 20 to 25 July approximate. Return to London and preparations for departure to France. July 26 to August 16. Visit to eldest daughter Jenny Longuet in the Paris suburb of Argenteuil, together with his wife and Helene de Muth. August 17 to December 28. Return to London. Immersion in deep historical studies and extensive extracts from works by F. Schlosser and C. Botta. The result was the chronological extracts, a huge annotated synthesis of more than 550 pages dealing with the main Political events from 91 BC to the Treaty of Westphalia in 1648. While caring constantly for his sick wife, he spent his spare time reading recent books on Russia and resumed his mathematical studies. After mid-October, attacks of pleurisy and bronchitis immobilized him for roughly 2 months. December 2nd. Death of his wife. 29 to 31 December. Journey to Ventnor on the Isle of Wight with his youngest daughter Eleanor, in search of a milder climate. 1882. 1 to 15 January. Stay in Ventnor continued. January 16 to February 8. Back in London to consult doctors about the most effective treatment for his condition. On January 21, Marx and Engels completed the preface to the Russian edition of the Manifesto of the Communist Party. 9 to 16 February. Departure for Algeria. Still accompanied by Eleanor, he stopped off at his daughter Jenny's in Argenteuil. February 17. Marx continued the trip alone. Having crossed France, he stayed one night in Marseilles. 18 to 19 February. Crossing to Africa on the steamship said, destination Algiers. February 20 to May 2. Stay in Algerian capital, where a recurrence of his old bronchitis and an attack of pleurisy forced him into another 2 long months of painful treatment. 3 to 4 May. Return crossing to France, following an improvement in his medical condition. May 5. Landed in Marseilles on his 64th birthday, visited Nice briefly. May 6 to June 3. Stay in Monte Carlo, made necessary by another worsening of his health and the need to undergo further treatment. 4 to 7 June. Brief visit to Cannes, following his doctor's advice, before the journey from Marseilles to Paris. June 8 to August 22. Visit to his daughter Jenny in Argenteuil. From early July to August 20, a course of thermal treatment in Ingines-les-Bains. August 23 to September 27. Trip to Switzerland with his daughter Laura. A brief stay in Lausanne, then 4 weeks at Vevey on Lake Geneva. Stopped off in Geneva on the return journey. September 28 to October 6. Back in France. Stayed with his daughter Laura in Paris, then briefly at Jenny's home in Argenteuil. October 7. Returned to England. 8 to 29 October. Again in London for 3 weeks, he compiled extracts from texts on economics and anthropology. He also worked on a manuscript on post-1861 Russia. October 30 to December 31. Another period in Ventnor, where he tried with great difficulty to regain his health and resume work. 1883. 1 to 12 January. Further stay in Ventnor, where on the 12th he received news of his daughter Jenny's death. January 13 to March 13. Grief-stricken, he immediately returned to London. His condition suddenly grew worse because of a lung abscess. With his little remaining strength, he consulted book catalogues and read French novels. March 14. Died of heart failure caused by pulmonary tuberculosis, at home.